not a small. He's not a 155-pound man. It's just so silly. The whole thing is just it's a reason. And I feel like they should blow all the weight classes. I've talked to Dana about this. I actually talked to Ari Emanuel about this when they first bought the UFC. I said, the first thing you should do is get rid of this. Get rid of the weight cutting and just add a bunch of weight classes. You know, because some of the weight class gaps, like the gap between 70 and 85, and then 85 and 205, they're too big. The gaps are too big. 20 pounds is nuts.
I would do something with the drug test. Like if I go to your home to make the drug test, I put you in the scale. If you walk around like 8% or 10% over your weight, I would obligate you to go in the next weight class. Just to give you an example, for example, if you're fighting 100 kilograms, I'm gonna say 10 kilograms, and I go to your house, I do the drug test, I put you in the scale, and your weight is 110 kilograms. I will force you to go to the next weight class.
Yeah, I think that's realistic. That makes sense. And I think that they should have more weight classes because the weight class gaps are just too large.
Or maybe that's an option also.
Yeah, I mean, at the lower weight classes, it's 10 pounds, which seems reasonable. But really, at the lower weight classes, you know, when you live like 125 and 135, it could easily be 5 pounds. 5 pounds is reasonable. But Dana doesn't want like 12 weight classes or 12, 15, 20 weight classes like boxing has. He wants it to be like the UFC has now, but it's not enough.
I don't really know the real reason behind that, but I would love to talk to Dana and ask him this questions also, because it's kind of dangerous also for the guys. And many times you put on a show for the people and you don't really know if they're going to make the weight.
Right, exactly. And they're going to be compromised. I mean, there's a lot of guys who fight just deeply dehydrated from the day before, and even though they've rehydrated themselves, their brain's not rehydrated yet.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not smart, and it's not. It's also not necessary. Like, why would it would make for better fights? Why would you want someone to be physically compromised 24 hours before they're fighting? It doesn't make any sense at all.
But at the same time, the weight cut takes something out from you. That's crazy. It's like putting a dog inside the room for 20 days without any food, and you open the door and you put him in a different room with full of food. It's like the same thing. You know, when I'm cutting the weight, I'm a different person. I feel that I'm like, my mind goes different. My thought process is different. Everything is so different at that moment. I'm not so kind when I'm cutting weight.
Yeah, more focused, dialed in.
Exactly.
Dominic Cruz says it's a good thing. He says he likes weight cutting because it gets you dialed in. He says it gets you completely dialed in for a fight.
How much he cuts?
I don't think he cuts that much.
That's why.
35.
That's why he likes it.
Ask Alex Pereira if he likes it. Yeah. You know, because when he was fighting at 85, he was weighing in at 85 and then fighting in the cage at 225, 226, which is crazy.
I don't know how that guy was making 185.
I don't know.
That's crazy because he's huge and he's so tall.
Well, how about Dricus du Plessis? How the fuck is he 185? That guy's huge.
Yeah,
he's a
guy's
tank.
Huge also.
There's a lot of these guys but it's very deceptive because the general public thinks that's a 185-pound man, but he's not. Dricus is probably, when he gets into the cage, he's well into the 220s. He's a big guy.
I don't know in what weight he walks around, but he's a huge guy also. And Kamzat, when he was fighting in 170, he was big also. He was almost killing himself.
The craziest one was Anthony Rumble Johnson. Do you remember Anthony?
Yeah.
Anthony, I ran into him once in between fights, and I said, "How much do you weigh?" He said 230.
Wow.
He was fighting 170.
He switched how many weight classes? He started from 170, he went to like light heavyweight, and then he ended up fighting in the heavyweight division.
He went to middleweight and didn't make weight. He missed weight and lost that fight, and then he fought heavyweight outside the UFC, and then came back and fought light heavyweight in the UFC.
You know, something similar happened to me also. I started fighting in the bantamweight division.
Really?
Yeah. Before the UFC, like in Cage Warriors, when I was fighting in the Cage Warriors, I actually missed the weight also when I was fighting for the belt. I was fighting at that time in the bantamweight division. Then I kept fighting in the featherweight, and now I'm in the lightweight. I hope I don't end up fighting in the welterweight.
How old were you when you first started fighting?
An MMA you asking or
Well, when did you first start martial arts?
With 4 years old, my dad put me with my brother in judo. Then we went to Georgia. We kept practicing with the Greco-Roman wrestling, and then we moved to Spain when I was 50 years old, and completely by chance, we find a gym and we started training the MMA, the mixed martial arts.
Totally by chance.
It's impressive.
Totally by chance.
Wow. So were you a mixed martial arts fan at all?
I didn't know anything about the mixed martial arts. I didn't know anything about the BJJ, the ground grip, any fucking thing.
Wow.
So we went to Spain, and we wanted to keep with the same discipline as we were doing in Georgia with the Greco-Roman wrestling, but they don't have the culture of that sport. So we were a little bit sad, because we wanted that sport. My brother was really, really good on that. So my mom was working, and he saw a man with cauliflower ears. She went to him, and she asked him like, "What you doing? Because my kids want to do wrestling. Do you train in some gym or something?" And he said, "No, I'm doing the BJJ. Bring your kids, and I'm gonna show you the gym." She came to home, and my dad and my mom they started to convince us like, there's a gym. They are practicing like jiu-jitsu, MMA, all the sports, and I was like, what the fuck is this? I don't know what's this. And my dad started to show me the videos of the Gracies. He told me like, this is one of the best sports in the world right now. You are gonna guys love it, this and that. And at that day, we went to the gym, and I fell in love since the first second.
Well, it's actually a great base to start out from. Starting with judo and then Greco-Roman wrestling, and then going into jiu-jitsu, it's really great because you already have an established grappling base.
It's great, of course. My recommendation for everyone is, if you want to have a career in MMA, you should start with wrestling, because for me personally, because this is my personal experience, that it's much easier to learn in the future boxing than start with boxing and learn the wrestling.
Really?
For me, yes, I think so. And I saw that in many people.
But how old were you when you first started boxing?
17 years old.
That's fairly old. Like when you think about how high level your striking is.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
But when I started, I was like, okay, I'm very good with the wrestling. I can take people down. I can control them. I have a great ground game. But what if I go to the highest competition and I find some adversities? I have to be able to fight in the striking also. So I have to develop my game in the striking. And I started from that. And I started with my brother. We were like the first people to go inside the gym and the last ones to leave it. So we were studying every day, all day, like so obsessed. We were watching like all the videos of Julio Cesar Chavez, Canelo, all that, practicing all the techniques, and then putting in interaction, sparrings, and all that. And I was like finding my style, what that I really like to do.
Well, it's interesting because Spain doesn't have a long history of mixed martial arts. So, like, you are the first champion from Spain in the UFC. So it's very interesting that you got in there as a young man, and there wasn't really like a big established community yet.
So I was the first guy to get into the top 15, the top 10, the top 5, and then the world champion. We had a guy in Spain who fought in the UFC. I don't know if you remember him, Enrique Wasabi.
Okay, yeah.
He did the Ultimate Fighter. Then we have another guy also, Joel Alvarez. He's doing a great job also. But before that, we didn't have anyone in the UFC.
So when you first started training, were there amateur competitions in Spain?
Yeah.
There was amateur MMA?
And I made 3 fights in amateur. And then I started with the professional game. I did 4 fights in Spain, and at some point it was so difficult to find a fight for me that I had to start to travel in the European territory to get a fight. Yeah, and everything started from that.
But it's fascinating because a lot of world champions generally well, there's a good percentage of them come from an established gym that already has elite high-level competition. But it seems like that's not the case with your gym.
No, it wasn't. So I don't know. I don't know what was the reason, to be honest, to came this far. I don't know.
Well, that's always the question with champions. Like, are champions born or are they bred? Because there's gyms that develop, like Marvin Hagler came out of the Petronelli Brothers gym in Brockton, Massachusetts. They're not known for world championship fighters, but Marvin Hagler is one of the greatest of all time. It's like there was something inside of him that made him excel.
The same thing. There was something inside me that made me the person who I am today.
Did you know when you first started training, when you first started doing MMA, that you were going to fight professionally?
Yeah, since the first day. So my mindset always was the same, exactly the same as I have right now. I'm like, if someone did it, I also can do it. And if no one did it, I can be the first one to do it. This is the mindset I always had. And it's like, yeah, that, I think that the champion they are not born, they are made also, because you can burn in an extraordinary situation, but you can end up so bad, and the opposite also. You can burn in a, I don't know, crazy situation and end up in a paradise.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing because all champions are not the same type of person either. You got guys like Sugar Sean O'Malley, who's silly and smokes weed and has crazy hair. And then you got guys like Alex Pereira, very stoic, very serious. Everyone's different.
He's very serious.
Very
I
serious.
met him in Sydney. I went with my brother because he made his UFC debut. And yeah, he was kind of quiet.
Yeah, he's intense.
Yeah. He's so serious.
Yeah, he's intense. I remember watching him fight for the first time in Glory in kickboxing, and I was like, Jesus Christ. Just watch the way he KOs people. I was like, this guy is different.
Huge.
Yeah.
Great.
Crazy power. His power is just ridiculous. I mean, like, hit guys with
Who do you love watching fight?
I love watching you fight.
Yeah?
I'm a giant fan. I like all styles, man. I'm fascinated by the game in all different styles. I mean, I like watching all the champions. I mean, I love watching Rob fight.
Wow.
He's a fucking animal.
He's the machine. I love him.
He's an animal. I just don't understand that cardio. His cardio is fucking crazy. It's like superhuman cardio.
And I'm going to tell you something about Merab that surprised me. That maybe you see him in the mat, and he's not the most special guy, the most skillful guy in the room. But I don't know what happens to him when he gets inside that octagon. Wow, that man is a fucking machine.
He's a fucking machine.
Right now you ask me who I love to watch fight, that's Merab. I would take my money. When he's fighting in the pay-per-view right now, at this point I'm like, bro, take my money.
But I love Umar too. Umar, that fight was incredible. That was one of the best fights I've ever seen because they're so skillful, so high level. And, to see him make Umar start to wilt, to see Umar, like, you see the wobble when guys start getting fatigued. You see there's like a little bit of like loose movement in the way, you see that. Merab had none. Zero. Just shooting like he was in the first round and the fifth round.
Because this is what I exactly think that happens to Omar. Because you see Merab from outside, like you are sitting and you are seeing him training or fighting, and you're like, he's not going to be able to take me down. He's not going to be able to do that to me. And then you get inside that octagon with him, and everything changes.
Yeah.
It's like you have a machine in front of you who has like non-stop.
Daniel Cormier went to visit him right after he won the title. Daniel Cormier went to his house on Sunday.
Yeah.
Merab wasn't home. He was out running.
Yeah?
He won the title on Saturday. Daniel went to his house on Sunday, and Merab's out running.
Wow, he's crazy. He came to Spain also to help me once when I had the training camp. I was supposed to fight with Mosa. He came to help me. Crazy. The same exactly. We were like finishing the training. He was going for a run. He was going actually to his house running.
Yeah, there's no shortcuts.
No, there's no shortcuts.
No shortcuts.
No shortcuts.
But like to answer your question, I'm fascinated by all the different styles. I like watching everybody fight. I love Volkanovski. I love watching him fight this past weekend. And
he's so great.
He
I
is.
was so happy for him this Saturday because he really deserved to get that title back.
Does it bother you to see someone win your title?
No, not at all.
You good?
I'm good.
You're like, I'm good?
I'm good. Happy for him.
You established, you won, you defended.
I won, I defended. Right now I have completely different challenge in front of me. I wish him nothing but the best, and to everyone. Like, I wish the best wins all the time.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
I don't care.
What about Paddy Pimblett, though?
He did a great job.
He did a great job.
He did what he had to do.
He did.
But for me, it's like, I'm going to be completely honest with you. For me, Chandler, he never was a extraordinary fighter. He was like average level of fighter. Like, who did he beat like in the UFC?
Dan Hooker and Tony Ferguson.
Dan Hooker. Yeah.
Dan Hooker's a good fighter. Dan Hooker had that war with Dustin Poirier. Dustin Poirier is a very good fighter.
How many losses he had?
He's got a few losses. Yeah.
He's a good fighter, very entertaining fighter.
Yeah.
Like, for the fans,
He's a wild dog.
yeah, he's a dog. He goes inside that octagon and he fights. But yeah,
I think he's on a resurgence. I think, he had a skid for a while, and now he's rebuilding himself. And he's on a resurgence. You smile. Look at you, motherfucker.
So he beat Dan Hooker and Tony Ferguson when he was like almost 4 years old.
I think, honestly, we got Michael Chandler after his prime. If you go watch Michael Chandler fight Eddie Alvarez in Bellator, those were fucking crazy fights. Crazy fights.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you see wars.
Yes.
It's a very competitive fight.
Yes.
You see almost a bar fight. You see two guys in the middle of the octagon exchanging punches, but you don't see technique. You don't see skills. You see a great fight because as a fans, it's a very entertaining to watch fights like that. But if you really think about it, it's like you don't see skills in that fight. You don't see someone trying to take you down, control you, some great submissions, great transitions. I don't know, in striking. You see a guy that he's like looking for a combination. He's looking for his moment, creating a spaces. You don't see like, I don't know.
I see what you're saying. So it's not as tactical or technical.
Exactly.
It's just wild dogs.
It's just wild dogs.
I mean, that's why Michael Chandler's so popular, because he fights like a wild dog.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. You need the guys also like him.
But I would never recommend my friend to fight like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I never would recommend to someone, watch this guy and learn something.
Right. Learn, yeah. It's like, he's so entertaining, but sometimes it's best to not be as entertaining and just to be better.
Exactly.
Yeah, and shut people down.
At the same time, you don't have to be Bilal.
Right. I see what you're saying. But Bilal, I think, gets too much bad rap. Like Bilal, when he beat up Sean Brady, that was very entertaining. And Sean Brady's very good. I think Bilal just does what it takes to win. And when you're in a division, and also like he didn't really have a background in wrestling at the level that a lot of these guys did. He had to develop that over time.
Yeah, but there are two types of champions for me. Like there are champions who prepare themselves to win, and there are the other ones who prepare themselves to dominate. I prepare myself not to win because I know that I'm going to win. I want to win in fashion. I want to dominate. I want to maul people. I want people to be entertained. I want people to be like, wow, I'm happy that I spent the money this Saturday night going watch this guy. This is what I want.
Yeah, someone was talking about that recently on Instagram. I don't remember who the coach was, but he was talking about levels of athletes. That there's people that train to compete, there's people that train to win, and then there's people that train to dominate, to be the greatest of all time.
Exactly.
And there's a different mindset. There's a never satisfied, always improving mindset that the great champions have.
All the time. I want the people to be entertained all the time. Like when actually I started with the MMA, I was like recording myself all the sparrings, and after that I was watching my sparring. I was like, will I pay my money to watch this? what do I have to change in my game to be more entertaining?
Mm.
And this is how I was like looking myself all the time. I was very critical with myself, and this is how I develop and develop and develop. And all the time I go inside the octagon, I don't go there just to win. You know what I mean? I want everyone to be like, wow, what he just did, how he did it. He was the greatest of all time, and he made him look easy.
Yeah.
This is what I want. I want to change the game. You know, the people to I want you to say to your friend, watch this guy and learn something.
Yeah. Well, mission accomplished. So far, right? So far, so good. And now a new journey into the lightweight division. You know, I don't understand why they won't just book you in Islam. There's many times that I wish I was running the UFC. I would change so many different things. That would be one of the first things I would change. Like, book that fight right away.
You would do some fights also in Mars, I'm sure.
I would probably.
We all go with the Starship.
I got some wacky ideas. I don't even think they should fight in a cage.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think the cage is an unnecessary. I think it's an unnecessary element in fighting, like to push someone against something or to be able to get up from something. Okay. I don't think it's necessary.
And how
I think they should be in like a basketball court, that's matted up. Okay. Have a big space. Have a warning track where you can't. If you go outside the warning track too many times, you could lose points. Okay. And so when someone takes you down, you have to actually get up. I also think at the end of a round, like say if you got a guy mounted at the end of the round, you start the next round mounted on him.
Of course.
Yeah, I don't think.
Of course.
Because why would you give him the advantage of getting up when he never got up? He never got up. You have to earn a get up. You have to stand up by yourself.
I love it. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
Actually.
No stand-ups, ever. No stand-ups. Unless someone commits a foul. Like, if someone commits a foul and you want to stand them up and take a point away, that's fine. But if the guy's at the bottom and he commits a foul, if a guy's at the bottom and he gouges someone's eyes on purpose, take a point away, put him right back in the same spot.
Wow.
Because otherwise, like, say if you're fighting a guy like Alex Pereira, who's never taking anybody down. He's just going to strike with you, right? Okay. Why would you let him back up again and have the advantage of him standing up again? Yeah. The beginning of the round, he starts standing up again. Now you got to take him down again.
But also, you don't think that it's a part of the show?
It is part of the show, but I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah.
I'm a hardcore fan. I'm a purist. I think it should be about fighting, about elite fighting. And elite fighting is you got to get up. Like, if a wrestler takes you down and he just does this to you, and it's not entertaining. But if he can do that to you, that's tough shit. That's what he did.
You would change also the time range? Like, you would leave a 3 round of 5 minutes with 1 minute rest?
The good thing about 5-minute rounds is it's sustainable and guys can fight at a high pace. If you had, like, just 15-minute round, guys would be exhausted. And the end of it would be sloppy. It wouldn't be the same. The pace would be much slower. It wouldn't be as good. Mm-hmm. So I think there's nothing wrong with rounds, but I think it's one fight. It's not 5 fights. So why does he stand up at the end of every round? I think if a guy takes you down and he's got you mounted with, like, trapped an arm and he's punching your ribs trying to secure an arm triangle, why does he get to stand up again? Yeah. It doesn't make any sense.
That's true.
Especially if he's a striker and you wasted all that energy to get him to the ground and you got so close to cinching up a submission and then all of a sudden he's back on his feet again.
And clink, you have to stand up.
And he didn't even earn it. Yeah. Start him right back down there. No cage, no stand-ups. No stand-ups ever. If everybody boos, tough shit. Go watch baseball. Go watch something else.
You wouldn't like to see at some point the world championships in mixed martial arts? Like, for example, let's say the 7 best fighters from the United States in every weight class against 7 best fighters from, I don't know, from China or from Russia.
Yeah, I would love that.
The best flyweight against the best flyweight from the United States. Sure. And you do that and you have 7 fights because you have 7 weight divisions. And if you win 4 weight divisions, that country won.
Yeah.
That would be fun also.
That would be great. That's a great idea. I love that idea. Yeah, I think that idea sounds really good. And also, there is a bit of an issue, right, with the UFC being the premier organization for martial arts. The UFC is like, if you're not a champion in the UFC, no one thinks of you as a world champion.
Yeah.
Like, you're a world champion. World champion. Someone can fight in the PFL and they could say, oh, it's the PFL world champion. And everybody's like, right, come on.
Because
great fighters, but at the end of the day,
you know that you have all the best fighters,
right,
the best collection of fighters in the UFC.
Yes, but I watch ONE FC and I watch some of those fucking animals that they have over there, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, these guys are good, man.
Yeah.
Some of these guys are good. And, they're calling them ONE FC world champions. I'm like, I'd like to see them. Because some guys look real good until they fight elite talent. And we've seen that before. Like, some guys look like destroyers, and then they get in the UFC against guys who are just a little bit more technical, a little smarter, and they get pieced up.
What happens is that I think that in one championship, most of the time you used to fight with strikers. In the UFC, you don't know who you're gonna face next. Maybe he's a wrestler.
Right.
Maybe you're gonna fight Demian Maia.
Right.
Who wants to fight you on the ground? Maybe you fight Alex Pereira. You don't fucking know. So you have to be good everywhere, and you have to be prepared for everything.
Yeah.
In one championship, maybe you are good at striking, and you can be a world champion.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there are some good grapplers over there, but my point is, I really wish there was no organizations.
Yeah.
I really do. I really wish it was just all the best fighters competing. Look, I love the UFC. I've been working for the UFC forever. My loyalty is to the UFC, but I wish there was just only fighting. No organizations, just like boxing is. In boxing, but the problem with boxing is it's very difficult to get these guys because they all have different promoters.
Exactly.
And if they all have the same promoter, they all get fucked when it comes to negotiation, right? If they all have the same promoter and the same managers.
You know something about soccer? No.
Yeah, I know a little bit
like
about it.
How they do like the Champions League.
Mm-hmm.
They have, like, for example, let's say the Real Madrid. They have a team. That's why what I would do is, like, I would create a team against another team. For example, I have Real Madrid. I signed like the best 7 fighters in the world, whoever I want in different weight classes. And you have, for example, Barcelona. You sign the 7 best fighters in the world, around the world. You train them in one place. You do like all the strategy, and we meet each other. We do a competition like a Champions League, and we do like the whole year calendar, and the best wins. At the end of we do like the finals, and we give them the space to recover. We create like a competition between teams, not that individual people. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So I would do something like that.
That's a great idea, but the problem is I think guys get injured, guys fall out, guys get sick.
That's why in soccer you have guys that in your position you always have 2 or 3 guys.
Mm-hmm.
That if you are injured, you have another guy
Right.
that can change you, switch you. You know, between the rounds even. You are in soccer. Sometimes it happens. Someone gets injured in a stadium, and they can switch them.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, imagine, say, if you get scheduled to fight Islam, and Islam gets injured, and Arman Sarukian takes his place or something.
But you are again, you are like focused on individuals. You are not focused on teams, because no one is gonna care who is gonna fight from the flyweight division, who is gonna be your representative from the flyweight division or from the lightweight division. I'm like, maybe I bring you Islam, that I have him in my team, or also I could have Charles Oliveira in the same team. Or maybe I bring Charles Oliveira because I think that against your team, the guy you have in the lightweight division, Charles does it better.
Right. They do that with grappling, like Quintet. They do that. They have like grappling teams. Yeah, I mean, that would be interesting. There's certain fighters, like my main regret in MMA that we never got to see Fedor fight in the UFC when he was in his prime.
That's true.
If I could have one fight in their prime, Fedor Cain Velasquez.
Oh, that would be
in their
a great
prime.
fight.
Oh my God,
Great
in
fight.
their prime. That would have been incredible.
Actually, Cain was an amazing fighter.
Bro, that guy had a gas tank that was superhuman.
Yeah.
So for a heavyweight, it didn't even make any sense. You would see guys just fall apart. They would just wilt.
Pure boxing style.
Pure boxing style, great wrestling, incredible chin. and just indomitable will. Too tough for his own good, which is why he wound up, like, towards the end of his career, his body had deteriorated so much.
Yeah.
He had so many back injuries, neck injury, shoulder injury, knee injury. There was
Actually, what's going on with him? He's in jail right now. He's not.
Yeah, he got sentenced. He got sentenced to 5 years. And the judge said this was the least amount he could sentence him. He didn't want to sentence him.
Well, what happened to him? Do you know that? No.
Yes. So Cain's son was going to daycare, and there was a man who molested him at daycare. Cain found out about it, chased the man in his car, and shot at him. He tried to catch him in his car and shot at him. Cain gets arrested. Cain stayed in jail. The guy gets arrested. He got out on bail. I don't know what's happening with the guy. I don't know if he's been sentenced yet or what. But this guy molested his son multiple times. I don't know how many times. But he did what every father would have done. If you're not a father, you do not understand the murderous rage you would have if some man molested your baby. You don't understand. You would see red in a way that no one can describe to you unless you're a parent. That fucking anger is, I mean, if there's ever a plea for temporary insanity, that's the plea. If there's ever a person who could justifiably say, I was temporarily insane, it's a father that's chasing after someone, especially a man who molests your boy. Wow.
Yeah.
Everybody understands it. Everybody understands it. He should have never gone to jail. He's not a threat to society. He's not a danger. He shouldn't be in prison.
No.
And he already did 3 years. He was already in jail for 3 years.
He has been a great example for so many upcoming guys, like for the new generation.
Yes.
I don't know why guys like him have to end up in the jail for something like that.
Exactly.
He didn't rob anyone. He didn't.
Exactly. Exactly. It's horrific. It's horrific. You know, I mean, I just don't understand it. It's I mean, the judge's hands were tied. He had to make a sentence, and this is I think the minimum amount. They were trying to give him 30 years. Yeah, for attempted murder, because he was just shooting at this guy. And obviously, when you're driving and shooting, you could miss him and kill a bystander. You know, it's very dangerous. But also, the guy was in a murderous rage for a good reason. For a good reason. And if he killed that guy, the world would be better off. That's my
That's true. That's also true.
A guy like that walking around and molest children should be dead. That's just my feeling. All this thought of, I mean, there's a bunch of people on the left here in the United States that they have this crazy way of looking at pedophiles. They call them minor attracted persons. They want to make it a protected class and say it's, you know, it's like someone being attracted to someone of the opposite sex or someone being attracted to someone of the same sex. Like, no, it's not. No, it's not. You're victimizing children, the most vulnerable and protected people that we have.
Of course, you can't even talk to the kids about something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
About like, I heard so many crazy things about that topic that.
Let's leave it right there, or we'll just get in trouble. Yeah, I mean, kill them all. That's how I feel. Kill them all. Anybody wants to do that to children, there's no reason for them to exist. This society, I mean, you're just going to ruin lives. And not just their lives, but you're going to ruin all the people whose lives they ruin, because they're all fucked up now. You know, you kill so much potential from a human being to do that to a baby. It's just insane. Wow. It's just fucking insane. So that's unfortunately the story with Cain right now. And, you know, he was out for a while. And once they let him out, he was coaching at AKA, and you know, he's an amazing coach.
We hope that they're gonna think it again, and they're gonna give him the freedom he deserves.
Yeah, I mean, I hope Trump pardons him. I mean, that's what I really hope.
I hope so
too. Make something happen with that. Maybe that's possible. I mean, that might be the best option. But anyway, in his prime, Cain Velasquez versus Fedor. That's my biggest regret. A fight that we never got to see. Because when Fedor was fighting in Pride, you know, and this is before the UFC was really huge, right? Because they were huge in Japan in like 2001, 2002. They were filling stadiums in Japan when the UFC was just sort of emerging in the United States. It really hadn't hit its peak until 2005.
And why did do you think that they never bring him to the UFC?
Well, they tried.
Yeah.
But I gotta be careful how I say this. So Fedor was controlled by some Russian people that were very rough men,
Okay.
as it were, gangster type characters, and they had a bunch of negotiations with the UFC, but they were very unreasonable demands. Like they wanted part of the promotion. They wanted to own a piece of everything. They wanted a lot because they knew that with Fedor they had their golden ticket and they wanted to play it out as much as possible.
Okay.
The negotiations were very intense and very, very confrontational. They got bad where Dana had to up his security. It got pretty, it got heavy. Yeah, these are dangerous people. These were dangerous people. It got I can tell you more off air. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that story.
I'll tell you more off air. You should talk to Dana about it. It got crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. They were rough
That's
dudes.
why.
Yeah.
Because I always thought, like, why they don't bring that guy to the UFC? Because it's gonna be so fun for the fans.
They wanted to co-promote. They wanted to be a part of the promotion. They wanted more than they deserved. They didn't just want Fedor to get paid. They wanted to get paid. They wanted to make a lot of money, and they wanted to get their hooks into the UFC.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Russian gangsters.
Yeah.
I get it.
Crazy
from their perspective
how
too.
they rule like everything.
Well, Pride was run by the Yakuza. So it was Japanese gangsters and Russian gangsters. They speak the same language. So they got along fine. But then when they came over to the UFC was like, that's not how
the
we
place.
do it over here. No, we'll give them a lot of money. We want them to fight in the UFC, and it never took place, unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah.
So crazy.
Yeah, so he's about to fight again. Fedor's going to fight bare knuckle.
Yeah, I heard something about that.
Yeah, I think Connor's promotion. I think it's Connor's promotion at BKFD.
Actually, do you think he's going to come back, Connor?
If I had a bet? No.
Yeah. No. Why?
Because he hasn't come back yet. And he could have. If he really wanted to, he would have been back in the gym, had a fight scheduled, drug tested, clean, training, gone through a camp, had a fight. Like, he had a broken toe before the first fight with Chandler. I understand that. Okay. Why should you fight in a broken toe, especially a guy who moves a lot like Connor? He relies on movement so much. Yeah, I get it. So heal that toe up. What's that? That's 2 months. Broken toe's 2 months.
Yeah.
And so then you're back in camp. And then you reschedule a fight, and then you fight again. But he didn't. And also, constant partying, all these legal problems that he has, scooting around on yachts and, driving around a Lamborghini. He's wealthy.
He's done.
Maybe. I mean, what's really sad is if he comes back when he's like 39 or 40, and his body just doesn't have it anymore,
So right now he actually has a great opponent, Mike Chandler. He could fight.
Right. They could fight right now, yeah.
They could fight. Because if they put him against Patty, I think Patty beats him easy now.
Well,
you don't
a lot of years off, right? A lot of years off. On the feet, Connor's a motherfucker.
No, in the feet, he's a motherfucker. I know that.
Yeah.
He can knock out like everyone.
If he's still the same guy.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he's 36 now, And if he's natural, also, reality. Okay, when he breaks his leg, he gets off the drug testing, right? Because he's got to do something to heal his leg quicker. So what is he going to do? Well, you're going to take steroids. So if you're going to take steroids, and you're already 34-ish, your endocrine system gets fucked up by taking steroids, where your body stops producing testosterone. So I've had explained to me by scientists before, and essentially, say if you take steroids for 6 months, you need at least 6 months before your body starts producing testosterone at a normal level again. Now, some people think it's twice as long. So that would be a year of no steroids before your body regains its natural testosterone levels. If it does, depending. If it does.
You think that if someone puts steroids in his body, he never comes back as his normal body?
Vitor Belfort is the best example of this, right? He's the best guy that we could use as an example.
But he took a bunch of steroids.
He took like Luke Rockhold said when he was weighing in, when he fought him, he said, "This guy's got muscles on his fucking teeth."
Yeah, on his mouth. Exactly, bro.
He was shredded. But if you go back to Vitor when he fought Anderson Silva, before they had testosterone use exemptions, he didn't look like that at all.
No, he looked old, actually. He
Yeah.
looked like his body was relaxed.
Soft.
Yeah,
Because
like
Vitor, so this is look at the difference
yeah.
before USADA and after USADA. That is a crazy example. So when he fought Chris Weidman, his body looked soft and like his muscles looked empty. They just didn't look the same, and that was just a couple of years after they fucked up with the testosterone use exemption, because what they did was they would test guys, and if you're low on testosterone, you can have a testosterone use exemption. But you could get low on testosterone in a night if you wanted to. All you'd have to do is eat a bunch of shitty food and drink and stay up all night, and your body's natural levels of testosterone would be low. So you could go get drug. You, who has normal, healthy levels of testosterone, you could wreck your body on purpose, then go get drug tested, and they say, "Oh, Ilya, you have low testosterone. I'm going to prescribe you testosterone exemption." And so then you go and take testosterone, you become a fucking animal, and you're healthy. You don't need it. So there was a lot of guys that were taking it that didn't need it.
So you think that at this point there are guys in the UFC that are taking like steroids, let's say? Steroids.
I would imagine there's for sure someone doing something they're not supposed to do. Yeah.
Wow. I don't know, because at this point I feel that they are so strict with it.
They are.
They are so strict.
There's a lot of guys that do their camps in faraway lands. And I think that, like, people always used to joke around about Dagestan. You know, like, try getting a USADA guy into Dagestan. You know? The moment he lands,
they did some drug tests in Dagestan. They test Khabib, for example, in Dagestan. No,
I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure they must have.
And what if someone landed from
an
USADA?
Issue where some guys from USADA and Khabib's camp, they have like.
They had some issue.
Some issue. Yeah.
They had some. I remember something like that. But
you go over there, like, and you want to get out, you got to be careful.
No, you get out.
But I would imagine that if you want to avoid being tested all the time, like say, like if you are in America and you live in Arizona, whatever, they'll visit you all the time. They'll test you a bunch.
Yeah.
There's some people that have been tested a bunch. They get tested a lot. And then some people that don't get tested as much. And if you're going to go and do your camp in Thailand, or you're going to go do your camp in Dagestan, it's a lot more difficult to get to you to test you randomly.
Yeah, but they can anyway.
They can.
You can trust on if they come or not.
But there's short-acting stuff. There's like when Alex Rodriguez, is that A-Rod, right? Yeah, when he was fighting, when he was playing baseball, rather, they were taking gummies. Testosterone gummies.
Okay.
And the testosterone literally only lasts for a few hours. And it's out of your system.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. There's certain stuff that you can take, like EPO, that's very short lasting. Very difficult to test, very short lasting. And there's
in my case, I don't like that because I wouldn't feel good with myself.
Right.
I'm gonna feel like I'm cheating.
Right.
I don't deserve the win because I'm cheating. I'm a cheater.
Right.
I can have that thought about myself all the time. When I walk inside the octagon, I feel that I didn't cheat, and I deserve the win, and that's why I'm going to win.
Well, that's why guys like BJ Penn are so impressive, because BJ Penn was clean when everybody was cheating.
Yeah.
Because back then it was really difficult to test. All they tested was at the weigh-ins. So at the weigh-ins, that's like an intelligence test. Like if you cheat and take steroids intelligently, by the time you get to the weigh-ins, you're going to be clean. If you do it with a doctor, I know camps, and I want to say the names, but they had scientists working for the camps. And the scientists, these doctors, would study guys' blood work and make sure that they were clean by the time they got into camp or by the time they got into the weigh-ins. So when they were on the scale, they still had all the benefits of steroids, but they had no steroids in their system. Yeah. And their body hadn't started to deteriorate yet from the lack of steroids.
I know some camps also that they use steroids.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, for me, you can have all the muscles in the world, but if you are not mentally strong, because that's a so specific moment when you are in the backstage, you need your mind so badly. You need it more than your body sometimes. Because, as I told you, you can have all the muscles in the world, but you need this muscle as strong as possible, you know?
And if you know you cheated.
And if you know you're cheating, that you are not in what you in reality are saying that you are.
Right.
That's a tough one. I don't wanna see myself in that situation. Never.
That's a champion's mindset.
Yeah.
That's a real champion's mindset. Some guys, they just want to do anything to win. They want to do anything to win. And if they have to cheat to win, they'll cheat. They'll justify it by saying everybody cheats.
Yeah, I'm a God believer, and my mindset is like, of course I want to win. I prepare myself to win, but if he destroys my plans, it's because maybe my plans could destroy me. So I don't want to have anything because I want to have it. If he decides it, if God decides to give it to me, I accept it. I will do everything to get it because I decided from all my heart. And if he says that if I decided I have the faith, I will get it. So
and the reality is, if you give everything you have and you lose, you win a lesson. And you realize you're not at the level that you need to be.
There's never a lose. Or you win or you learn. And learning is also a winning.
Where did you develop your mindset? Have you got any mental coaching? Did you read books on psychology?
I read a lot of books. I try to read at least 30 minutes a day. But it's every day. Every day. What you do in your daily habits, what makes the difference, right? Because we can decide our future, but we can decide our habits, and our habits decide our future.
Yes, yeah. So, like, what kind of stuff do you read?
I read more like I read a lot of books. I love reading books of self-development books. Also, how can I tell you? And yeah, this is the most of the books I read. Self-development books. I read biographies of the people that I like. For example, Donald Trump, Warren Buffett. I read that kind of people.
Businessmen.
Yeah, I try to.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why do you read businessmen biographies?
Because at the end of the day, right now I'm in sports, but at some point I'm gonna retire. I'm gonna I have to make a living from something, right? Because I'm not gonna be fighting my whole life, and I don't want it either. So yeah, I wanna prepare myself. So if you want to have an extraordinary life, you have to be an extraordinary person, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm trying to become an extraordinary person.
In all walks of life.
In all walks of life.
Yeah. So do you have an idea of when you want to retire? So how old are you now?
Till I enjoy 28.
28.
Till I enjoy. I don't know how many fights. Maybe till 32, 34.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. Till I enjoy. Right now I'm enjoying. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
So you'll take that road when it comes?
What do you mean?
You'll find when that happens, when you no longer enjoy, then you will go on a different path. Then you will retire.
I don't know. Right now, I want to become a lightweight world champion. I want to hold that belt too. So I don't know what's going to happen then. If I'm going to keep motivated, it's kind of difficult. This is a fight game. Fight game is so hard because you have to go in and take someone's head off, and you can't be that soft guy. You know what I mean? Like that kind guy. You have to be. You gotta have that testosterone up.
You gotta be vicious.
Exactly.
Yeah, you gotta be technical. You gotta be smart, but you also have to be vicious.
And at the same time, everyone from my family is involved in my career. You know, at some point, maybe I will end up doing different things. Maybe some businesses. Right now, I'm doing different things, and I'm enjoying it also.
So you're doing different things outside of fighting?
Yeah, I have a promotion in Spain. right now.
Oh, MMA promotion?
MMA promotion.
What's it called?
Whoa. And the goal with Whoa is because, as you mentioned,
When you say whoa, how
Whoa.
you spell that?
Way of the Warrior.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So from Spain to get to the UFC before was so difficult. I had to do so many crazy things to get to the UFC. But right now, we create Whoa. And actually, we are in the UFC Fight Pass. Everyone can get in that promotion fight. If you have the skills, you are ready. Someone's going to see you, and they're going to sign you in the UFC.
The promoter's life is a hard life. That's a hard job.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
It's very entertaining, to be honest.
When I talked to Dana, at least promoting for the UFC, like I was talking to him this weekend. He was telling me all the issues that they're having. And with different fights, I was asking him some questions. Like, what are you doing with this? What are you doing with that? And he starts telling me, oh, this guy wants that. And this is I want to fight this guy.
Did he tell you something about me?
Maybe a little bit. If he did, I can't tell you. I did ask who you're going to fight. And they said, we're working on things. But he was actually specifically talking about what happens if Bilal wins. You know, because Islam and Bilal, they've been talking about Islam fighting Bilal.
That's going to happen.
I would like that to happen if Bilal wins, but that's if. Jack Della Maddalena is a bad motherfucker. He's good, man. That guy's good.
Even if he wins, they're going to make that fight happen against Islam.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, if Jack Della Maddalena wins, then Jack is the new welterweight champion. And, you know, maybe he fights Islam. That makes a lot of sense. The problem with Islam fighting Bilal is that they train together. And I think, you know, they kind of said...
How many guys we see fighting between each other that they used to train before?
Oh, I agree. I mean, I think they should fight.
Yeah, they should fight.
I definitely think they should fight. I think Khabib doesn't like that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I feel. But it's not just that. I mean, Jana's always putting out a million fires. When you think about it, they have 500 fighters in the roster at least, and you know there's all these things that are happening, and like the Arman Sarukian thing, like his back hurts the day of the fight. He's got to pull out. Like, this is fucking crazy. This is, you know what I mean? Like, imagine that you have this whole promotion based around this elite fighter who fought Islam in his first fight, short notice. They go to a very close decision, a very close fight. Arman's gotten a lot better. Islam's gotten a lot better. Then they're going to fight again, and then the day of, he hurts his back. It's crazy.
It happens, yeah. Very crazy.
Yeah.
But if you will be in the Dana's place, who would be my next opponent?
Islam. 100%. 100%.
I wish they...
I tried to tell him that this weekend.
That would be a great fight.
Yeah, that's the fight to make. Because you have a world champion versus a world champion. Like, if anybody deserves a fight for the world title in the next weight class, it's you. It's simple. It's simple. You knocked out Max Holloway. I mean, it's simple. You knocked out Alexander Volkanovski, one of the greatest of all time. It's simple. That's a no-brainer. That's the fight. You know, he doesn't want to fight 45 anymore. He wants to fight 55. World title shot. And nobody would argue with that. That would be a huge fight. Everybody would get excited about it. Yeah.
Hopefully they make that fight happen.
Yeah, hopefully. I don't have anything. Like I said, I'd get rid of the cage. I'd get rid of stand-ups. I'd fuck everything up for them. I would make it less marketable. Probably. I would.
Anyways, if they give me the fight with Charles, it's going to be a good one.
That's a great fight, too. That's a great fight, too. There's a lot of guys in that division. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of good fights for you at 155 pounds. Do you have a timeline of when you would like to fight at 155?
I would like to fight with Islam, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. I would like to fight him.
But if they don't give you that fight, if they give you like a number one contender fight, when would you like to fight next?
I wouldn't fight for a number one contender.
Really?
Fight. No.
You only want to fight for the title?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. Of course. Yeah, I understand. That makes sense to me. Look, also, it's the most marketable fight. Everybody else has lost to him. Right?
I don't care if Islam decides that he doesn't want to fight me. I don't care. I said, till you're going to have to fight me. Okay? You say that you are the world champion, you're going to keep dominating the division, all that. I'm here. You can't keep avoiding me all the time.
So you would just sit on the sidelines rather than fight someone else?
I don't think that they're going to do that. I don't think they would put me on a sideline because they asked me to. I vacate the belt because I told them that I wouldn't fight in 145 again, but I get the promise that I would fight for the title in my next fight.
Mm-hmm.
So how much time you will stop me and from the fighting?
So they did give you a promise that your next, when you vacated the belt, that your next fight
course,
would be
if
for
they
the title?
give that chance to everyone, why not to me?
Yes.
They gave it to Henry Cejudo, they gave it to
Mhm.
Conor McGregor, they gave it to George St. Pierre, they gave it
Mhm.
to John, they gave it to everyone.
Right. Yep.
And I proved that I deserve that shot. As you said, I knock out
Two of the all-time greats.
two of the all-time greats. To the greats, Walt, who was like dominating everyone in 145 division, and Max Holloway. Great fighters, both of them.
Especially after Max Holloway's victory over Justin Gaethje, which is like the greatest victory of his career. Yeah. To knock him out after that?
No one did it.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I mean, I'd say world title fight. But I don't get to make the rules.
And the last fight he had was in 155
Right.
against Justin Gaethje,
Mhm.
who also fought for the title.
Yep.
So
Yeah. And then the other thing is there's not really a compelling challenger at 155 other than you. If you look at it, like,
Who
he's
else?
kind of cleaned out the division. There's no
who else?
one else. I mean,
I-
Arman's got to build himself back up.
Yeah,
He's not going to get a title shot.
I would put Justin Gaethje against Paddy Pimblett, me against Islam. Once I pass him, I get the title, and you put me against Paddy, because I think that he's gonna.
You
he's
think
gonna,
Paddy's going to beat Justin Gaethje?
easy?
Wow. Really easy.
Yeah, easy.
Really easy.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a crazy thing to say because Justin Gaethje's a fucking animal.
Yeah, but he doesn't know how to grapple, and Paddy knows
But he's
that.
a Division I wrestler. He knows how to grapple. You don't think he knows how to grapple? He just chooses not to. He chooses
I
to
don't
stand
think so.
and fight.
I don't think so. Did you ever saw him submitting someone?
I don't believe he's ever submitted someone, but I think that's because he likes to just crush people. He likes to bang it out and fight. He used to fight.
What
in a
everyone
very-
likes is to dominate people and to win as soon as possible. If you have the ability to submit someone as soon as you can, you would do it.
I think that's your mindset. I think Justin Gaethje's mindset is to be the most violent person alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why he lost some fights early in his career, because he took unnecessary chances and he fought recklessly. Then, as he adjusted later in his career, he fought more intelligently. He took a lot of risks still, but he was more intelligent about it. He was more intelligent about the way he approached fights, and then he started winning and beating guys. And that, like, where he might have like thrown himself into wars before, like the Michael Johnson fight was just chaos, just a war. Just the first fight in the UFC, just throws himself into
I
chaos.
remember that fight.
Yeah, chaos.
Yeah.
He would just try to see. He was like Michael Chandler, but a better fighter. Just more successful at it, at a high level.
So you pick Justin Gaethje over Paddy?
I don't say that. I do think that Michael Chandler was 38 years old with a lot of miles on him. Although he's a fucking animal, and
How old is Justin Gaethje?
Justin's probably 35. How old is
35,
Justin?
36.
He's 37 in November.
Yeah.
That's when it starts to slip away. If you're natural, everything after 35, like, this was one of the most extraordinary things about Alexander
And I don't
Volkanovski.
think that he's the type of guy that takes care of his body all the time, and he's like very strict with his health. I think he slept more at day than at night.
Oh, you think so? Do you parties?
I think so.
I don't
They
know.
put the camera on him on the last pay-per-view, and he looked like he was so high. Like this.
High I'm not worried about.
High.
What I'm worried about is drunk. Because high doesn't give you the hangover. High doesn't kill your body. Drunk kills your body. If guys are in between camps getting fat and drinking, that's never a good sign. That's a bad sign. That's because you're not just not training, you're deteriorating your body. If Justin Gaethje is just smoking a little weed, I'm not worried about that. It's not the best for focus.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be that guy that drinks a lot.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Cocaine is the worst.
Yeah,
When you hear guys doing coke, that's the worst. That's the one that deteriorates you more than
I
anything.
never ever saw a cocaine in my life.
Me neither. Never done cocaine either. When I was a kid, I had a friend whose cousin was hooked on cocaine. I got to see it up close.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck that
Crazy.
stuff. That's a scary one for fighters, too, because the thrill of cocaine, for some reason, is exciting to people who love, like, exciting things. Like, there's something about fighters who are adrenaline junkies that like to be pumped up. And, yeah, Connor seems to enjoy it, which is one of the things that makes me think he probably won't come back. But if he does come back, it's got to be now. You know, again, at 36 years old, now. Paddy Pimblett. That's the fight.
That's going to be a big fight.
Big fight.
Yeah.
But I don't even think Connor's in the drug testing pool anymore.
No?
You don't think so? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. See if you can Google that. Find out if he's in the drug. I think he's
going to come back.
You think so?
Yeah. If they give the opportunity to I don't know, to guys like, I don't know what, 40 years old, like Arlovsky, you can have so many names that they fought at 4 years age. Why not Conor?
I know that you want a world title fight at 155, but would you make an exception for a Conor McGregor fight at 155?
But right now, no.
Good for you.
Do you think it's going to be excited if I beat Islam and then I give the chance to Conor?
No, I mean like right now, before Islam. Like if the UFC calls you up and says, I know you want a world title fight, we guarantee you a world title fight after this.
Actually, we had that talk.
Really?
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know.
What was that talk? Tell me what that talk was like.
No.
Come on.
I did this one, and I'm gonna get some calls. That you know how the UFC is; they are like very specific. Yes. Don't say anything,
right?
To no one.
Well, no one's listening. You can tell everybody.
Yeah. Only a couple of million of people is listening.
It'll slip right by.
So, if they offer me a fight against Conor right now, we'll say why not?
Why not?
I wouldn't say no.
Just for the numbers. Cut of that pay-per-view and it hits 2 million buys.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Why not?
That's the thing about Conor. It's like still.
Yeah.
Even though he might not be the best fighter in the world right now, he's the golden goose.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
That's something crazy that you can't take out.
Kind of amazing. You know, he still guarantees that many eyeballs will go to see him. You know?
That will be a great one. But what excites me more is the fight with Paddy.
Really?
Yeah, that fight excites me even more. And if they could put that fight in Spain, in the Bernabeu Stadium, I know that Dana doesn't like to put the events in the stadium, but that's the only stadium in the world that they can close the roof.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this prepared for that kind of...
How many people?
80,000.
Yeah. You get 80,000 in Spain easy, too.
Yeah.
Not fighting in Spain?
No problem.
Oh, my God. That would be insane. I might have to go to Spain for that.
And a lot of people could travel from England to Spain.
Oh, yeah.
And that happens very often.
But if they do it in Spain, it's got to be on Spain time. They can't do that shit that they did when Leon Edwards fought.
It has to be in Spain time, but I think that with the the negotiations they are having with ESPN and I don't know in which platform they are going to put UFC events, they're going to ask for space for 4 or 5 events in Europe in the prime time.
For Europe.
Europe.
Europe prime time is fine because it's in the afternoon in America. That's fine. So the fight's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. People watch football games. About 100 million people watch a football game.
Europe still has to be a virgin market. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You got 500 million people in Europe. It's more than the United States.
Right. Even. Right. And so, if they did it on Netflix, everybody has Netflix.
Everybody has Netflix.
That might happen.
That's why.
They're in negotiation right now.
That will be a massive one. In Spain.
In Spain.
Against that pimple.
What happened with you two? Because I saw the video where you guys were yelling at each other. Was it in a hotel or something?
Yeah, he said something about Georgia.
Oh, he said something about your country.
Yeah.
What is that?
He said, now I understand why the Russians are bombing Georgia or something, like putting bombs in Georgia.
Whoa. Whoa.
Don't joke with that.
Yeah,
You
it's a
can
fucked
joke
up
about me. Say whatever you want to say about me. Whatever. He's a mushroom. He is this. He is that. Da da da. Don't talk about war because you don't know how is it.
dude. Right. That's a crazy thing
Yeah.
to say.
Don't say that.
Yeah. So that was the beginning of it. Just out of nowhere he said that?
He said that on Twitter.
Oh, wow.
He said that on Twitter. Maybe he was too high, too drunk. I don't know.
He was talking shit. You know, I mean, it gets people to pay attention. He's really good at getting people to pay attention. You know?
Yeah, he is.
He's really good at that. I mean, he could be the next Conor McGregor star. Like that kind of a star where the whole
He
world's
has
watching.
that weird personality.
Yes.
Yeah, he has that.
Well, he's very disarming because people, they see. I talked about this in the last pay-per-view. I said it's a very sneaky trick because guys like you look at you, the way you carry yourself, that's a fighter. Like you look at that guy's a dangerous motherfucker. But when you see Patty, he's dancing like this, his hair is flopping around like he's in the Beatles. You know, he's like, he seems silly, but then he fucks people up. And so I think people.
Yeah, but he fucks people up like Michael Chandler.
Right.
But when he faced a real fight, who did he face?
Well, he hasn't faced anyone that good yet.
Like,
but he fucked up Michael Chandler better than Charles Oliveira did.
It does, and Charles Oliveira, even this what I was telling you before, like when you got 10 losses in your record, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's 10.
Yeah.
Like when you walk in with a guy that has 10 losses, the level of confidence is completely different. It's completely different than when you walk in with a guy that it's undefeated.
Right.
He's a dangerous guy in the striking, in the ground game, everywhere you look at him. He's a dangerous guy. He never takes a lose. That's a different mentality. You gotta have to kill him to give up. He's not gonna even give up. You gotta have to kill him. In the case of Charles, if he finds some adversity, he's gonna go to the ground. He's gonna sit and he's gonna be waiting like till you end up the fight. This is what I think. This is what I feel. This is what I see.
That was certainly the case early in his career. I think things changed with him when he had a child. Then he went on that run and became a champion. And like when he beat Justin Gaethje, when he beat all those guys, he was pretty elite, man. He was really fucking good. When he beat Chandler, when Chandler beat him up in that first round, he came back in the second round and fucked him up. Who? Chandler. Yeah. I know what you're saying. I get it.
Conor's been tested 11 times last year, 5 the year before, none this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He was tested this year? No.
None this year.
None this year.
That's what I'm saying.
But 11 times last year.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's in the testing pool anymore. I don't know. You know, I've heard no plans. You know, the UFC would tell me. I would say, what's going on with Conor? And I don't even bring it up anymore.
I think with him, it's going to happen like instantly. If something happens.
Well, that's crazy. I mean, if he's going to prepare, he needs like a real long camp to really get his body back to fighting shape, like real fighting shape. And he's got to remember, you know, what happened when he came back from boxing and then fought Dustin Poirier.
It depends who he's going to face. Because if you put him against me, he needs to die and be burned again.
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah. When you think about like your division when you were the champion at 145, would he have been the fight that you would have wanted when he was in his prime at 45? Would that be the number one fight that you would have wanted at 145?
For sure.
Yeah, for sure. My God,
for sure. He was a dangerous guy in 145.
He was so big.
He was big, dangerous.
Yeah.
He had that
smart
knockout power, smart. Yeah.
Yeah. One shot knockout power. Yeah.
He had that.
Yeah, but when he would make 145, I remember that was back when the weigh-ins were literally right there. You'd weigh a guy in, and then they would cheer in front of the crowd. Now the weigh-ins are early, and it's a ceremonial weigh-in. So when Conor would weigh in, he would look like death. Death.
Yeah.
See if you can find the video of the weigh-ins with Conor McGregor versus Jose Aldo. Yeah. He looks like he was on a boat in the middle of the ocean for 6 months. Like, look at him. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at that one right there with Mike Goldberg. Click that one with Mike Goldberg. Yeah, click on that. My God. Look how fucking skinny he looks. Look at his face. His cheekbones. He looks like he just got out of like some Russian prison. Like,
Wow.
you know what I mean? Bro, that one on the right is insane. It's fucking insane.
With muscles.
That's insane. I wonder how much weight he lost.
I think he walks around in 185.
So he lost 40 pounds before he fought? That's crazy.
He fought also at the welterweight division, right?
Yes. He fought Donald Cerrone, who was really not a welterweight either. He was a 155 pounder. You know, but he wanted to fight welterweight when he came back. Like when they were talking about Chandler, he said he wanted to fight at middleweight. And Chandler was like, okay. Like, but, you know, part of me wonders, like, whether he was ever really going to come back, you know? It's, you know what I mean?
I really think that at some point he's gonna come back, because I don't think that he wants to leave the sport with a defeat.
Right.
This what I don't think. I think that he's gonna come back, try to get a win, and then retire in the octagon.
Well, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see him one more time. It'd be good for him, too, to actually go to a real camp and stop partying, you know?
It'll be good for him, for his family, for everyone.
For everyone.
But at some point, he's going to stop.
He's got a lot of legal problems, too, you know? There's a lot going on with him in Ireland.
But he's running for the president.
Well, they're talking about prosecuting him for old tweets, too.
Yeah.
Ireland is going crazy with their woke shit. With the restrictions and censorship, the same way the UK is. It's really scary stuff. But they're prosecuting people for tweets.
That's crazy.
Yeah, England arrested like 4,000 people last year for posting things on social media.
No way.
Yeah.
Well, what did they say?
You don't even have to say anything crazy. You know, you could just say, I don't want any more immigrants in my country. And they'll fucking prosecute you. It's really crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
That's not the freedom.
No, it's not
That's
at
not
all.
free space.
It's totalitarian government, and it's scary because it's they're using it to silence people, to silence people's opinions, and
crazy.
See if you can find what's going on with Conor, because there was something about Conor McGregor possibly being prosecuted for social media posts from, I believe it was 2023. Some recent posts that he had made where they were going to bring them back up and prosecute him for it.
And he had also like the case with the rappers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think because he wants to run for president, of course, then they're going to use the law to try to stop him, because, look, he's very popular in Ireland and he might win. You know, I mean, if these people think that their country's being invaded by migrants.
I asked some people from Ireland, like, what are the odds that Conor becomes the president? They told me, like, probably zero.
Conor McGregor will not face charges over social media posts made before and during the Dublin riots. Yeah. You know what? They said that about Trump, too. That Trump wasn't going to win either. They said Trump was... Yeah, all the fucking newspapers, everything was saying. The chances are none.
No, but I asked the people. I didn't ask... I didn't read the...
Depends on who you're talking to, though.
Yeah.
You know, it really depends on how he conducts himself.
To him.
Oh.
To him.
Okay. They're like, no way.
Yeah.
Look, he should be fighting. And he should be fighting while he can, because you don't want to be 49 years old sitting back thinking, if you could have just one more, could have got it together if I just stopped partying.
I really think that he's going to come back at some point, but we'll see.
There's also the problem with that shin. You know, when a shin snaps like that, nobody really comes back from that.
He's fucked. His body's fucked. His toe is fucked. His chin is fucked. His body's fucked. With that much parties and drugs and all that, you gotta have to pay that price at some point.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you are paying the price with your health.
Yeah.
Which is the dumbest thing you can do in your entire life.
It is. It is a dumb thing, especially for an athlete.
Exactly. He also suffered a lot with the weight cuts. Mm-hmm. That's a big damage for your body. That's also one of the reasons why I changed the weight class, because I realized that my health is the most important thing in my life. You can have everything in this life, but if you are not healthy, You don't have anything.
Yeah, when you're cutting that much water out of your body, you're essentially getting to death's door. You're getting to death's door 24 hours before you fight.
But you
At a world championship level, which is crazy.
you sometimes feel that you're really gonna die. I wasn't able to sleep in 48 hours at all because I was so dehydrated. My body was so like skinny. I was dreaming with water, with food, with everything. My social media and reels, everything was about the food. Food. Everything was about food. At that moment, you don't give a fuck about anything material, about anything.
So tell me when you start. So if you were going to make 145 on Saturday, what is your weight cut like? Or on Friday, what is your weight cut like for the week? When does it start? And what do you weigh before it starts?
So, okay, basically, I started weight cut since the first day I started the training camp, which is 12 weeks.
Really?
Yeah, I'm on like very strict diet, and I have only one cheat meal a week. On Saturday, on Wednesday, whenever I choose it, I have just one cheat meal. And at the same time, you have to perform at the highest level. You have to train as a motherfucker all the time, and you have like 1,800 calories in your body, and you burn 4,000 calories.
Wow.
So you are wasting so much energy, but you aren't getting back a very low.
So that fucks with your mind, right?
That fucks with your mind, and you don't feel happiness. You feel like stressed, depressed. You don't find the happiness in anything. They could bring you all the money in the world, but you don't give a fuck at that moment about anything material.
So you're doing it all through camp, but when you get to fight week, what do you weigh at?
We do the water load. I start on Sunday with 8 liters, and I don't have carbohydrates. I don't have any sodium, salts, and all that.
Do you drink distilled water?
Still water, yeah.
Oh, distilled? Do you know what I'm saying?
No.
Just
Just normal water. I'm not having carbohydrates, sodiums, and fibers. You say fibers?
Yeah.
Fibras?
Yeah, fiber. Yeah.
I only have fat and proteins in a very small portions. And I drink 8 liters on Sunday, then 8 again on Monday, 6 on Thursday, Wednesday I drink 4, I think, and then on Thursday I don't drink anything till Friday, till the weigh-ins.
Really?
And before the weigh-ins, I start the dehydration. Like we do one session in the morning, and I have to lose almost from 2 to 3 kilos, and the rest I have to lose at night because I always like to go to the bed on weight. I don't like to wake up in the morning and have to cut the last part in the morning on Friday morning.
When did you start drinking wine before weigh-ins?
I did it twice in my career. It was once in Las Vegas. I was supposed to fight with. I was fighting with Damon Jackson, and I had like still 6 kilos or something like that. That's a lot. That's a lot of weight to cut. And the guy who was taking care of my nutrition, he called us and he told me, drink wine, drink half bottle of wine. I'm like, you sure? Yes, he told me, because if you drink a liter of wine, you're gonna wake up the next day if you don't put anything else in your body with 2 liters less.
Dehydration.
Yeah, because the alcohol, it's gonna provocate the dehydration. I did it and it works. And after that, I did it in my next fight. But then I was like, oh, I don't feel good. I don't feel good doing this in the weight cut. This is kind of crazy. It's fun. It's fun because everyone wants to, I don't know, everyone is almost dying that night. I was like partying with my team, so skinny, drinking wine. I'm like, what the fuck we doing? And after one day, I have to face a monster inside the octagon. Experience in life.
And so then you weigh in, and then what is the rehydration process like?
And so I used to drink the electrolytes until I don't start to pee. I don't put any food in my body. I drink almost for 3-4 hours in small portions. And right now, we are so lucky that we have the Performance Institute. We have great nutritionists in that program that help us to do it from the right way. So I start drinking in half liter of electrolytes. For example, let's say for 20 minutes, I have to drink that. I can't drink more. Then one that 20 minutes passed, I have to drink the another bar and like that, progressive.
Mm. And so once you start to pee, then you allow yourself to eat food.
Exactly.
And what kind of food do you eat?
Most likely carbohydrates. I don't used to eat any proteins because it doesn't help you at all to have a great performance inside the octagon, right? Because the protein doesn't give you any how to say glucose
Glucose. Yeah.
glucose that your body needs at that time. Everything you need, it's electrolytes and carbohydrates. That's all you need. Not even fibers.
Okay, so like what kind of food? Like pasta, like that kind
Yeah,
of stuff?
pasta.
How good does that taste after all that time?
Bro, amazing. You could cook the pasta for me that day, and I don't know how good you cook, but it would be amazing. Amazing. I don't care about.
So you've gone so long without carbohydrates.
I have like almost a week and a half without carbohydrates, and I'm struggling for 12 weeks because I have only one cheat meal. So once I finish the cheat meal, I know that in 1 week, I'm not going to have another cheat meal. So I'm going to have to eat whatever they tell me to eat. Like I wake up, I know that I'm going to have 2 eggs with one slice of bread, and I'm going to have to train I don't know how much in the morning, and then in the afternoon I'm going to have to train again, and I'm going to have the same food all the time. And the good thing about that is that my wife, she was like a very important part in my last training camps because he made my diet more fun. I didn't have to repeat the food all the time because when I was in charge of that, just imagine what I was eating all the time, the same. All the time,
just the same boring food. Just get through the month.
Food because I didn't even have like the opportunities that I have right now. Right now, I have a chef. I set up my home with everything. Everything is so comfortable. But before, I had to cook for myself, go to the supermarket, doing everything by myself, and it was tough.
So all the food's weighed out, all the calories are measured, everything's very systematic. So with this extra 10 pounds, how much better do you think you'll be able to perform inside the octagon? Because I would imagine physically that's got to take a toll on you. As good as your performances were, and they were spectacular, but as good as your performances were, your body could not have been operating at 100%.
100%. You are going to see me at 155 that I'm going to touch someone and I'm going to take his lights out. Even if I don't need to touch his chin. I just touch his head and it will explode. I feel so powerful at that weight class. So powerful, so stable in the ground. Like, do you want to wrestle? Let's wrestle. No problem. And I have the gas tank for 5 days, not 5 rounds.
Do you think that a lot of fighters maybe diminish their potential by competing at a lower weight class for too long?
It depends. Some of them, yes. Some of them, no. Because I think there are guys fighting in 145 that they could fight in 135 because they are smaller.
Like Jose Aldo.
Like
right?
Jose Aldo.
I mean, he was one of the best ever at 145 and really looks fantastic now at 135.
Exactly.
And says this is the first time at 35 in his career that he's ever taken nutrition seriously and had a diet.
But at the same time, he was a world champion.
Right.
For so long.
One of the best.
And one of the best. He would cut the weight at 135 and he wouldn't succeed at this level.
Right, because he wouldn't have the energy. But
Yeah.
Jose Aldo was big at 145 back in the day. He would struggle to make 145 earlier in his career, but I just think he wasn't doing it the right way, like you're doing it. I think athletes of today are much more systematic about
and
it.
they have more information about the nutrition. We got more help from the Performance Institute, as I told you. Like
the UFC Performance Institute is incredible. When I remember when they first opened it, I was a little skeptical. I'm like, who's going to use this? What is the big deal? And then I went there. I was like, oh, bro, okay,
crazy.
This is amazing.
Without them, you wouldn't see many of the fights that we have seen. A lot of people would miss the weight. A lot of people.
So at 155, you're going to be able to eat more. You're going to be able to train more. You'll be able to recover better.
Much
everything.
Much better. They're really taking care of you.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see it.
I can't wait either.
I can't wait.
I want to fight.
So, take me through, what is a typical training week like for you? How much strength and conditioning do you do? How much do you concentrate on technique? How much do you spar?
So outside or inside the training camp?
Let's go with outside the training camp first.
So outside the training camp, I try to develop my skills in every discipline. Like I try to not mix it up. I don't train MMA at all. I do boxing classes, wrestling classes. I try to learn every discipline separate.
Why do you do that?
Because when the training camp comes, I try to mix it up and polish everything that I have been able to learn till that moment. You know what I mean? Everything that worked for me in wrestling and boxing, in the places where I feel comfortable. Like that's why I want to develop all the time my knowledge. I want to get better all the time. And I can get better if I only go and train MMA and I only drill the same things all the time.
Right.
My head is like getting stuck. Stuck. I need to learn new techniques because I think that I have much more to learn in every discipline. Like in BJJ, you never end up learning. All the time you learn new things, you see new things, you want to try it, and it takes some time that technique works for you and when you're rolling with someone, for example, right? So yeah, one thing is what you know and the other is what you do with what you know.
How do you know how much time to allocate to each specific discipline? Because something like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's a never-ending journey. Like there's so many techniques. There's so many different combinations of things you could do to a human body when you're grappling.
So the thing about me is like you have to decide what kind of style do you want to have. Do you want to fight from the guard? How do you say
guard?
Guard.
Yeah.
You want to pass the guard? Like there are different styles, right?
Right.
But at some point, I was like fighting all the time from the guard. I was doing like a beating bolos, baby bolos, everything, because I needed to feel what the people feels when I'm passing the guard.
Mm-hmm.
The guard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the same thing with boxing, for example. Someone has a defensive style, someone has aggressive style, but from distance. Someone needs to cut to distance and work more in the body. So I don't know. It's like
this is athleticism at its finest, folks.
It's so difficult.
What's it like?
Explain to you.
I know
it's like Maria Navratilova had sex with
Josh Emmett. Because Josh Emmett, he's such
Marvelous
a
Marvin
puncher.
Hagler.
He's such a dangerous puncher, but
the
everything
Daytona 500
has murder on it. Everything. But you
1978
slipped and moved with everything and just systematically broken down. But you adjusted your style for his danger. You adjusted your style for him and just dominated the fight. I think that was one of the most impressive performances because it showed how skillful you could be. Whereas, like, imagine if Michael Chandler fought Josh Emmett. It would be fucking madness. Just madness. Two dudes just trying to murder each other. Just fucking throwing haymakers. But what you did was you broke down what he was doing. You found your openings. You started to get your timing. You started to figure out. You put all his movements into your computer. And then you rolled with everything. Everything he threw, you rolled with. When he had big shots, moved with them?
All his big shots were coming with the right hand. Like, he's the type of guy that ends up every combination with the right hand. So everything I had to do, it's all the time. I didn't have to exchange the punches with him. I had to let him throw me all the punches, roll his right hand, and then start with my combinations. And this is what I really did. Like, I was hurting him with the calf kicks. Then I was going for my combinations and long combinations all the time. In MMA, no one works the long combinations. No one. They always used to do 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, but no one does 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, and
like the Jai Herbert fight.
Exactly. Yeah. Usually, you're getting 2 punches. Everyone blocks 2 punches, but after the second one, they put their hands down again. Then is when I go again, like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom. You're not waiting for that. And if I change the levels and I go in the head and the body, calf kicks, I go for the takedowns, I mix it up, you get crazy.
It's interesting that you didn't start boxing until you were 17, because you're probably the best boxer in not just the featherweight division, but you might be the best boxer in the sport in terms of your movement and then your one-punch power. Your one-punch power is pretty fucking crazy, which I think you either have or you definitely can develop it, and it definitely is dependent upon technique, but either you have power or you don't have power. So did you always notice that, like from the very beginning when you first started training?
I always had power.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is.
It's a God-given thing.
God-given thing, 100%. I always had that power. I remember myself without much technique, but I was connecting the punches and putting guys to sleep in the trainings. And I wasn't that skillful guy, but I had that power.
But you were smart enough. See, this is the difference between like a Josh Emmett approach and your approach. You were smart enough to realize that, okay, I've got this power, but now I need to develop laser sharp technique.
Of course. And I have to be able to find the moment. I don't have to just throw it and believe it. I have the power. If I connect it, I put you to sleep. No, it's not if I'm going to connect you that punch. I'm going to work for that, and I'm going to find that specific moment to put your lights out. And I know with everyone, even if in 155, I know that I'm going to be able to find that moment where I'm going to be able to connect that 1 punch or 2 or 3 punches. Because sometimes it's not only one. I'm able to combine punches. You know, sometimes you think that I'm going for your head, and I'm going. My main combination is to go to the body, and I go to that with that liver shot, and that hurts also.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and little by maybe I don't knock you out, but it takes a lot of cardio from you, a lot of moments. You start doubting yourself. You getting like, wow,
yeah.
He connects me with this punch in the chin, I'm done. And you're starting to doubt, and then the doubts kill you at the end.
Yeah,
it's like little by little.
Yeah, it's interesting how few guys really work the body well. That's one thing about Jack Della Maddalena, is that he's a very good body puncher, which is one of the things that I think is very interesting about this fight with Bilal Muhammad. He's a dangerous body puncher. He's very good at mixing up and down.
No one usually used to attack the body in the UFC. I don't know why. It's such a beautiful technique to go.
It is.
To go and work the body, not only the head. Everyone goes for the head. But there are also weaknesses in the human being's body, which is the body.
Especially with those little MMA gloves. You know?
Everything pops.
Yeah, and you're digging into that rib cage. But it's interesting how the sport evolves. And I think when a guy like you comes around that does mix things up so well and does have elite boxing, the next generation will also copy you. They will copy your style. You know, because like think about the calf kick. There was no calf kick. Forever. Yeah.
I don't know when they started with the calf kick.
Benson Henderson. He was the first guy I ever saw doing it. He was doing a lot, and I remember pointing it out. Like, he wasn't doing it as effectively, where he was like crippling guys' movement, but he was doing it a lot. And then I remember when Dustin Poirier fought Jim Miller. Jim Miller almost took him out with calf kicks. Like, wow. Justin Poirier's calf was destroyed. in that fight. And then, Dustin Poirier became a really good calf kicker after that. And then it became ubiquitous. Everybody has to have a calf kick.
But it comes from Muay Thai, it comes from kickboxing, it comes from...
Well, it sort of does, but in Muay Thai, they don't throw it very often. It's not a common technique in kickboxing or Muay Thai, which is interesting. It's not as common as it is in MMA.
It hurts so much. It's like a jab, but for the legs. It's like a jab.
It also cripples your movement, which is terrible because you can't punch as hard because you don't have a left leg anymore or a right leg, depending on what's for.
And at the same time, it distracts you a lot.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It hurts so much.
Yeah, it hurts. It distracts you. You have to. You don't only have to think about the hands. You have to think also about the kicks.
Well, Izzy said that when he lost to Alex Pereira, the first fight in the UFC, he said he wasn't hurt that bad with the punches. He said he couldn't move. He said his leg was so destroyed. He said my left leg was so compromised I couldn't move. And then in the second fight, when he knocked Alex out in the first round, he said my leg was fucked already. He's like, he was getting me again. He's so sneaky with that calf kick because he throws that. He's got that weird style. He stands. He just kind of throws it out there, and you don't even see it coming because he's not twisting his hips. He's not. And it's still, he hits so hard that he doesn't have to turn his body weight into it, and he's still fucking you up.
And at the same time, he had that muscle memory.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, if he starts with the calf kick,
it's
going to be fucked.
Yeah, he said that to me. He's like, at the end of the round, I was like, oh, this motherfucker did it again. I can't believe he got me again. He's like, my leg was fucked. And then he caught him with that right hand.
What's your all-time favorite fighter to watch in the UFC?
Boy, I don't think I have one. It's just
top 5.
Well, you're in there. You're in the top 5.
Really?
Yeah, for real.
Almost Joe.
For real. Yeah, definitely. Wait, how could you not be? You knocked out 2 Hall of Famers, 2 of the all-time greats. Volkanovski and Max Holloway are all-time greats. 2 of the greatest featherweight champions. So if you're a great featherweight champion, you're the greatest in a division that probably has, if not the most skill. There's an argument for the most skill. I think it's 45 and 55. I think those are the 2 divisions that have the most skill.
Yeah.
So to be a champion at 45 or 55, you're a champion in the most skillful weight class. Like, look at 45. So many fucking killers at 45 now. Like, look what Jean Silva just did to Bryce Mitchell. And he wasn't even ranked.
Yeah.
This guy's a motherfucker, man.
Yeah.
And these guys are coming up, and they're so goddamn good. And Yair Rodriguez, you got these guys that are so skillful. You got so much talent.
I don't know what to tell you about Jair Rodriguez. I'm not a big fan of him.
Yair?
Yeah.
No? How come?
No, I don't know. I see him. He's the type of guy that you don't even need to take him down. He goes to the ground by himself. I don't know. He's like very spectacular at the way he fights and the striking and the kicks he throws and all that. But I don't know. I'm not a big fan of him. I'm a fan of Volk and Max Holloway.
Well,
actually, they were the smartest guys that I ever faced inside the octagon. I felt that they were smart. They had that fight IQ. They know how to fight.
Do you think Max Holloway made a mistake in going up to 55 and then back down to 45 again? Because he got big when he fought.
100%.
Yeah, I think so.
100%.
Yeah. He looked too compromised. He didn't look healthy. 45.
He gets crazy for the title shot.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, take the gold.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I understand it. I get it. I understand it. And the guy who was the 145-pound champion, he knew it'd be hard to make the weight, but he felt like he could do it. But the thing is, he gained so much muscle to get to 55 to fight Gaethje, and he did it over a long period of time where he really bulked up well.
But at the same time, I don't know. If he wouldn't try it, he would stay for life, like with the doubt that
Yeah. So another one is Pereira. Just because what he's done inside the octagon is so crazy. 2 division world champions in a short period of time, and hadn't been fighting MMA for 3 or 4 years.
Crazy.
It was crazy. And it's also what he does when he hits people. Like what he did to
just being an overall.
But basically what he does to everybody when he connects. I mean, his power is just different. And what he did to Jamal Hill, one left hook, boom. And Jamal Hill, who's good at taking a shot, all of a sudden he's gone. He's just, there's some Yuri Prohaska, that fight. Like the second fight, he's crazy.
crazy.
It's just like he hits you one time. It's
that
like
was with the head kick, right?
Head kick in the second round, but dropped him with a left hook. He was basically done after the first round because it was at the buzzer. He hit him with a left hook, and then he drops, and then the bell rings. And then he knocks him out with a head kick.
How do you do this?
But he's just got this crazy style that's different than anybody else's style. And he's such a specialist, such a kickboxing specialist. 2-division world champion in Glory, and then goes on and becomes a 2-division special. And 37, you know, he's older. He's an older guy, you know, to be fighting at such an elite level. You know, John Jones, definitely. John Jones, one of the greatest of all time. I mean,
and John, what do you think about it? He's going to come back? He's going to fight Tom?
Yes, I think he'll fight Tom. I think he'll hang out. You don't think so? No? Really?
I don't think so.
How come?
For what?
For glory.
He already has the glory.
Yeah, one more glory before the lights fade.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think John's a conqueror. I think
he is.
I think he can't sit back.
He's the best of all time. No one can say the opposite of that. He's the best.
Look, the guy developed a spinning back kick at 36. Didn't have a spinning back kick his whole career. And all of a sudden knocks out Stipe with a spinning back kick for the heavyweight title at 36, 37 years old. That's crazy.
And they showed me a video 3 days ago, 4 days ago. John, before the fight with Steve, he was practicing that kick at the day of the fight.
Yes.
And he said something like, "This is the kick. I'm going to knock him out with this kick." And the guy showed me the video.
That's crazy. Well, John's fight IQ is insane. Yeah.
He's a smart guy.
And did a lot of his career partying, which is even crazier. Like, diminished his body, did coke. Like, one of the things he said to Daniel Cormier, which is one of the coldest things anybody's ever said. He said, "I beat you when I was on coke." That's such a cold-blooded thing to say. It's so cold-blooded. It's so cold-blooded.
He's so great.
He was so good. But he was so good, he was better than everybody in his division, so he didn't work hard. But then when he has to work hard, he's fucking terrifying. Like, when he fought Alexander Gustafsson, barely trained. They said he barely trained. Barely was in the gym. They were really worried about him. Greg Jackson said they were even considering not letting him fight. Like, you shouldn't be fighting. You're not training.
Yeah.
And then he guts it out in the final rounds, wins the decision, very close fight. Then they have a rematch. And in the rematch, he fucking trained.
Yeah.
And then he just destroyed him in the rematch.
The first fight was very competitive. The second one, he
not competitive at all. Yeah, when John is focused and John is in shape and training, he's the greatest of all time. I think he fights Aspinall because I think it's going to be a lot of money. It's glory, and look, Aspinall's amazing. He's unbelievable. He's fast as fuck for a heavyweight. He's big. He can grapple. Black belt in jiu-jitsu. He's got knockout power. But he's never been in deep water. Ever. I don't even know if he's gone to a second round.
I don't want to say that he doesn't have any chance, because everyone has it. One punch can change everything inside the octagon. Of course, everyone think that John Jones is gonna get it, but you can't count him out at all, Tom Aspinall. But I don't think that he's gonna come back. Me personally.
What do you think? What is this here?
One time, Andre Arlovski took him to the second round. That's it.
Oh, really? Wow. I don't even remember that. And then he TKO'd him.
That's 4 years ago.
That's kind of crazy if you look at his career. It's all 1 and 2. Yeah. And then in Bama, he had a two-round fight. That's great, but it's also not great because he doesn't have any deep water experience. You know, if you're fighting a guy like, imagine if he fought Stipe when Stipe was in his prime, or he fought Kane. You can't have 1-round fights and expect to beat Cain Velasquez in a 5-round war, because the chances are you're not going to catch him in the first round, and his cardio is just like an alien.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't know how he's going to look at the 4th and 5th round.
Right, he might be great.
He might be great.
Sure, he might be great, but he doesn't have that experience. So in his head, you've got to think there's got to be some, no matter how confident he is, there's got to be a couple questions. If you've never been, like John has no questions. right? There's no questions in John Jones's head. Yeah. He's gone through 5-round wars, like the Gustafsson fight. 5-round war, no training, wins. He knows that he's got what it takes. He's got heart. It's undeniable. So there's no questions. But with Aspinall, it's like, yeah, he can get everybody out of there. He's got the confidence that he gets everybody out of there. That's for sure. Like, he's got the confidence that he connects. He's so fast and athletic for a heavyweight. And he's a legitimate heavyweight. Like, Tom Aspinall's not making 205. He's big.
He's big.
He's a big fucker. Big. He's big. So for him, you know, it's...
But John Jones is special.
He's special. He is special.
And he has that fight IQ. He's not that type of guy that he walks in and, for example, I don't know, Francis Ngannou. You know that he got that one-punch power, but he doesn't have the same level of fight IQ as John Jones.
Right.
You know what I mean? With John, is like, if he feels that you are dangerous in the striking, he's going to grab your legs, try to maul you a little bit on the ground. Then if you go in the second round with him in the striking, you're going to be tired.
He also beats the fuck out of your knees. That front leg side kick to the knee, the oblique kick to the knee.
He's a bad guy. He wants to hurt you.
He's trying to fuck you up.
He doesn't care to go with the elbow, with the knee. He wants to hurt you.
John, when he fought Thiago Santos, at the end of that fight, Thiago needed 2 knee surgeries. Both of his knees were destroyed, and he was basically never the same fighter since. Ever after that fight,
what happened with that guy?
Exactly.
Never ever.
Well, he fought again after that, and he left the UFC, but his knees were never the same. He had multiple knee surgeries after that fight.
Crazy.
Both of his knees got kicked out. I mean, he was front leg side kicking the shit out of his knees.
And what about you used to train sometimes?
Sure.
MMA, jiu-jitsu, what
mostly jiu-jitsu. I did Muay Thai, yeah. I started in Taekwondo, and then I started in
I would love to share some training with you.
I would love to share some training with you, too. I want to see what you do, man. I watched you grapple with Marab. I was super impressed. Yeah. I watched the video you grapple him. I'm like, anybody that could do that to Marab, like, holy shit. Because people think about you, they're scared of your striking. But one of the things, like, you open up a lot of people's eyes in the Ryan Hall fight. Because Ryan Hall was this weird puzzle. He was like this elite Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt who do a lot of strange things. Like, he would like, turn his back to people and do weird things. Like heel hook BJ Penn like that in the first round. Like
with that Imanari roll.
Yeah. But when you dominated him like that, I was like, Jesus Christ. And then you put his lights out. I was like, wow. Because people think, when people see a guy who can strike like you do, they kind of forget about the ground game. You know, they forget that your ground game is very elite too. You know, which is really interesting because you tend to put people in categories of danger. But with you, it's all danger. Like, you have a very well-balanced game, you know, which is unusual. Like Pereira, for instance, doesn't have a balanced game. You know, his game is, he's going to connect and you're going to wake up. You know, that's all it is. His game is kickboxing. But your game is like, it's everything. It's all over the place. You know, like the Bryce Mitchell fight. It's everywhere. It's stand-up. It's the ground. It's comprehensive. It's like George St. Pierre when he was in his prime. It was coming from all different angles. You never knew if he was going to take you down. You didn't know if he was going to strike with you. It was all, your mind was overwhelmed with possibilities, which is, in my opinion, what I like to watch. That's what I like the most. A guy who could do everything. I love specialists. I love like Damian Maia, because when Damian Maia would get you, he'd clinch you, like, oh, you're fucked.
You're fucked.
To this day, the one fight that drives me the most crazy where a referee fucked it up was Kamaru Usman and Damian Maia. Because in the first round, Damian Maia had Kamaru Usman's back, standing up, had one leg laced, had his back, but it was taking too long, and the referee separated them. And I'm like, you motherfucker. He's so close. He's so close. This is it. Look at this shit. Like, Kamaru Usman's in deep shit here. He's in deep shit here. And the referee fucking separated them. This is crazy. This referee, this drives me nuts. Go back it up a little bit. Back it up a little bit. Because it's before this. It's before this. So, like, once he finally secures it, go a little bit before that. A little bit before. Look, do it right from the moment where they clinch up. Okay, right here. So as soon as he clinches up and he ties that leg, as soon as he gets his hand together, Kamaru's in deep shit right here. Deep shit. Kamaru has one loss on his record, and that's by rear naked choke. And now he's grappling with one of the best to ever do it. To this day, this fucks me up. This is one of the reasons why I hate when they separate fighters. I hate when they stand people up, and I hate when they separate fighters. This is a huge mistake here by this referee, because you've got one of the greatest ground specialists of all time.
Do you think that he was the most dangerous guy in the ground?
Yes.
Yeah.
In his prime. In his prime, he dominated people.
Oh.
This is so close, man. Kamaru's in real trouble here. The way his arm is compromised behind his back, he's fucked here. You got to get out of this. You can't get separated just because the crowd's booing, the referee's like too involved. Get the fuck out of there. Get out of there and let him work. Because if he gets to the ground, Kamaru might be fucked here. And there's 2 minutes to work. There's plenty of time. To this day, that drives me nuts.
He's doing something very interesting there with
the butterfly. Yes, with that left butterfly. Yeah, he's constantly keeping you off base. And you know that if you make any mistakes here, that right hook is coming over, the arm's coming over the top. As soon as he lets go of it, yes. So as soon as he lets go of that arm that he's got trapped, with his left arm, as soon as Kamaru if he gets that arm over the top of the shoulder, Kamaru's fucked, man. This is a terrible spot to be. And for the referee to separate them and not let him work, I was talking to Matt Serra about it the other day. He was like, yes, they fucked them. Yeah, he fucked them. They fucked them. Kamaru wins this fight, and then,
I watched this fight.
The world changes. It changes. Because this could have been a loss, and then Kamaru could have been back to the drawing board. It's a bad situation to be in with the ground. See, look, now he has this advantage of being able to stand up again. Like, why? Why does he have this advantage? Why? You should be back where you were. There's no reason to separate those guys. Referee mistakes are crazy. There's moments in fights where referees make mistakes where a fighter's whole career just changes, just flashes before their eyes.
The other day, also something happened in the car with Dan Egan.
Yes.
I don't know why he stopped the fight.
Yes, that was a bad decision too. That was bad as well. Same thing. Sean Woodson. Yeah.
I think he would win the fight anyways, but he didn't have to stop the fight.
It was a bad stoppage. Yeah. It was a bad stoppage. Yeah. Yeah, there's bad stoppages, man. I mean, it happens. It happened to Jared Cannonier. Jared Cannonier had a bad stoppage. I guess, who was that against? Was it Imanov?
The war stoppage? The Robbie Lawler against Ben Askren.
Oh, yeah, that was the worst one. That was the worst one. They thought he was out. He wasn't out.
I was so excited for that fight.
And Robbie was beating the fuck out of him, too, before that headlock. Yeah, that was terrible. That was a bad stoppage. Yeah, there's been some bad stuff. But, look, referees have the second hardest job in the sport. The first hardest job in the sport, yeah, here it is. This is Jared Cannonier and Imavov. So he gets cut. Look at that right there. That's crazy. That's a crazy stoppage.
He stopped the fight? Why?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, look at this. He got hurt, but he's covering up. And by the way, Jared Cannonier can fucking take it, man. He comes back. Jared Cannonier came back against Rodriguez in his last fight. He was hurt way worse than this, and he came back to score a knockout. But that was a crazy stoppage. It's just, like I said, referees have the second hardest job. Fighters have the first hardest job. Second hardest job is being a referee. Because those moments when you make a decision, like, you can't take it back, the fight's over.
That's true.
It's terrible.
It's hard to be a referee.
Yeah. And then there's the judging. Some judges.
The judging, yeah. That's also something that drives me crazy. It's like,
how do they keep having the same bad judges come back again? That's what's crazy. Because the UFC has no control of the judges. The judges are all established by the athletic commission.
Yeah.
So sometimes you get great judging. And it's like, oh, the judges are good tonight. These are good decisions. And sometimes you get, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Sometimes judges are horrible.
Horrible.
Doesn't make any
sense.
sense.
You never know if they give you more points for wrestling, for striking, for defending.
Right.
It's crazy.
Well, some judges just aren't qualified. Right? They don't have a martial arts experience. They don't have a background. They just learned how to judge. I don't think you can do that. It's like, I don't speak Spanish. But if you taught me some Spanish and then I was judging Spanish, you know what I'm saying? Like,
crazy.
I'm not qualified,
Crazy.
right?
You are not.
Right. So if you have a guy who doesn't really understand who's got the dominant position, like maybe you see a bullshit guillotine that has no chance.
It's not like they never fought. They not even never trained.
Right. Exactly.
Most of them.
I remember
That's the problem.
Early on in the UFC, one of the judges turned to one of the people next to this person, who's a woman. She turns to this person and goes, "What is he doing?"
No way.
Yeah. What is he doing? Someone was trying to get a Kimura. She's like, "What is he doing?" She didn't know what a Kimura was.
So how'd they get there?
They were boxing judges. So the boxing judges, they started using them for MMA fights with no martial arts experience at all. Never stepped on the mat, never put in a mouthpiece, never got punched in the face. That's crazy.
That's crazy. They don't know how it works.
And they're judging at a professional world championship level.
At the highest level.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
I think they should have more judges.
Let me ask you something. What do you think was the key of success of the UFC? Like, it was Dana White, it was the matchmakers, it was the fighters, it was the promotion. What it was?
I think the big thing was the Ultimate Fighter. I think everybody kind of agrees with that. The Ultimate Fighter reality show, what made the UFC huge was that first season of the reality show, because this was 2005. So reality shows were really popular back then. This is, Survivor, Fear Factor, and all these reality shows, and Big Brother. And so they had this reality show that people are watching with fighters, and then they have the finale. And in the finale, Forrest Griffin fights Stephen Bonner, and it's such a crazy fight that people are just telling their friends. The ratings were going up as the fight went on. And, the Fertittas, the people that owned the UFC before this current company, they were in the hole, $40 million. And they just kept losing money. And they said, listen, this is the last. They were going to sell the UFC at one point in time. And then they got to this point where they're like, look, let's just try this one more thing. And they did this reality show, and the reality show worked. And then 2005, and then they had Chuck Liddell, and Chuck Liddell was the perfect poster boy for this new cage fighting thing. This fucking maniac with a mohawk and a tattoo on his head, and he's just crushing everybody. He was the perfect guy because the fights were so exciting, and he had this insane style, this insane, almost like Michael Chandler style, but
entertaining
better.
Style.
Very, very entertaining. Just warrior.
He was a good boxer.
Good striker.
Fast hands.
Yeah, fast hands, vicious knockout power, and he was a wrestler, but he didn't wrestle anybody.
He was a heavyweight.
Light heavyweight, yeah. Big guy.
Yeah, he was.
Light heavyweight. Big guy, KOs people with one punch, and, it was perfect for the sport because, he was so exciting, and he looked the part. He was like a maniac, and after he'd win, he'd go, and run around the cage. It was so exciting.
So exciting.
He was the poster boy. He was the guy. He was the guy that put the sport on the map because people would watch him and they go, Jesus.
Yeah, that timeline of MMA was so fun.
It was
with
fun.
Rampage Jackson also.
Oh, yeah. And when Rampage KO'd him, he became the man. And, and then John Jones comes along. And, it's like the sport. That's what's crazy about John, right? John's been dominant now for, 15, 16 years?
Yeah.
That's nuts, man.
That's why I say he's the best.
He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT.
I don't know how they put him as the number one pound for pound. He's the number one pound for pound.
It's just because he doesn't fight as often as Islam. Islam's defended his title more recently, more often against top flight competition, whereas John takes a year off, does a year off here, year off there. But when you look at the overall record, the overall career, he's the greatest of all time. But when I talk about just technique, you gotta think about Mighty Mouse too, man. Mighty Mouse in his prime was a bad motherfucker, man. He would do shit to guys when he suplexed Ray Borg, he caught him on an armbar in the middle of the air and finished him. You don't think so? I see your face. I see your face.
No. It's not like, I don't know. I never was a big fan of him.
No?
No. Never.
I think
first of all, when you call yourself a Mickey Mouse,
Mighty Mouse.
So I always thought that he was a Mickey Mouse. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you calling yourself a Mickey Mouse?
No.
He was a good fighter. He was a very technical fighter. He dominated the whole division. How many times he defended his belt? Like
many times.
14 times?
Many times.
12.
He fucked a lot of people up. But then there's an issue where the quality of the competition in the 125-pound division back then was not at the level that it is now. Like Pantoja, he's a bad motherfucker. I would have loved to see Alexandre Pantoja versus Mighty Mouse in their prime. Pantoja's a fucking animal, man. That guy's a fucking animal.
There's a guy coming up in 125. He fought in the last pay-per-view in London. His last name is Kawana in 125. He's going to be a problem in that division. He's a very skillful fighter.
Well, I think like all weight classes, now you have the best fighters of all time. Because we see guys from the Dana White Contender Series now that are coming along that enter into the UFC for their first fight. And you see these guys like, Jesus Christ, this guy looks like he has 15 pro fights in the UFC. They look elite, you know?
That's a cool program also, a Dana White Contender Series.
Oh, it's incredible.
That's something cool because they have some story behind them before they get to the UFC.
Mm-hmm.
And that's cool. And actually, they make a good matchmaking also for that fight. I like to see sometimes Dana White Contender Series all within some fight nights.
Yeah, you get to see guys. Well, that's where we found Sugar Sean O'Malley. You get to see guys. I prefer that to the Ultimate Fighter because I don't want to watch all the in the house bullshit and all the games that they play. I don't care about all that. I don't care. I just want to see them fight.
Not anymore, but before it was very entertaining.
In the beginning, in the early days. But now they're on like season 2000. Like there's been so many seasons. Like I can't even keep track. I forget who won. You know, there's so many seasons. But my point is that the caliber of new guys when they're just entering, like Mauricio Rufy, perfect example.
Yeah,
you see this guy, first fight in the UFC,
lightweight, right?
Yeah, he's fucking huge. You see this guy first fight in the UFC, you're like, whoa, this guy is elite already. You know, same thing with Jean Silva, elite already. Like these guys, they're entering into the sport at Carlos Prates, same thing, like right away. Like you're seeing like a very high level right away. And I just think that because there's so many guys like you to watch, there's so many guys like, you know, Hamzat and all these people, you get to see elite talent. So these young fighters that are coming up, they have a higher level a higher level to aspire to.
That's true. Now, like, the sport is growing. The talents are better than before. Yeah. Because the sport has developed so much that right now you have so much experience. You can learn so much about the game, like even in YouTube. You go on YouTube, you can learn everything by yourself.
I think in the future, guys like you will be everywhere. There will be only guys like you at World Championship level. I don't think there'll be any specialists anymore. I think there'll be guys who are elite everywhere.
Everywhere. This is what I was saying like all the time. Now it's time for the new generation. What's the new generation? That if you wanna be the best, you have to be the best in everywhere that the fight takes the place. And the ground and the wrestling and the striking, you have to be good everywhere because that's how the sport is developing right now. Because before you were good only in wrestling, you would take people down and no problem. You could become a world champion. But right now, so tough. The competition all the time is higher and higher and higher, and there's more knowledge in the sport.
Yeah, there really is. It's very inspiring and it's very interesting because there's no other sport where you could go back and look at it from 1993 to 2025 and it's almost like a completely different sport. The athletes are so much better than they were. I mean, even from like 2000, go back to 2000 and watch the sport and then watch it today, at least in the UFC.
It changed a lot, everything. The production.
Oh yeah, everything changed. Everything. Yeah, I mean it's so interesting because it's the one sport also that translates. It translates to all languages. Like everybody understands it.
But UK is so special that because you saw the sport growing since nothing, and you saw so many great fights in front of you.
Yeah, I'm very lucky, man.
Yeah, that's.
I feel very fortunate.
Well, what about you? Like, do you have a plan where you want to retire, or you are just enjoying and you love what you're doing? Because I think that it's I don't know, you are enjoying a lot.
Yeah, I just enjoy it. I don't think about retiring.
Yes.
No. If Dana White quits, I might quit. But that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's actually in my contract.
No.
Yeah, if he leaves, I leave. Yeah, so in my contract, if he leaves, I don't have to stay.
Why that? Something
I
personal?
wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't for him.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's my friend. He talked me into doing it. I mean, I started working for the UFC before him. I started working for the UFC in 1997 when it was nothing. Nobody was watching. We did it at a small, like a high school auditorium in Dothan, Alabama. You had to take a propeller plane to get there. Like, those fucking scary ass planes. And that was the first time Vitor fought.
Okay.
I was actually training at the same gym as Vitor when Vitor made his debut. Vitor was 19 years old. And we were at Carlson Gracie's.
Started very young.
Yeah. We were at Carlson Gracie's gym in Hollywood, California. That's where I was training. Just dumb luck. I was a white belt. I just started.
So how old you were when you started like training, or you had some relationship with the sport?
Well, jiu-jitsu. Well, martial arts. I started when I was 15. Well, I started when I was 14, but really seriously when I was 15. And then I competed in Taekwondo from 15 to 21. And then I kickboxed until I was 22. And then I was doing comedy at the same time, and then I realized I was half in, half
something
out.
crazy about you is when I hear you explaining some positions, I'm like, this guy has to know how to fight, how to do it, because the way he is explaining it, I couldn't be able to explain it. And I'm a world champion. I know the game, but you explain like way better than anyone else. I think that you put 10 world champions together, you still explaining much better than all of us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I learned how to explain it because I learned how to teach people that didn't know what was happening once it went to the ground, right? Because in the beginning, nobody understood the ground game.
Exactly.
You know, and I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu, so when it goes to the ground, I can explain what's happening.
Very specific.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, you have to be specific because some people don't know. Like sometimes I'll be watching with my wife at home, like we're watching fights that I'm not calling. And she's like, "What's going on?" And I'd be like, "His right arm is in trouble right now. Like, see where his elbow is? Now, if he can get his elbow past this point, he's fucked." I'm like, "Okay, now he's fucked." And then I would explain it, and I would say, "Now, what he's going to do is he's going to take his right leg, he's going to wrap it over the top. Oh, he's got it. Okay, he's going to cinch the left leg over the top. That's it. He's fucked."
You're the best.
Yeah, but you can't
You
fake
live it.
passion.
Yeah.
Either you love it or you don't love it. Yeah. And if you don't love it, you can't pretend. It won't work. No one's going to believe you. Like, if you're just a regular sports guy, say, like, you call hockey and they hire you, you're going to learn about MMA and you're going to call MMA. Come on. You're not going to be able to do it right.
Of course.
Because you got to do it like if I was calling hockey, I'm like, yay, the fucking puck went in the net. Woo. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if the puck goes in the net. It doesn't mean anything to me. But when someone gets your fucking neck, fucking shit, and you see the guy's going to stop it. That to me is life. That's everything. That is like, it's not just winning. You're not just winning. You killed that guy.
We can say that. I promise you. We can see your passion every time. Like even right now, I'm here. I feel your passion. It's not like I say it. I feel your passion. Like you're passionate about what you're doing, and that's something that I admire people like you.
Well, I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel that way. I don't have to do it. I don't do it for money. I just do it. I mean, this is the only person I work for is the UFC. Everything else I do for myself. Everything I work for myself. I'm self-employed, except for the UFC. But I've been working for them for 23 years. Yeah, 23 years.
23 years.
Yeah, and then before that, I did it 2 years before that. So it's 25 years total.
And when was the moment? Maybe I'm going like too deep, but I wanted to ask you this: like, when was the moment when you feel like I'm succeeding in life? I feel that I'm having success. And what's for you actually success? Like, how do you describe it?
Well, I guess the moment was when I didn't worry about success anymore. I don't think about success. I think about what do I enjoy doing, and am I doing it the best that I can do it? Mm-hmm. That's what I think about. I don't think, oh, I'm going to make more money. Oh, I'm going to do this, and I want this goal and that goal. I'm process-oriented person. I think about the process of what I'm doing, and then the results come. So I think, like, what am I doing? Am I doing it the best that I can do it? And if I'm not, I better either quit if I don't want to do it anymore. If I'm like, that's why I stopped fighting. There was no money in fighting when I was fighting. There was no money. There was no UFC, and I was just getting brain damage for no reason. And I was sparring and having fucking headaches every night. I was like, what am I doing with my life? And then I would also meet guys in the gym that were punch drunk, and those guys scared the shit out of me. Because back then everybody was stupid too, and like this is 1989. Everybody was stupid. They just beat the fuck out of each other. There was no like sparring, like technical sparring. It was just wars. It was just fights, always fights.
Got you.
And there was no future.
It's still like that in some gyms.
Yeah, a lot of gyms. Some gyms are intelligent, but there's a lot of gyms that are stupid.
I don't used to spar at all.
Really?
Yeah, I don't spar. Only in training camps.
But I see you spar in training camps, so it's only in training camps.
Only in training camps.
So when you're not in camp, what do you do?
I do like, as I told you, sparring maybe in boxing, but before I used to go like more crazy than now. Because before I had like more ego, I wanted to prove myself like I can knock you out, I can submit you,
right.
I can do this, and I can. But once like you're winning fights, you're growing as a person, you're like, I don't need to prove anything here in the gym. I know what I'm able to do, and the competition is the day when I have to fight. The fight, that's the day when I'm get paid, and that's it. I'm not gonna damage anyone no more, because sometimes you knock people out and then you go back home and you feel bad. You're like, I could not do it.
Right.
And he's suffering right now, and I sent so much people to the hospital. So much people to the hospital.
I'm sure. I've seen a few videos.
Broken, eyes open.
Yeah.
So much damage that right now I'm like, no. Sometimes people comes to me like, let's spar. I'm like, I recommend you to know.
I recommend you to not. Yeah, that's good advice. Yeah. It's interesting, right? It's like your ego can help you, because your ego is what makes you want to be great. But at a certain point in time, you got to put a leash on it.
Yeah.
You got to say, not right now, motherfucker.
Not
when
right
I
now.
let you go, when I say sick 'em, then I'm going to let you off that leash. But not right now. And like that's Marcelo Garcia always used to say that about jiu-jitsu, that you have to open up your game in the gym and don't be afraid of it being tapped. He goes, you got to be open. You got to take chances in the gym and learn and put yourself in bad positions on purpose. And you might lose training sessions, but that's not what's important. What's important is growing.
I see a lot of guys struggling with that. Like they don't want to lose in training.
Right.
And I'm like,
well, a lot of guys never develop a guard because they never want to be on their back. There's a lot of guys like that. They have no fucking guard, which is crazy. It's crazy. There's black belts out there that you get them on their back, they look like a turtle
because they don't want to lose.
Exactly.
They don't know how to lose. Like if you top out, no problem. You get better. Like
yes.
How I don't put myself in this position.
But that's the fascinating dance of the mind that allows someone to become a champion versus someone to become just a good fighter. Like whether you can figure that out, like when to put your ego on a leash and when to be able to look at yourself objectively. Like what you're doing with separating all of your disciplines, I think is very important. I think that's a very interesting way that you put it, because I think it's a very intelligent way to approach it. Like get very good at your boxing, get very good at your Muay Thai, get very good at your jiu-jitsu, but do it separately.
I like every week, every Sunday, I sit down and I do my schedule by myself. Like I'm on Monday, I'm gonna do boxing a day from this hour to this.
Welcome.
Then I'm gonna do afternoon.
And how do you decide?
How you living,
what
Pimp?
you're
Just
gonna
watching
do?
Joe Rogan.
How I feel, what I wanna do,
What do you want to work on?
what I want and what I wanna work on. And
Going
what
in
I feel
reverse
like I
order,
have
so
to
it's
develop
some MMA
something,
fighter.
what they want to do, what do I feel? You know, it's not like all the time, I'm going to do this because I have to do it. No, I don't have to do anything. I choose to do it because I enjoy it. Every time I go to training, I enjoy it. I don't do it because I feel forced. Sometimes in training camp, yes, I feel forced because I feel tired. I don't have food in my body. I don't have any energy. and I have to do it because I'm
same
forced.
here.
But outside the training camp, I enjoy it. Even if I retire tomorrow, I would keep training like that because that's something that I enjoy. And you said something very interesting before that. Like right now, I'm in the moment of my life where everything I do it because I enjoy it. I don't do anything to make anyone happy. I don't live a life dreaming to have another one.
33.
I just enjoy the moment I'm living right now.
That's so important.
33.
That is so important. It's so important to be satisfied with your life. So important to just live in the moment. It's so hard for people to do. It's so hard for people to do, especially if you fucked off too many times. You just like made too many mistakes and slacked off and lazy. And
this is the best moment we have right now.
Right now,
this is the best moment.
Yeah.
This is who we are.
Yeah, it is. It is.
No one knows what's going to happen tomorrow. So,
and you know what's really important? Hearing a guy like you say this. Hearing a guy like you say this to young people out there that are listening. They're just not sure like how to approach life, because the way you think about life and the way you decide to approach life can change the whole direction of your future. 100%. And so a young guy is probably listening. Guaranteed there are people, not just one, many young people are listening to you talk right now.
I'm sure that many people could come to you like, Joe, tell me the secret.
Yeah.
There is no secret. There's no bottom for the elevator.
Exactly.
Like everything in life, you get step by step. The slow is the fastest way to get to where you want to be.
I was talking to David Goggins about that. You know who David Goggins is?
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking maniac. David Goggins said, there's no finish line. He's like, it never ends. Like, it never ends. It never ends. You never make it. You ever feel like you make it? I'm like, you never make it. There's no making it. It's bullshit. One day you don't think about it anymore, and you just, every day you're just trying to get better.
Of course.
And if you don't feel like that, it's not fun. If you're not really trying to do something difficult and aspire to greatness and just trying to do your best all the time, you don't have satisfaction in your life.
100%.
And everything.
Some people think that you accomplish something and that's going to make you happy. That's a bullshit.
Well, you know, I think also there's the poison of social media, because social media poisons people to think that one day I'm going to make it. I'm going to be like Conor McGregor driving my yacht around. Like, those videos are so bad for you. Those 100%. Videos of people like, look at me, look at my watch, look at my diamonds, look at this, look at my house, look at these girls. Don't you wish you were me?
Everyone is showing you the best part of their life. Yeah. No one is going to show you how they are struggling, the problems they are facing on the daily basis. I mean, like, no one's going to show you that. No one's going to show you, look, I have a pimple here in my face. No, I'm going to use a filter to hide that.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good for young people, that's for sure, because they aspire to all the wrong things. If you ask young people today what do they want, most of them just want to be famous.
They want to be famous, and they think that money makes them rich. Your skills make you rich, not the money. If you don't have the skills and you don't have the mindset, you're going to keep poor all the time.
Not only that, you're not going to have the satisfaction of knowing you got really good at something. No, there's something about getting really good at something that gives you a deep satisfaction that's not available anywhere else. If you just win the lottery, those are the most depressed people in the world. They all go broke. They win the lottery, and then everybody wants money from them, and then they feel empty and hollow, and they don't know what to do with themselves, and now they don't have any goals because they have $100 million in the bank. They don't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah, but in reality, they don't have any ability. They don't have nothing to enjoy with.
Right. I say that success comes from not worrying about money. Success doesn't come from making a lot of money. Success comes from, now I don't have to think about that. Money's not the thing. Now I think about, what am I doing? What am I doing? I want to be the best parent I can be. I want to be the best friend that I can be. I want to be everything I do. I want to do it to the best of my abilities.
You're becoming the best person you could be.
Yeah, the best person you could be. When I was a kid, my martial arts instructor told me this that I'll never forget, and I say it all the time. Martial arts are a vehicle for developing your human potential. Through that struggle, through that difficult thing, you will learn how to be better at everything.
100%.
100%. That's what I think life is about, and that's why martial arts are so exciting to me. People think, oh, you like violence. It's like, that's not it. That's why I don't like slap fighting. I think it's stupid. You stand in front of each other, smack each other in the head. I want to see a guy enter into a cage fully prepared with skills against another guy fully prepared with skills. I always describe martial arts, mixed martial arts in particular, as high-level problem solving with dire physical consequences. That's what it is. It's problem solving with dire physical consequences.
That's so cool.
Yeah, that's what it is.
People, most of them, they didn't understand what's behind a fighting game. It's not like only violence. You have to prepare yourself. You have to be smart. You have to work smarter than the other guy you're gonna face. There's so much factors that it's gonna play out that it's so much sacrifices that someone has to make before getting inside that octagon. It's not only fighting. It's more than that. I don't know. I love that.
Yeah.
Most of the people before, they used to see fighting as something very violent in Spain. They hate it. Right now, it's becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, and they're starting to love that. And I saw that since the day I started, because I used to say to the people like 10 years ago in Spain, what you doing? I'm fighting. Don't do that. Start learning something. Start studying. I'm like, I'm studying. Everyone chooses a career in his life. Someone wants to be a doctor. Someone wants to be a constructor. Someone wants to be this or that. I want to be a fighter.
Yeah.
And I have to learn to be a fighter also.
But by your example, by being a true champion, and by living the way you live, and by performing the way you perform, you will change people's opinions. And they will see it, and they will say, oh, this is different. This is not what I thought it was. This is something special. Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's in the cards. Well, listen, my friend, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you very much. I'm a big fan. And I can't wait to see you inside the octagon again. And all the best.
Joe, thank you very much, bro. It's been a big pleasure for me to be here.
Thank you very much. All right. Bye, everybody. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Let's go. How are you, fella? Good to see you.
Wow.
Dude, you're fucking dripping with diamonds, sir. What's going on? The road's been good to you. Look at you.
I'm just so empty inside. This fills the hole for like it's like, you go by, you're like, oh, and then you get home and you go, I hate my life. I hate my insides and no spirituality. But I get to look at my just emptiness on,
Dripping with rapper diamonds.
I ran out of shit to buy. So, there's nothing.
What kind of car are you driving?
A Lexus IS 350.
Oh, those are fun.
It's nice.
That's a good car. Bulletproof. Yeah. Never gonna break.
And it's so fast. And it's, but this is how fucked it. Okay, so I had the Lexus 350, right?
Right.
Or whatever. I went, and I had it for 7 months, maybe. I went in to get it serviced, and I was kind of depressed. So I bought a different car. I said, this is.
Thing that I told you about the. Hey, we're up. It's not a good sign that the fights are still going on for the prelims. That must mean there's a lot of decisions.
A lot of prelims,
but also a lot of decisions. Like, usually they time it out better because it's like 3:04 now, and this is 1:37 to go in the third round of Jai Herbert.
Not ideal.
No, but shit happens.
Shit
at least they're not doing it at 5:00 in the morning.
True.
That was fucking ridiculous. If I was Leon, I'd be pissed.
What time was it in the UK when they
It's normal time. It's
They're 7 hours ahead.
Yeah, so it's nighttime there.
Yeah,
So it's like 10 p.m. right now. It's normal. Are they 6 hours ahead or 7 hours?
I thought it was 7.
Something like that. But either way, it's nighttime there. So
have you seen any of those?
There he is.
Jai Herbert's the guy that
How you living, pimp?
Taporia. He
Knocked him out?
He dropped
No, he dropped
a
him
vicious head game, and then Ilya fucking starched him in the next round.
He has great.
Big dog. How was your day? Are you ready? Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How you doing? How's your day?
Good. I can hear you now. I had the thing down. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can hear you now.
Excellent.
Good.
All right, we've got Zoot here as well. Zoot, you're not going to say hello? What are you? Zoot.
Very good. Right here, this place.
Zoot, are you impolite?
Sorry, I said hello. Sorry.
No one heard it. Zoot, you've got an invitation and we're waiting on you.
Invitation for the
Yeah.
Zoot, you better pay attention. You better be ready. We don't like to wait around. We're very quick players. Good job, Miss Aquarius.
That was a good job.
Yes, it was. Sets her up for this three.
No.
Not like that.
Hey, Zoo, come on now. You got this.
Let's see if you break 20 this game. I need to practice with Zoot.
Yeah, you do.
Zoot, we're going to get bowling in our rotation, no pun intended, because you need some work. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Thank you.
Rabbi takes the lead.
Oh, yeah. It's over, Zoot.
Aquarius, that was not correct.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
We're very positive here, Zoot.
I mean, this
We don't trash talk.
I'm not going to talk about you. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Miss Aquarius being quite
I
kind.
ain't no strike from you yet.
Yeah, Miss Aquarius is looking like a diamond right now in comparison to Zoot's gutter ball.
No. See? You can't have no words to talk. So don't do that.
Rabbi's going to have the best shot.
Don't tell him have the best shot. He's a pro.
This is a tough shot.
I got to do practice.
This is a tough
You
split.
got to do way more practice than me, though.
That's right.
That wasn't great.
I'll take it. Hey, Zoot, scoreboard. I have more than 3 times what your score is right now.
Now that was a good job.
Thank you.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. She's got it.
Now that's
Nice
better.
spare.
Now this is going to be a good one.
Oh, Zoot, you shouldn't be even commenting on people's shots until you get your shots where they need to be.
I mean, I'm in the double digits today.
Oh, we're proud of you, Zoot.
I'm in the double digit. I actually thought this is going to be a one-digit game for a second. I have a feeling one day I'm going to score 0 on this and y'all going to love.
Oh, nice strike. Nice
Weird.
strike.
That was weird.
That was just hanging on the edge and you got it. That was beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Will.
Okay, I think I got a spare here.
Zoot, have you ever gotten a strike?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever
Multiple jumps.
Oh, that was terrible. Have you ever gotten a spare?
That was that one my shirt.
Word dog. That's okay. I came back.
Have you ever gotten a perfect game?
Nope.
I never got a perfect game in the way. Anyway.
Oh, look at this shot. You got 2 of them. That's good. That was very good.
Not good.
Your hand, I guess.
Get it. Okay, here we go. It's going to be a close one with Miss Aquarius.
Now you're gonna pass me.
Oh, we tied. I'll take it. You win, I win.
Yeah, you did that. One more.
Yes, ma'am. Judy, you going to break third? Have you ever broken? Yeah, I'm going to. That's what we're going to do after this game. We need to get Zoot to improve. Zoot helped me improve in darts.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Zoot.
Oh, yeah, you got to do the, I told you practice with you to help me with the, what is that?
Mini golf. Miss Aquarius, you've got an invitation, or you should.
I don't got it.
All right, we're going to send it again.
Yeah, I got to send mine again.
You still don't have it?
Yeah, I got it now. This thing was lagging. Let's go. Thank you. All right, come
You're
on,
welcome. Zoot, we don't wait. Zoot, we'll just yell at you.
There we go. I won.
No, you didn't. You didn't even come close to winning. You almost got a spare, though. You're getting better.
The camera's still hot.
You are not, Zoot. Nice spare, Miss Aquarius. That was beautiful.
Come on, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am. Man, these splits are difficult. Get it. Ooh, I didn't even get 2. No, you don't. Oh, yes, you do. Apologies. Apologies. That's what I...
Oh, my God.
Now, I don't take coffee.
Zoot, I think I could beat you blindfolded.
Oh, okay.
What finger do you use, Zoot? What finger are you using? Your pinky?
Yeah. I'm going to start using my phone now because that's when I do the work best. I'm doing my index and the finger.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Come on, Zoot.
But that was okay. I was using my phone there. Is my phone too big?
There you go, Miss Aquarius. Wait, you got a split as well. These are hard. Oh, I see you. I see you. That was beautiful. That was beautiful, Miss Aquarius. That was beautiful. Get it. Oh man.
Good job.
Yeah.
We tired of now.
That was beautiful, Mr. Crush. Yeah, but you got the spare, so that means
I didn't know that shot me.
you get extra points on the next try. Zoot, get a spare. Zoot, get it. Done. Wasn't bad though. I mean, you tried.
No, it wasn't bad. You did now. You did better.
It was in the right area. There you go. Oh, this is a tough split.
But nothing to go.
It's a tough one.
I hear that.
Okay. Come on, Rabbi. Got you.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Oh, that's Zoot. Get it, Zoot. Hey, you got a spare. And you broke 30. Good job.
Get better. Come on. Come on. Okay. You see you?
Yeah.
Oh, who's right now?
Unfortunately, all you needed was one pin to beat me.
No, we both beat you. Oh, there we go.
Alright, you're in trouble if you don't get a strike or a spare.
Beautiful spare.
You got it. Okay, because if you win, I win.
That's right. Get it, Miss Aquarius. All right, Miss Aquarius putting up numbers. 67.
You need a strike or a spare here.
60.
Come on.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, you got me. Great job, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. That's right. All right,
All
Zoot.
right, now you and him got to practice.
Absolutely. He'll come back even better. All righty, Zoot. You ready?
See y'all. Love y'all. See you
Sweet
later.
dreams. Take care. Zoot, you have an invitation. We're going to see how long it takes you to beat me in this game. I've got the lead on you. Not good. Not good at all, Zoot.
This is not good. Right, you only need to hit 5 to beat in front of me.
4.
4, sorry. That's not good.
It's very good.
Not good for me.
Oh, are you serious? Oh, it fell. Did you see it fall?
That was hilarious.
That was hilarious. You got that right, son.
Why does it take so long with your gutter build? If it goes in the gutter, it should just be instantly like that. They should have a speed booster on the gutter so it doesn't lag.
They do. It's called Don't Throw a Gutter Ball. Zoot, I have 3 times your score.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
when was the last time you got a gutter ball?
Probably yesterday. Fortunately, I don't get many. I think it has to do with just being so sexy.
I don't get many either.
So you get a ton.
How many got balls did I get this game?
Dude, look at the score. Two strikes in a row, baby.
Third strike.
Get it, baby. How do you like that, son?
Yeah, but it's not a perfect game, is it?
Yeah, I don't care about that. All I care about is beating your ass.
I think one day you're gonna get a perfect game.
I mean, if I played enough, perhaps. I don't care about a perfect game. I just care about beating you.
Should have my ball says game, have you?
Yep,
It's very goody.
it's very fitting for you.
Should I change it?
Do whatever makes you happy, big dog. Get it.
Oh. I don't even have to hungry.
But I got a strike, so you don't understand how that works. I get like double points now. So that makes 28. Get it, baby.
I lost so much. I lost so much for you. Alright, I just won.
Get it.
It's just the highest score you've ever done.
116.
Ah. Hey, you're gonna get a strike here.
Oh, for sure. Here we go. No doubt.
Strike. Told you to get a strike.
Okay, did you win the lottery?
Oh shit. Let me check off this game.
Okay, I will allow that. Get these three, Zoot. Oh, gutter ball. There you go.
I don't think I won a big prize because they ever called me. I have that number. And if I won a big prize, they called me. But I could have won a small prize.
They call you in Australia?
Yeah.
All right, well, check
You
this.
see, buy a digital ticket.
They don't have those in the United States.
What? Online tickets?
Correct.
What, you can't buy a ticket online?
Correct.
You can.
No, you can't. You have to go to a store.
Seriously?
Yep.
Are you sure?
At least in California.
Is that a law in California?
What'd you say?
What's the law in California?
I think it's you buy it at a store, and you can buy between the hours of like 6 a.m. and 10 p.m.
No win.
No win at all?
Nothing.
Well, that's
I don't care about that one. I won Tuesday night, which is 70 million.
all right. You have an invitation. Zoot, we're gonna play this until you beat me.
Yeah, the one Saturday night's definitely annoying.
Isn't that tonight?
Tuesday night. But
You got 3. Did you know you can throw it like with spin on it? That's a good one. Hey, you got a strike. Good job.
fortunately, you got a strike as well.
Yeah, because I'm sexy.
Well, the spare gets you. A spare does the same as a strike.
No. You'll get your points now. There you go, 31.
Oh,
48.
you get a shit ton because you got a spare.
Oh, fuck. No, because I got a strike. I can't believe I didn't make it. Get it, Zoot. This is a tough shot.
What the fuck is this?
Oh, get it. You almost got it. All right, Zoot. This one's for you, baby.
Most bars now are.
Correct.
No, it's on again.
Get it, Zoot.
I can't win.
Yeah, you can. You've got to get this. Oh, you did! Zoot, that was an incredible shot. Zoot, that was an incredible shot. I'm going to say it again. That was amazing. Boo. All right, Zoot, you broke 50. I see that you have 3 wins. Have you ever won against a real person?
Yeah.
I mean, like Aquarius,
Yeah.
Audie, or me?
Maybe.
No, you haven't.
So, I'm going for it. Going for it. Rabbi gets a strike here.
Nope, but I have more than you. And this is an easy
You're going to get it better.
spare. And I missed it. Fuck.
Okay. We're in a similar situation here.
Yep, you meant to say position.
Very well.
Why do you keep saying carry?
So just resign.
Do whatever makes you happy. Are you serious? It just hit both of them and split them?
Yep. Here we go. What the hell did I just do? That has to be the worst shot I've ever done. I didn't even know that was legal.
Get it. Good strike. Get another one.
Hello.
Get a spare.
Oh, Rabbi, this is my seventh weekend. 7 weeks on Thursday.
7 weeks of losing to me in mini golf?
No, going to the gym consistently.
Oh, phenomenal. When are you going to beat me at bowling?
Never.
You'll get me. You got me in literati, what? Because I let you win. And you got every advantage in the world.
I didn't get every advantage in the world.
Dude, you got all the S's. You got all the blank tiles. You got the Z. You got everything. Zoot, you have the lead. Oh, dude, Zoot. If you're going to beat me, this might be it. That was not good. I need this. Whoa. Dude, I keep getting 9. Son. You're going to get stitches? Huh? For what? You don't make any sense, dude. Oh, sushi. Alright, do whatever makes you happy, son. And then when you're done, come back here, and I'll beat you in any game you want. Get it. Zoot, 3 strikes in a row and you win. 0 for 1. Get a spare. 0 for 2. You got 35. Oh, no. Alright, go get your sushi. Come back when you're done. You want to play literati?
Yeah.
You got it, big dog.
I'm telling you.
Dog, you aren't beating shit.
Just
Toner. That was good.
finger in one. At least you want to press the one button.
Don't. You said you wanted to play, so we're playing.
What the fuck is that? Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
How are you so good?
I'm sexy. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to say.
Can you out-train a bad dog?
You out-train a bad diet? Yeah.
Yeah, can you out-train a bad dog? Oxygen. I just got oxygen.
OXYGEN.
OXY. Oh, another Y. Yep, that. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
You can talk?
Am I retired?
No. I was talking on the road. How did I run out of time? Turns out I was right.
Date. That was good.
What's that? Man. My turn?
What do you think?
I don't know what it was like. Would you rather die?
That was good.
That wasn't bad. We're gonna have lunch soon.
Full story, bro.
Gonna have some chicken.
Amazing.
Hello.
Are you proud of the way that you played in bowling? You improved.
No, it's good. No regrets. No regrets.
There you go.
I still regret.
Class. Top. That's good. Who's your favorite comedian?
Dave Chappelle.
Excellent choice.
Maybe Kanye West.
Fizz. That's good.
No, Kanye West is my favorite white rapper.
Okay. Dude, that was really good.
Who's your favorite white rapper?
Maybe they have a Mark Wahlberg, I guess.
Mark Wahlberg?
Yeah, dog.
What do you mean as a Knocky Knock song?
Good Vibrations. Oh, I guess Eminem.
Good Vibrations?
Yeah, it's from like the early 90s.
Isn't that just a Beach Boys song?
It is also a Beach Boys song.
How old am I over now? 53?
Dude, I don't keep track of that motherfucker's name. Age, I have no idea.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Who do you think is going to win?
I am.
Do you think there's any way I can come back?
Yes, I was just thinking, I don't have that big of a lead on you. 50, 60 points is not that huge.
Rabbi, in 6 weeks after trip. Go.
To the strip club?
Yeah.
6 weeks? That's a long time, dog.
6 weeks.
I would just go back, and I'd be like, all right, well, I'll be back every week until then. No.
Hey.
Dude, you know that you love me.
Yeah, but I'm here every day.
Word, dog. You love money more, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here if I had $100 million.
Cool, dog. Yo, dog.
Tony Blue's climbing up the ranking.
What number is she?
I think about 5 now.
Good for her, man. I'm proud of her.
What a career.
Exactly.
Oh, she's number 4.
Dude, that's pretty big for her.
Yeah. She might get the number 1.
I would be very proud of her.
You know she's going for 2,000. You know she's going for $2,000.
You're right. Why don't you sign up?
I don't know where it is. Not really nothing.
What do you mean it's not your thing, dude? You just fucked some random chick, or tried to fuck some random chick and were unable to, at a fucking adult bookstore. What do you mean it's not really your thing?
I just can't do it. I can't do it with the camera around.
They didn't have a camera at that fucking place.
You got it.
They were
Oh,
vid.
no, the Bunny Boy went around it.
No, but at the fucking adult bookstore. You weren't able to do
But
it there
no camera.
either.
I said I can't do it. I said I can't do it with the camera around.
Why is that?
It's weird.
Okay. Dude, there are 5 tiles left.
gotta do this.
Zoot, it's your turn. I can hear you typing.
So, Robert,
Just finished, dude.
I got a tarot card reading last night.
Dog, just finished.
Card came up.
Okay, good. How'd it go?
Finish what? The Wheel of Fortune card came up.
Okay, what does that mean?
They said that I should write down ideas and have a very successful business idea.
Oh, okay. Was one of them getting your ass kicked in mini golf?
No, he said that I should write down the ideas and share them to people.
You went with a dude? You went with a dude?
Yeah.
Who does that?
What?
Goes to a male. Tarot reader or whatever. I didn't even know there were male ones. I thought that was like a female thing.
You know that thing I like.
No, I don't do that. But I'm glad that you enjoy it. Dude, quit with that bullshit, dog. You just fucked me up. That should be a straight up ejection. Zoot, you're up. Zoot, you're up. Zoot. Big dog, you are up.
No matter what I do, I lose. I hate
Zoot, are you proud of the way that you played Literati? All right, Izu, go get your sushi and then come back, and I'll beat you at darts.
It's great striking.
Yeah,
Great
very,
strike.
very, very good kicks.
Big prospect.
Real tall, long, lanky dude. But, Ilya, that guy, he connects on anybody. They're going night-night.
Oh, Joe, if you knew, I know you can't probably talk about it, but you see Ilya's tweet where he's like, I'm going to have big news. You guys aren't expecting it.
Yeah, I don't know the news.
You have no clue.
No, I don't know. If I had to guess, he's probably fighting a top contender at 55. I don't think
But that wouldn't be unexpected. You know what I'm saying? He's like, you won't see this coming. So it's not Makhachev, because we all assume that. Makhachev's not fighting Makhachev's going to 70. Ilya's walking around at 186.
Yeah, he's big.
Connor?
That's crazy. Connor would have to be in the testing pool for a long time.
Oh,
He's
don't
not
be
in
a
the testing
hater.
pool.
Isn't he doing bare knuckle, Connor?
Well, he's running bare knuckle. He's like one of the
He's one of
those.
those.
He's not going to fight.
Yeah,
No.
he may.
He might.
Get him for the fucking margin powder. The fucking dude.
He's also running for
I might
president.
fucking fight bare knuckle.
He might. He might. I mean, I could see him
That
doing
would
it.
blow bare knuckle right
Oh,
to the
yeah.
stratosphere.
I mean, they'd have to
That would be
pay
huge.
him. They'd have to pay
Him versus Jeremy Stevens.
Oh my goodness. Jeremy would have to win a couple more times, but Jeremy's back in the UFC.
No, Jeremy's undefeated. in
El
Bellator.
Matador has been he's changed his nickname.
But
He's
look,
got a new identity. When
What?
we announce it, you won't believe it. Get ready.
see, when you say you won't believe it, you got to come with some shit now.
Yeah, you got it, but that was a while ago. That's March 6th. What is today? Today's 22nd.
But that's the UFC being like, don't announce it yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, a perfect matchup is Gaethje.
I think Charles Oliveira.
Oh, that's a great
motherfucker.
That's a great matchup.
Yes.
That's a great matchup.
And now remember, he tweeted that before Gaethje's fight.
Right.
So I don't think it's
Is that
Gaethje.
cut?
Oh, right.
Oh, they're gonna
Oh, man,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
a
that-
nasty cut.
Horrible place too.
Oh, boy. But this is the last round.
I think
The fight's over.
might be over, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, there
it's
you go.
over. Dustin Poirier.
No, Dustin's fighting Max.
He is?
I think so for the BMF shit.
Really?
I think. Double check that.
That's a
too.
great fight, too.
I'm crazy.
The third go around.
At 55, and it's Max prop. See, I think Max should fight more at 55. I didn't like him going back to
100%.
45.
I think it's too much of a stroke. He got pretty big when he got up to fight Gaethje. He put the weight on
He
right.
looked fantastic.
He looked
Now,
fantastic.
we all remember the knockout of Gaethje in the last seconds there, but he was mollywhopping him before
Yeah,
that.
he was beating his ass. And it all started off with that jump spinning back kick to the face in the first round.
Yep.
Fucked up Gaethje's already fixed nose.
So that Max Holloway, the true Max Holloway at 55
Uh-huh.
versus fucking Dustin for Dustin's last fight in New Orleans,
Sure.
take my money.
The thing is, you got to wonder, like, how much did that Ilya Topuria knockout take out of Max?
True.
Because that was a beating.
True.
Ilya's just so fucking dangerous. He's so technical. Like, his striking, the way he's, like, bobbing in and moving, he's so comfortable with his head movement. You see he's, like, a step ahead of everybody.
He's good at everything. And then people are like, oh, he's too small for 55. I'm like, he's actually, that narrative don't work. He's a big fucking bullet.
Well, I think the 45-pound cut is... Look, man, they should all stop cutting weight. That's the reality. Cutting weight is bullshit. It's terrible for you. They need more weight classes, and they need to stop cutting weight. They need to figure out a way to check hydration levels and put people in a weight class and say, this is
Do
what
they still do that in one? They do that some kind of-
Allegedly, who knows?
One's backed off MMA. Like, they have a big Muay Thai fight tonight.
They
What do you
backed
mean-
off
what
of
do you
MMA, really?
Yeah, they're really focused on kickboxing Muay Thai.
I think in Asia, it gets a lot of numbers.
Big time.
And they put on fucking shows, man.
Yeah, there's a
They're
huge one
kickboxing.
tonight. Huge one.
Kickboxing and Muay Thai fights. I think the UFC fucked up when they went with slap fighting. I've been telling them forever, you guys should get into kickboxing. If you only like stand-up fights, it's not like the old days of kickboxing where they're boring, like PK, karate.
There's characters, man.
And the knockouts are fucking crazy.
Also, all your champs are coming from kickboxing.
Yeah.
Alex, Izzy, like, you're some monsters.
Kickboxing with MMA gloves in a cage would be giant in the UFC.
dope.
Just have a striking only segment of the UFC.
And Glory's coming back. Glory's doing a heavyweight competition soon.
Glory's got some elite fighters, man. I watch Glory all the time.
Yeah, I
it's
love it.
fucking exciting, but nobody's watching it. Nobody knows who these people are.
You just got to educate the crowd. Put the same amount of resources you did in the slap fight into kickboxing,
It's
and we're
huge.
cooking.
Right. And then
Because they're doing it with jiu-jitsu.
Right. Right.
They're doing they put how many millions of dollars in jiu-jitsu, and they even have more of a budget for it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it's Eddie. You know, they put a lot of it in the jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. Mikey
A
Musumeci.
lot of it is not mine.
Yeah, it is. With
I wish
UFC
it
fight,
was.
with UFC fight, no, I'm saying as far as
Your
making it
influence.
popular. Like
Yeah.
EFI, all that shit, like that's, you were the one, you know, I know we're boys, but you were really the one to navigate all that. With Fight Pass, that was huge.
Yeah, it was a big deal. Having the UFC get involved heavily in jiu-jitsu is huge. Are you still doing stuff with them?
Yeah, I have a great relationship with them. I think they're trying to put together some kind of like tough show now, like an Ultimate Fighter show
for grappling.
which would be cool because then you can like build a star from scratch.
And get to know the guys.
Exactly, yeah. You can get people emotionally involved.
Because they exclusively signed Mikey Musumeci, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to get people to watch those reality shows these days. I think people kind of burned out on reality shows.
You know, DC and Chael are shooting one right now.
They're shooting the Ultimate Fighter.
They got to give up on that, bro. And
listen,
where
that's
do you
like
watch
season
that?
90. I don't know where you watch
Fight,
it.
it's on ESPN Plus, I think.
Is it? I haven't watched it in forever.
No one.
I watched the
does.
finals. I watched the finals to see how good the
Yeah,
guys are.
sure.
Within, and see where they're at. I watch Dana White's Contender Series probably more.
That's the best thing in combat sports.
Fucking
As far as like
phenomenal.
talent, like it's the best.
Because they're super hyped. They have insane motivation. They have this unbelievable opportunity. If they do that, they get skyrocketed into the UFC.
And it's not like Ultimate Fighter, like where you can win based off grappling and and just hold guys down. They become champion, get a UFC contract. Dana White Contender Series, there's dudes who win, and he's like, nah, not exciting enough.
Yeah.
So dudes go for broke.
Yeah.
Sugar Sean came from there. I mean, there's so many champs.
A lot of people came from there. Jamal Hill.
Is it illegal to have a finish bonus in the UFC? Like you get paid whatever, $80,000 to show, $80,000 to win, and then another $80,000 if you finish the fight. Is that illegal?
No, definitely not illegal. No,
they do it now with performance bonuses.
There's performance, I think. Yeah, it went up a little bit.
Or go gangster and go. You have show money, and then you get extra money, like double, but you have to knock them out or submit them.
See,
otherwise you just get your show money.
UFL does that. I know everyone say it. UFL does that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, what's UFL now?
What do you mean?
PFL?
No, UFL.
What's UFL?
UFL is where like Tony Ferguson and Dylan Downs fighting.
I thought that was GFL.
Yeah, GFL.
Oh,
yeah, GFL. Sorry. Yeah, there's PFL, there's GFL, UFL something else. But
we were talking
GFL
about
does that.
the one fight that I'm interested
Yoel
in.
Romero.
And Musasi.
That's a great fight.
That's a great fight.
Great
fight. One fight that GFL's putting together. I'm like, ooh, I'll watch that.
Are they both over 40?
They're 100 years old. Yeah, you're both 100.
Yoel's 79 years old.
I don't care. He looks fucking amazing.
Well, he's fighting bare knuckle.
Yeah.
Too. Like I saw some promo with some giant dude he's fighting.
Did you see him box that slap fight guy?
Bro, that slap fight guy, when he jumped up in the air, I was like, oh, I fucked up.
Yoel just jumped up in the air for no reason.
Like an alien.
Right before he decided to beat his ass, he just jumped straight up in the air.
And just some sloppy white guy, you see him go,
step forward.
Fuck.
If the UFC does kickboxing, they might as well just come out with a bang and go bare knuckle kickboxing.
It's not a bad idea.
Take my money.
And that'll get people to check it out.
Crazy. Would you do it separate from UFC events, or would you do it would you do it like one, where you have like MMA fights and kickboxing?
Mix it up.
Events
I
on
think
the same card?
you could do whatever you wanted, but you could definitely have a stand-up only show, and it would be huge.
Yeah.
Where they break them up if they clinch against the cage. You don't allow them to clinch. Do it just like kickboxing does. Separate them. Like there's no ground
I think
fighting
that's
at all.
going backwards, to tell you the truth. Like,
Really? You think they should
we had kickboxing, no one watched it. We already had it. No, but when the UFC came out, all of a sudden people are into martial arts again. And if we go, that's going back. I think.
I don't necessarily. I see what you're saying, but look, the UFC does grappling events, right? The grappling events are pure grappling. Why not do pure striking events too? And
Well-
then MMA is always the best.
Well, it was when the UFC blew up. It was UFC 2, correct?
Yeah.
Nobody watched UFC 1. They didn't know if it was real. There was no B-roll.
Right.
Everyone watched UFC 2. And did they get blown away and get hooked by it because of the striking or because of the jiu-jitsu?
Well, it was
Hoist.
because it was Hoist.
It was the jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Because people didn't realize that you could fight on the ground. I thought fighting on the ground was for pussy.
But then it went mainstream for Tough One with stand-up with Stefan and Forrest.
But listen, let's imagine that Ankalaev and Pereira fight an only kickboxing fight. Are you telling me that's going to be boring? That would be
That's glory.
fucking insane.
Yeah, they already have
Kickboxing
that.
with little gloves.
Oh.
With MMA gloves.
If they're going to do it, I'd go bare knuckle if it was up to me.
The
Because
thing about bare knuckle, though, is your face gets obliterated.
Yeah.
It's the slices and
that's
cuts.
because people watch that. People want to see the blood.
The hands break.
People want to see that.
And I commentate for Game Bread, where it's bare knuckle MMA, and seeing JDS and Alan Belcher and Roy, they don't punch the same.
Right.
Like, they're a little cautious because they don't want to break.
It's
their
more
hand.
realistic.
So it's not.
It's more realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is
It is. It's just a different product.
what happened.
It starts in an hour.
But wait a minute, it's
That's-
not
no,
Hilton.
no,
This is the bare knuckle
That's
one?
the dirty
Dirty
boxing
boxing.
shit.
Oh my goodness.
That's
Is
our
this-
boy Mike
is
Perry
this
shit.
bare
Watch that
knuckle?
too.
Is this bare knuckle
Oh,
dirty boxing?
it's bare knuckle. And this
Oh.
Hilton is tall with a giant jaw.
This starts in an hour?
Yeah,
Well,
Arlovsky fights.
fucking throw that bitch on.
Pick him
Let's
up.
go. Let's go.
Isn't that crazy?
Arlovsky,
Was
man.
that Dumb and
who
Dumber?
takes a licking and keeps on ticking better than Andre Arlovsky?
Tell me about it.
That dude is still around. He was the UFC champion in 2005, son.
Wow, dude.
2005. That's 20 fucking years ago of hardcore combat sports in MMA. That is nuts.
Dude, remember how hard it was for the UFC even to cut him because they kept giving these young lions, he kept beating them.
Yeah, he
They
beats a lot
kept
of
were
guys,
like, dude,
man.
just get out of here. He's like, nah, man.
He's such a veteran. He's such
He's
a
so
veteran.
savvy. He sees everything coming.
Oh, yeah, man. He's been there, done that forever. Jan Blachowicz. So you were saying that Blachowicz got both of his shoulders reconstructed?
Both of them been out 2 years. One shoulder's bad enough. But what's impressive about him is he was fighting with bad shoulders when he beat all these boys.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, how bad
Shoulders-
were they?
shoulders
And
are
did
tough.
they get
Shoulders
worse?
are tough.
Yeah. Did
Like
they
the
get
worst injury.
It's a bad injury because it's such a complicated joint.
Yep, I had full-blown surgery. It was
How's it now?
it's good now.
Stem
But-
cells? How's your back? Your lower back?
My lower back's good, man. I got into that Joe hip and steel stretching. Remember I told you about that? That's huge. I do that every day.
That changed
And-
everything for you?
It makes it so that I don't need surgery because I'm supposed to go back for more back surgery.
Really?
I was supposed to do that 2 years ago.
For another disc?
Yeah, another one. But I'm delaying that as long as possible and, doing these stretches, man. It takes about an hour and a half to do these stretches every day, but it makes it manageable where I could, tie my shoelaces without pain,
Yeah.
Lower
So-
back's a motherfucker.
Yeah, so
Whatever you can do to avoid surgery, man.
It's
There's
amazing.
enough shit out
Look
there.
at Jan. First shoulder operated on. Unfortunately, there's too much work to do with one, so they could fix both at once. Another surgery soon. So when is this, Channing?
2 years
It's
ago.
2 years ago. Wow.
I'm about 2 years.
That's crazy. And, no peptides, no nothing, because everybody is in this, goofy world where you're not allowed to take stuff like BPC 157.
So stupid.
that's illegal?
Yeah.
Especially after
This is-
surgery.
I didn't
Last
know
3
that.
months, 2 months, I started losing my power, my strength, 40% goes. I tried to do something with physiotherapy and doctors to try to fix it, but every training was worse. Yeah.
Now, remember, too, he's also 42 years old.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, that's old. It's less old for the bigger guys, but it's still old.
42 is 40. I mean,
Yeah.
Two shoulders at 42 is
Yeah.
are hard things to come back
And
from.
Carlos Ulberg's a motherfucker. He's so fast and tall. He's so long.
it's such good matchmaking because Carlos Ulberg, even though they think, prospect, I think he's 34, 35, but he hasn't really beat anybody of note. Like, he beat
And then there's
Ozdemir, but he hasn't really beat any of the top guys to get to this, so him versus Jan's fun.
And there's also his first fight. Like his first fight with Kennedy and Zichiku,
Yeah.
who beat him down. Like he was beating Kennedy up and then he gassed out and
Yeah.
Kennedy fucked him up.
Yeah.
Like that's a big fight because he kind of folded
Yep.
down the stretch. overamped in the beginning of the fight, burned off too much fuel.
Just experience.
It's
like Sean Brady in the main event. Like when they gave him Bilal, he just wasn't ready,
right,
and then loses that, and then goes on a tear.
Yeah,
and like now he's ready.
Yeah, well,
sometimes it takes that.
Had mental coaching, and
Yeah.
shit too. Which I think is important.
How are your shoulders?
Good. Yeah.
And yours? Good shoulders?
Good shoulders. I tore my bicep like a month ago, probably. But I'm on all
How bad
sorts
is
of
it?
shit. It looks weird. You can see it.
Did you get it fixed or no?
Nah, man.
You don't have to get it fixed. Is it a small tear?
Yeah, it's small tear.
Oh, okay.
I've just been injecting fucking
BPC.
peptide.
Yeah.
Name something. Just fucking.
Oh yeah.
Dude, fucking
Bro, BPC
back
157 with the TB 500 is amazing.
the best.
Amazing.
I started taking blue scorpion venom shit.
What?
Yeah, some scorpion
What is
venom.
that?
Some venom. I don't know. Name something.
What do you-
Anything someone offers me, I'm like, I'll try
Like
it
the
out.
name of the brand name is Venom or actual
It's
Venom?
blue venom. They take venom and then
From
put
who? Like
peptides with it.
snake?
What?
From a fucking scorpion.
Oh,
What?
shit.
What does that do for you?
Apparently it helps with healing.
They say bee stings cures arthritis.
Sure.
When people get bee stings, like
Yeah,
you know,
you
they have
your
like
joints
serious
don't hurt?
arthritis, they get stung all over the fucking hands, and it helps them. Blue scorpion venom. What
Sick
the
name,
hell,
at least.
dude?
Yeah, they melt scorpions, dog.
Reminds me of shark
Scorpion
cartilage.
jizz.
Dude, I couldn't lift 3 weeks ago. I fucking... Who
Blue
knows?
scorpion did it for you?
I don't know. That's the thing. I take so much shit, I don't know.
Something's working.
Something's working, dude. I got
What
back
is-
on the bench last week and was, no problems.
What is the scorpion stuff supposed to do?
It helps with healing. Like there's all sorts of fucking history on it.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
Blue scorpion. Do you inject it or you take it?
No, it's a serum.
Okay, so you put it on the muscle. You put it under your tongue. What
No,
do you
yeah,
do?
you put it under your tongue.
Huh.
Every morning, every night.
Bro.
And I'm like, how much do they take? I'll take double.
Is it-
fucking...
Is there a side effect to it?
No, I feel, being
You get
awesome.
poisoned?
Feeling healthy.
Does it make you feel great?
Oh, yeah, I feel great.
Wow, but you're
Not-
doing a lot of stuff. It's hard to
That's
know.
the thing. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know.
That's
And like,
always
and
the
then I
problem.
stumbled upon was it methanol blue?
Yeah.
Do you take methanol
Yeah,
blue?
yeah, yeah.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
Is
I
that
got
legit?
Yeah,
I keep
it's,
seeing stuff.
that's
about
not how you say it. What is the actual
methylene.
methylene? Methylene.
Methylene, dude. It's on me all
Yeah.
the time.
Yeah, I take
Do you want some? Corn?
What is yeah, I take it.
It's
Yeah.
it's like what do we say? Nootropic?
Well,
Like energy?
It's basically an MAO inhibitor, and it also has something that does something for your mitochondria. I'm not the guy to describe it, but Gary Brecka told me to take it, and quite a few other people told me to take it.
Yeah, I just stumbled because I take creatine for neurological reasons and for muscle recovery,
Yeah.
and then I'm taking so many nootropics. I feel like I leveled out, and then someone recommended this methanol blue, methylene blue.
Yeah, and that took you to another level?
Bro, yeah, I mean,
go.
3-4 times a day.
Let's
Just,
go. 3 or 4 times a day?
Yeah, I
I think
don't know.
you're supposed to do it 1 a day.
what are we doing? Bro? I got too much shit to get done. Yeah, that sounds great from Diesel Subs.
You're like a test rat.
Yeah. When they go, does it work? I think so.
Probably.
Yeah.
Something's working.
One of them's
The
gonna
full
work.
combo's working.
One of them's gonna work.
Now, with the UFC being involved in grappling, they're not thinking about drug testing anybody, are they?
I don't think so. As far as I know, no, because none of the organizations test.
Right.
So it's like, unless you're going to sign, which is starting to happen now because there's a little bit more money.
it. IBJJF tests.
Yeah, but that's it.
Yeah, okay.
That's it. They're starting to sign people exclusive now because there's a little bit more money.
Yeah.
But unless you're going to test unless every organization is going to test, and it doesn't make sense because then you have the guys who are tested in the UFC who are fighting on Flow or at one or other events who are fighting guys who are juiced anyway. So the whole reason to have testing is to have guys who are not on steroids compete against one another. That's
Right,
not
but if
really-
they came up with an organization that came up with the most money and said, but here's the rules, we're going to go USADA.
that would work. But the
don't.
problem is that you need a business model where you can make that amount of money back.
Right.
Like just
Right.
to pay for testing. Like most of the guys
So
that are
expensive.
competing on like the undercard or like not even the main event guys, you'd actually be losing money testing them regularly.
Also dulls down the sport, but also when the UFC signs jiu-jitsu, like say Mikey Mushimeshi, is it exclusive? Can you not compete anywhere else?
So usually when they do exclusive, I don't know what his contract is, obviously, but usually it's exclusive, but they have cutouts for things like ADCC or like big world championships. Otherwise, it's hard to sign guys completely
That's what I was
exclusive.
gonna say. You'd have to pay him the salary.
Like for example, if if UFC signed Mikey exclusive, and then he wanted to do ADCC, but it's on Flow, like a lot of times the guys have cutouts for that, like big world championship tournaments.
That's cool.
Because it helps everybody.
Yeah,
like,
it's cool. Just builds a brand. You don't be stuck there if you're not getting enough competition.
But like a guy exclusive to Flow or to UFC wouldn't be able to compete for like Flow Grappling or One normally.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So is One still doing a lot of grappling? I know they got the Rutolos and Mikey's gone.
I think Cade's doing MMA now.
Cade,
Really?
yeah, he's 2-0.
Yeah.
He looks like a demon out there.
Oh,
Cade looks like a savage.
grappling so
I
much
love
better
those
than
guys.
everybody else's.
He's fucking people up striking.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like having a guy like that's that elite with grappling and also young enough to learn striking and and just wild.
Dude, they
wild, aggressive dudes.
great work ethic. They gave him like a tough matchup to a second fight and one championship, like a tough fucking wrestler. He fucking annihilated this dude.
Is Gary Tonin still in One?
Yeah, he was. His contract ended. He was doing some negotiations, but as far as I know, I think he's going back to One, but I'm not 100% sure.
Be great to see him.
Jamie, can you bring up the
I wanna
one
see him
championship
fight
has
soon.
a big Muay Thai fight, like huge Muay Thai fight, like one of the biggest ever.
Oh,
I sent my
so
boy to it. There
for
it is.
everybody watching at home,
Rotten.
first fight is right about to start, and Mark Goddard is waiting to kick it off. He's moving to the center of the octagon now, and it goes. And the time is 4:57, 4:56, 4:55, 4:54, 4:53. We're off. How do you say that dude's name? Shari. This is in London?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Tell me a little bit about these guys. I don't know much.
I didn't study this.
He's 12-3.
Brendan?
I wish.
You don't know? Oh my god.
No, I know some guys.
Featherweights.
No, I got some things.
Who has he fought?
8 first-round finishes.
That's really good. Man, Brendan got stomped.
Yeah, he gets crispy after this. But what I was gonna say is, I wish we were seeing John Jones Aspinall in London.
Yeah, that's what they should be saying. But I think John's going to hold out as long as he can to make the most money. And then,
Which you can't be mad at, but also, Tom Aspinall, I think soon he'll be the interim champ for the longest ever, over 500 days. That's not good.
No, that's kind of crazy. 500 days is
500 days is wild.
It's kind of crazy.
And
And
then,
John said he wants 6 months to train.
which is, that's just negotiation tactics. Like, dude, he's been on your radar for 3 years. And you took 2 years to get ready for heavyweight. What are we doing?
Yeah, but I mean, John
also get your
is
money.
so meticulous in his preparation. Like, you worked with John. You trained with him when he was getting ready for Stipe.
Yeah, we did the first camp. I was with him for like a couple weeks, and then and then Stipe got hurt, and then the second camp,
Oh, here we go. Someone got hurt.
he dropped him. I didn't see with what, but he definitely dropped him.
So,
But yeah, the second camp I was with him for like a full 6 or 7 weeks, so that was
And do you think Tom Aspinall's like John's going to get him down? If you got him down, John, as far as being Aspinall's guard, you think it'd be an issue for John at all?
No, I think that I think Tom would probably be trying to stand up. And Tom also has pretty good fast takedowns, so they could both take one another down.
Yeah.
But I don't think that Tom is going to be able to really do anything besides try to get up on John.
Yeah.
trying to get that mounted
Because
guillotine.
he's been doing jiu-jitsu since he was a kid. It's rare you have a big guy with good hips.
Dogfight. Oh.
He's so fast, too.
Tom,
Aspinall, as a heavyweight, there's no one like him.
The only knock on we really haven't seen would just be his defense.
Yeah.
His head is
The
exposed. chin
one
leads forward.
MMA fight I did see him lose, he got heel hooked, and it was a pretty shitty heel hook that he tapped to. So
Aspinall?
Yeah.
When was that? I thought he was
a long time
undefeated.
ago. That was a long time ago.
Was
He's been
undefeated
before
in
he
the
was in
UFC?
the UFC, yeah.
He got a heel hook for
Yeah,
the UFC?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He's undefeated, though.
It was a long time ago. He's obviously gotten much better, but it was a pretty shitty heel hook.
No kidding. Was it an amateur fight or was it a pro fight?
A pro fight, I believe.
Here's something to think about. Think if for whatever reason John decides he doesn't want to fight Aspinall, what the fuck do you do with Aspinall?
Right. There's no one.
The heavyweight division's never been worse.
It's never been worse.
It's awful. There's Cyril gone.
Triangle right here.
Oh, look at
Gotta
this.
pull that head down. You might be able to get it.
If he would have asked me a few weeks ago, I would say have Alex move up, but Alex just lost.
Yeah.
That was the bummer.
I heard that Alex fought with a broken. Here it is. Here's the heel hook.
Oh, it's actually a heel knee bar.
So here it is. Who's this guy?
So you see, he just scoops the leg from half guard.
Tom was whooping his
And
ass.
Tom turns away instead of trying to face him. So it exposes the heel, and it turns into a heel knee bar.
Oh, weird.
It's a heel hook, but it's a knee bar, but with the heel hook gripping, so he can't turn back into the lock.
That dude's in some pub right now going, I beat that guy.
I beat the fucking champ. I beat the fucking champ. This guy keeps trying.
He's got to create an angle.
Well, he's got both arms
shoulders in.
Yeah. It's got to go with the dead orchard, right?
Doesn't work.
Does it ever work in MMA? Has anybody pulled it off in MMA?
Yeah, Elvis Innocent.
Oh, that's
He was the first old school. He was the first one. That's when that's when no one really thought it was like, no one really even noticed it. Because you're taught, you only triangle your legs when there's one arm in, one arm out, not when there's two arms in.
Right.
But his legs are so long, he armbarred Jeremy Horn. And then when you look at it, you're like, yo, he's triangling his legs and he has both arms in. Whoa, that's kind of a freak thing.
Yeah.
And we just thought it was a freak thing. And then Nathan Orchard and Brian Debs, two of my guys, they just started doing it all the time. They go, like, do we do this all the time? We're like, really? You're doing triangle? Like, you got to have long legs.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have long legs. If you have short legs, you got to do a Mexican dead orchard. That's what I do. You got to do a lot of extra labor. There's a lot of extra stuff you got to do to pull it
What's
off.
the Mexican dead orchard? How does it work?
You got to do a lot of stuff. You got to go invisible collar to muddy waters and then Mexican dead. There's a lot of stuff. Because if you have long hair or long if you're a heavy metal dude, if you have long legs, and you're on the bottom, depending on how you match up with the guy, he can get dead orchard. You can triangle your legs with his arms in a perfect defensive position, and they get that. A lot of times people get surprised, like, what the fuck happened? How did he triangle his legs? They don't understand. But if you have short legs and the guys like this, or just regular legs, there's no way you're going to be able to triangle your legs with both arms in. You need one arm in, one arm out. So with both arms in, the only way a Mexican or a Chinese guy could do a dead orchard is you got to have this arm down and this arm like this. Like this. Now I could triangle my legs. You got to do a lot of work. You got to get the hand on the mat, and then you got to get his elbow in. There's a lot of stuff that's super complicated. Dead orchards are not the greatest thing for, and you got to be super flexible, and you got to put a lot of time into it. But if you have long legs, you should be doing dead orchards. It's by far the number one arm bar in the guard, no gi, and there's not even a close second.
Really?
I got one of my black belts has 84 dead orchards, and his student who's a purple belt has 34 dead orchards in competition.
Who was it? That many orchards?
Chris Vickers from 10th Planet Walnut Creek.
Orchard King.
And dead they happen all the goddamn time. Ben Eddy got Wilson Hayes in a combat jiu-jitsu match. He got him in a dead orchard.
Wow.
And Wilson Hayes is high-level black belt. He just fought Mighty Mouse for the title a month before. That's high level shit.
Yeah.
But for girls proportionally have longer legs than guys and more narrow shoulders. So if you're a girl out there and you're fighting MMA and you don't have a dead orchard in your game, you're missing out. You're missing out. Girls can do dead orchards at a higher level or a higher rate than guys. For sure. Just because of the body type.
Who do you think has the best guard in MMA? Is it Oliveira or Paul Craig? Paul Craig's got a fucking pretty nasty guard.
Paul Craig's so dangerous, Bo Nickel didn't even take him down.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah,
there's so few fighters with dangerous guards in MMA.
Right.
There's so few.
Fabricio was one.
There's like
Fabricio Verdum was the overlooked GOAT heavyweight.
I would say Paul Craig.
Yeah. Ankalaev and Jamal Hill. He's got two world champions. Armbarred both of them. Triangled them, armbarred them.
That's
very impressive.
Well, you got Gunnar
Broke
Nelson.
Jamal's arm. Remember Jamal's arm was flopping all over the place. He's beating on him.
As far as jiu-jitsu-wise, you got Gunnar Nelson on the card tonight, and then Sean Brady's no punk either.
Sean Brady's
a black
wicked.
belt.
He's wicked.
Philadelphia Gorilla.
And I'm sure Bergman would like to point out that he beat Craig Jones in competition.
He did beat Craig Jones in a grappling match.
But that was one of them deals where you couldn't do heel hooks, though, right?
Yeah. I believe leg locks were illegal.
Yeah. That's a little sus.
But still, he's an MMA guy who fights at 170.
Well, he's a fucking beast.
No, yeah.
No, he's got like a turtle shell for a back.
No, he's a great grappler, which is why I'm excited to watch this.
Yeah, his back
you
is
guys.
like triple thick. He's got like you
You
hug
talking
him.
about Sean Brady?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
his back is like extra muscles.
Did you see
what do
Lee-
these do?
And Leon Edwards in the weigh-ins, he was like, I didn't realize how small he is. I'm definitely have a strength advantage. You're like, oh,
Leon said that?
but yeah, you're like, oh, buddy,
Oh boy.
you got to educate yourself.
Well, Leon was saying that the weight's too small. I'm gonna take him out. I'm like, he might be shorter than you, but
His hands on
he's
that.
a fucking chimp.
Yeah.
He gets a hold of you. You got real problems.
Yep.
Remember what he did to Kelvin?
Yeah,
He's manhandled Kelvin.
And Gilbert
Kelvin's
Burns?
a hell of a wrestler.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Hell of a wrestler.
No, anyone who fights Sean Brady's like, he's the strongest guy we've ever gone against. All of them say it.
Yeah.
It's like,
Joe
wait,
Piper says it.
Yeah.
And Joe Piper's fucking huge.
Huge.
That's a guy
Blue
where
collar
like,
hands.
that's a guy where like, how the fuck do you make 85?
Wow.
How do you make 85?
Gordon, in your opinion, what's the best leg lock for MMA? Best leg lock position. You're training someone, he wants to learn leg locks. What do you think?
Well, for you guys, it'd be called the honey hole, but for us, cross ashigurami.
Or inside Sengaku?
Yeah, inside Senkaku, yeah.
That's the best one, you think?
One of them.
And then what do you think about putting it on the outside and going Z-lock?
That's great, too.
It seems like anything on the outside, it turns the guy and he really can't hit you. Because really it's about being safe from striking.
Yes, of course,
and
yeah.
50-50, I think everyone agrees. You see 50-50 in MMA and it works, but you can still reach the guy's face, but you can't really hit him that hard.
50-50, you can get hit outside ashigurami, or you guys call it
That's
double
the worst
outside.
one.
Can get hit.
Yeah, that's the worst.
But any like inside Senkaku, or if you pass leg across, we call it inside ashigurami, where you have that's how I finished Nicky Rod, where you have the legs triangled inside, but the legs pass to the outside, so you have an outside heel hook. That's great, but because everyone's braking mechanics are not up to par on outside heel hooks, it's harder to get catastrophic breaks on outside heel hooks. So for MMA, if you have good braking mechanics, like Paul Harris finished a lot of outside heel hooks, but his braking mechanics were pretty good.
Yeah.
The legs inside with the foot outside is best. Otherwise, just keep the foot on the other side and go for the inverted.
So if this leg was reaping, this foot would be on the outside, right? Like this?
Yeah, so you'd have an outside heel
We
hook.
call that the Indian. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
That's actually that's Gary heel hooking
on
Paul
the
Harris.
inside. Yeah.
But so it's hard for the guy to. If the guy can't hit you from here, he can't really throw any punches to your
Basically, anytime you reap, like which is that left leg going on the inside, makes it hard for the guy to hit. So most people think, oh, leg locks don't work in MMA. You're going to get smashed. That's not true.
Yeah.
Some leg locks will save your ass. There was a fight in the UFC. Some Brazilian guy, I forget, it was in the Ultimate Fighter. He was on his back getting walloped, and the guy was like, had a horse stance on top of him against the cage and was throwing down. And that Brazilian just jumped on a knee bar attempt, and that saved him because now he can't. Now that he's punching his ass, and then from the knee bar he got knocked down on his back or on his butt, and then he turned around, jumped on his back, and choked him out.
Yeah, I don't think you're seeing a lot of heel hooks because a lot of guys just aren't very efficient in it. They're not focusing on it.
Ryan Hall was one of the first to come in and really do some damage with leg locks. He got BJ Penn pretty quick.
Mm-hmm. The number one determining factor with leg locking is, insofar as getting hit, is in order for the person to actually hit you, they have to come up on top of you and put weight onto you. So the number one determining factor is, can I keep this guy's head? If you're attacking and you're trying to punch the guy, if you can get your head over his head, you can hit with power.
Yeah.
So any leg locking position which doesn't allow your opponent to get head over head is what's going to keep you safe.
So basically, double outside ashi. What do you guys call it? Double outside ashi?
Just outside ashi.
That's the worst one.
Because the guy can come forward into you and get head over head and can hit you.
You either get that heel hook quick or you're going to take some damage.
But anything where you're reaping, which doesn't allow him to come forward into you, because he'll break his own leg if he stacks you.
Yeah.
And he can't get head over head is what you should be looking for. But if the guy can get head over head, then he can hit you easy.
Yeah. You going over leg locks with John Jones? Is he pretty good at them now?
Yeah, he kind of just bounces around from thing to thing. Like, he'll be like, I want to go over some leg locks. And like, you'll teach him a move. He's like, so darces. I got a question on darce. And it just like, it's like just ADHD, just bounce. But that's how he learns. Like, he just bounces from move to move.
Yeah. The first time I met him, it was his first fight when he fought Stephan Bonner. and we were it was in Boston, and we were at a boxing gym, and I was just hanging out with you because you were taking a private with who was the guy from Amsterdam that you were taking privates?
Rob
It was Shuki.
Oh,
It was either Shuki or Rob Kamen. It was one of them. We were in some random boxing gym in Boston, and I was just sitting on the ring.
It
Just
must have been Rob if we were in Boston.
waiting for you to be done. And then no one knew who John Jones was. It was his first fight. He's sitting there, and he comes up to me and he asks for advice. He goes, "What do you think? You got any advice for me?" And I didn't know. And he was fighting Stephen Bonner, and I thought, oh, they're feeding Stephen Bonner some new guy. He's like, I felt bad for John Jones. So what I told him is there's two kinds of wrestlers that come into MMA. Wrestlers that love jiu-jitsu and wrestlers that want to beat jiu-jitsu. I go, don't be one of those wrestlers that wants to beat jiu-jitsu. Fall in love with it. Fall in love with submissions, because the guys that want to beat it, they never last. They're eventually going to get taken out.
Also, wrestlers have such an advantage of being able to manipulate bodies.
The scariest jiu-jitsu guys, for the most part, are guys that wrestle their whole life, and then they fall in love with jiu-jitsu, and they love pulling guard and all that. Like, oh, scary.
Think about the guys John Jones submitted. Over Lyoto, fucking savage. Vitor.
How did that Stephen Bonner fight? Wasn't he like just
beat the shit out of him?
He was like throwing around.
He did that spinning elbow.
Beat the shit out of him. You remember when we talked him? We talked him into going to a big camp. Do you remember that conversation?
When we were at the roof of the hotel,
we were hanging out, and he was saying, "What do you think I should do?" I said, "You're too good. You need to be at a big camp. You need to be around killers. You can't. You're so good. You're gonna get by a long way on your own." I go, "But you need like high level coaching. Like you're a world champion."
And did you recommend Jackson's to him?
I did not. He found Jackson's. Yeah. Well, Jackson's was huge at the time.
Yeah.
So many.
GSP.
It's such a great gym. I mean, you can't go wrong with those guys. And Greg is just such a great mind for strategy.
And a good guy. Not a slimy guy.
And Winklejohn was a legit kickboxer in his day. Winklejohn was a legit kick. He fought Jean-Yves Theriault.
Oh, yeah.
He was legit. Winklejohn's a legit striker. And then you got all those other people over there, too. It's like such a killer lineup.
I was there during John's heyday, man.
Yeah, you were.
Savage.
Yeah. I think his heyday's still going on, man. Especially at heavyweight.
We just don't know. He's not active enough.
Yeah. It's really this one fight, man. There's one fight.
And then after that,
they gotta scour.
Because here's the thing, even if John mollywops Tom, which I think John would be an underdog in the fight, but let's say John beats Tom.
Isn't that crazy?
And then retires. All right, Tom Aspinall's still going to dominate.
Right.
Who's going to beat him?
If you get Francis to come back. The Saudis. Come along. Come on. The Saudis come along with that.
Francis is going to fight Wilder.
That big bag. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah. So,
that got to do it.
Good John Jones story that nobody knows. Because I was cornering him for that fight, his last fight against Stipe. And we found out that Trump was going to be there. And for probably a solid 15 to 20 minutes, while he was warming up, like 15 to 20 minutes, he's getting ready to go out to fight for the belt. Probably 20 minutes of that warm-up was him just practicing the mechanics on how to do the Trump dance right. We looked it up, we YouTubed it, and he was practicing the Trump dance in the locker room, getting ready to do it.
How confident are you of victory when you're already practicing your victory dance?
Pretty confident.
And the best is we were all for it. We're like, no, the hands got to be a little bit higher, a little bit lower. So we were coaching him through it as he was doing it.
I was laughing so
How did that
hard.
fight end? I forget.
Spinning back kick to the body.
Yeah. I never told you this, but I was actually there.
You were there?
I flew in with the guys from CPI. Why
didn't you tell me we were there?
Because you're so busy, you know what I mean. And then I was with a big group, and what am I gonna do? Drink?
Right.
I'm like, you know what?
Got it.
You had so much shit going on, and so Ed Clay from CPI calls me up. He goes, "Hey, you want to go? You want me to pick you up in my private jet and go to see Tyson fight in Dallas, and then we fly and go see John Jones fight?"
No, that sounds terrible. No, I hate fun.
I need better friends.
I actually said no.
Did you really?
My kid had baseball all weekend.
Baseball, fuck yeah.
So I said, damn, because he asked me, this was on, we were going to leave on Thursday or Friday morning or Thursday. And It was like Tuesday. And I'm like, yo, what? No one's ever asked. I've never had that offer ever. Let me go pick you up in the private, pick me up in Van Nuys Airport, and then we go to Dallas, and then we go to the New York, and I said, dude, I can't. And then I told my wife, and my wife goes, are you fucking retarded?
That's a good wife.
You call his ass back, you fucking going. And I go, okay.
The kids
I
also
call
play
back,
like
I said, my
100
wife's
games.
making me go.
They play a lot of games.
Yeah, especially his son, Travel Ball.
Yeah.
So many games.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, dude, I've been to a million UFCs. Like, I'd rather watch it at home or with my buddies, because we have UFC parties at the gym, and that's funner to me than to see it live. To tell you the truth,
This is my favorite way to watch fights.
But
This is my favorite way.
But when we were there, dude, I was just watching the whole Trump thing go on. You see RFK, Tulsi Gabbard. Was Elon there too?
I believe it was.
Yeah,
Dude, and I was just sitting there going, fuck, you're there. And I
FBI
see Trump.
director.
I'm like, dude, this is a good time for the deep state to fucking send a missile to Madison Square Garden. It would solve all their problems.
There was like 47 checkpoints. It was like, it was
As there
like Secret
should be.
Service,
As there
cops
should be.
And then I
everywhere.
see Trump come up. I saw the whole fucking thing. Trump walking straight to you and gave you a big fucking hug, and he's whispering sweet nothings in your ear. I'm like, holy, they're like, this shit right here. Like, I was like, what the fuck? He goes right to you, man. Look at that. He didn't want to talk to John Attic. He was going right to you.
He knew you were ready for the fucking handshake pull. So he
Yeah.
was like,
he
came.
just came to give me a hug that time.
Dude, look at that. And what did he say?
Yeah, DC the left, man.
I
No, you don't have to say it. You don't have to
he
say it.
basically said I won in the election.
Damn. How crazy is this? Right?
Very interesting times.
And then John Jones wins and then does the dance.
That was crazy.
Dude, that day,
We're so
that
bad.
day was insane.
We're so bad.
That was
That
a great
day was insane
That was a great day.
for the world. That's like world history shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
They could put that whole event in some book.
But all the other athletes started doing the Trump dance after that.
Correct.
A lot of football
everyone's
players were already doing
A
it.
lot of football
Fucking John. That's amazing.
That's the coolest shit
That's
ever.
amazing. John Jones,
Savage.
the GOAT.
The GOAT.
Yeah.
No,
The GOAT now.
No
argument.
doubt. Like,
Yeah.
no, that's no doubt.
It's silly when people argue that.
If he beats Aspinall,
Yeah.
everybody has to
Come
shut the
on.
fuck up forever.
They need to shut the fuck up even if he was to lose to Aspinall.
Yeah.
Look, his resume through light
It's
heavyweight.
incredible.
You got to realize he went through that whole fucking span of fighting the best of the best that light heavyweights ever had to offer.
Look at
and
the
fucked up
Look at the
all of them.
line. It's like Tom Aspinall's a slight favorite. That's
Yeah,
kinda
as
crazy.
he should be.
Look at Marab over Sean.
Yeah.
Woo, 350 to win.
Dude, Tom hasn't been out of the first
Are
round.
they doing? Is this real? Are they doing Marab and Sean again?
These are just a website taking action.
Yeah, they were
taking
taking
bets
they were
already.
doing Rob
Yeah.
Sean.
They are, huh? When does that happen then?
I don't know, but
That's
that,
gotta be July, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
that Islam Topuria.
I don't think that's happening.
No, Islam going up to 70.
Is he?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh shit!
Shane.
He's got to do a drunk Trump. You know, Trump has never been drunk ever in his life. Him doing a. Can you imagine if Trump was drunk on Twitter? Can you imagine the drunk tweets he would send?
Trump doesn't
Oh
drink
shit!
at
Look
all,
at
right?
that. Fiona Davies.
Oh,
She's like
she's amazing.
top
man.
top
Yeah,
female
she's amazing. I
grappler.
just don't recognize her all dolled up.
Yeah.
She's amazing, dude.
You
I
know-
saw her Mackenzie Dern bout. Like,
Super
holy
talented.
shit.
Dude, the first time I saw her, she was an EBI. She was a purple belt, and she went against her first round match was against Talita Alankar, who was a black belt world champion. I gave Talita, like, oh, you're gonna get a purple belt, you get the low seed. So it was like an easy one. And I'm sitting there and I'm breathing, and I'm like, oh, Talita's gonna kill this little Irish girl. And dude, Fiona was all over her, took her back, and almost finished her. I'm like, oh my god! And the only reason I put her in there was because Keith Krikorian, he sent me a message. Goes, yo, there's this chick Fiona Davies. You got to throw her in. I go, okay, whatever. I'll take that advice. But Talita ended up winning. She ended up getting her back at the end and winning. But it was scary for a second, and that was
as a purple belt.
as a purple belt.
That's
She
impressive.
almost beat a world champion.
This dude looks like he's had a hard life.
He's tatted up like a machine gun.
Yeah. I don't know these guys. So we'll see what happens with that one. There's a lot of good fights coming up. I'm wondering what
That
they're going
Miami
to do
card.
with Topuria, but I like what you were saying. Topuria versus Oliveira. Oh, Vera.
Your first introduction at 55 is kind of the,
Oh,
the king
they're
of
so
55
tall.
and dangerous.
So dangerous everywhere. Dangerous striking. Huge reach advantage.
Yeah. But if you're Topiary, you're not going to go up to 55 without some sort of guarantee. Because remember, he's giving up the belt, so he's not getting pay-per-view points.
But it's his idea.
Well, because the weight cut's too tough.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Really?
45 is too tough for him.
But he's been doing it and winning.
He's just sick of it.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Apparently, that last cut was really tough, and his team was like, all right, no more.
Wow.
But
So what is he
you're
weighing?
not going to give up the pay-per-view points and just dip out and then just go into the queue at 55.
What was he weighing when he was fighting 45? What was he walking around
They were
at?
saying like 180 between 170. Yeah, big. Like that's the thing. It was like, oh, he's too small, 55. I'm like, he's fucking big out of kid.
Yeah, but those guys are real big. Like Islam's huge. When I stand next to
And
Islam,
how about Gleason Tabao? He would cut to
my
55.
God.
That guy walked around at 250.
That was back in the day.
No
though.
fat.
Yeah, that was back in the day.
I think
though.
he has the. I think
Can't do
that
that now.
dude has the record for weight cut.
Anthony Johnson.
Rob. Oh yeah,
Dude,
John.
Anthony
what's
Johnson.
happening?
Dude,
Yeah,
I don't know how
Johnson.
Alex ever made 85.
Who?
Right,
Alex
Pereira.
No.
I think we fight at 225.
And
How about DDP? He's
Yeah, he's
fucking
big,
Huge, bro.
Huge. Yeah, he's
so
huge.
big.
I haven't
So
seen, I haven't
big
seen
for
him in
you.
person.
Oh,
But
wow.
I sat next to Alex when I was like a Jack 230, and he like dwarfed me. And I'm like, how does this guy cut to 80? Like, he was bigger in every match. He was bigger. He was
Yeah.
longer. He was thicker. Like it was just.
They say he fought with a broken hand and norovirus against Ankalaev. He fought with a broken toe before. When he beat Yuri Prohaska, he had a fucked up knee. Like, remember when he went and he tumbled at the end of the fight?
Yeah.
That's because his knee wouldn't support him. He was basically fighting on one leg in the first fight. Then he gets surgery. I guess it's probably meniscus because he came back pretty quick. Walk around weight, 231. That's crazy.
Stacked, dude.
And he looks 231. When you stand next to him, he looks like a heavyweight.
He go up 205.
Oh, easy. Easy 205.
He has the strength for it
bully
too.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get you some.
He's a scary
He's gonna be
dude.
a problem.
Because he confused everybody. Everybody's like, oh, this guy's all awkward and shit. He's going to get pieced up. Nope.
Like, we watch so many fights. I'd see his
Yeah.
style. I'm like, oh, he's going to get exposed eventually.
Well, I think
and then you just
also-
see him, you're like, what the fuck?
When we saw him early in his career, he did not have a nose. His nose was
His cardio is bad.
Yeah, his mouth was wide open all the
Yeah.
time, and then he got that nose fixed. And then I remember when I got mine fixed, I was like, why didn't I do this a long time ago? They're like 10% more cardio instantly.
Yeah, his coach came out and was like, he's only breathing at 6% capacity. And I was like, this is some bullshit.
Out of his nose, man.
Out of his nose.
Yeah, I believe that.
And then he got it fixed, and the motherfucker's unstoppable.
Rockhold just did something online where they did a scan
I
inside of
saw
his nose.
that.
It's all gone.
Yeah.
His whole nose is just completely clogged.
Yeah.
Because it's like your ears. You get cauliflower ear, that shit, the same thing happens inside your nose.
Yeah.
It's the blood pools up and it calcifies, and you just get rocks inside your nose. Your nose is just a big fucking closed, like a tunnel that caved in on miners.
I had mine fixed when I had my tonsillectomy.
Yeah?
And they had like the stents up there for like a week. But
I feel like you got a good nose for fighting. You're like
It's
no
better.
homo. You got like a button nose, like cute button
I
nose.
appreciate
Cute
that.
button,
Yeah,
Right?
I
Doesn't he have a
appreciate
good
that.
nose? So does
I
Eddie.
appreciate
Yeah.
Has anybody thrown a lot of money at you to try to get you to do MMA?
Yeah, I was offered 7 figures
Really?
to do like bare knuckle MMA.
Oh, bare knuckle. Was it Masvidal's thing?
I believe so. It wasn't Masvidal who reached out. It was somebody else.
Dean, probably.
I think it was maybe through Philly Fresh. Reached out, and it was somewhere around 7 figures.
Wow.
To do it.
Yeah, I'd watch that.
But it was like I was getting ready for ADCC at the time. Though. Just like no.
Yeah.
You were going to do combat jiu-jitsu too. It was going to be him against
Denver,
Fabricio. We're doing combat jiu-jitsu.
Whoa.
That was happening, dog. That was happening.
Take my money.
Fuck yeah.
Take
Right.
my money.
I tore my LCL
Yeah.
against Chivas.
And then Fabricio got hurt too. So they both dropped out. But it was going to happen. We had
Fabricio's in
flyers and
GFL, right?
everything.
Fabricio's in GFL.
GFL's got everybody.
They're-
Chris Weidman's like, I'm retired. And GFL called him. I was like, I'm
I'm
unretired.
back in.
Like
Dude,
that.
they're fighting. It's end of May. But the arena by the USC down there. It's end of May in LA.
What kind of testing they got? Multiple choice?
Don't be hating. What's this testing you speak of? But dude, they
Well, you got old guys. Don't
That'd
test
be
them.
cool.
Don't
What the fuck
be
we doing?
nice.
The
Come on.
WWE. Yeah.
Let's go back to the old days.
We got Dylan Dennis, Tony Ferguson. Like, I like it, dog.
Ooh, that's a good
It's a
fight.
good fight.
Dude, I saw that poster. That's got to be fake because there's zero chance that it was at lightweight.
Here it
There's
is.
no chance.
But remember,
Well, their
their
weights are
weight,
different.
their
Oh,
weight,
what is it?
the weight cut's different.
What is
10
it?
pounds. So they can agree to fight at a weight that they're both comfortable
It's
at.
a legendary lightweight matchup.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
lightweight's
but
different for them.
that could be 65.
Yeah,
But there's no way he makes 65. He could like barely make 70 when he was
Really?
like 170 when he was in shape for ADCC.
What is their weight classes are different? We pulled it up the other day. Like middleweight is 200 pounds.
Uh-huh.
So maybe.
Oh look, I posted right there. There's my good comment. Dylan making lightweight.
Well, let's see. Go pull up GFL weight classes, Jamie. I think they're definitely different.
They're different. So if Tony goes, hey, man, I feel good at whatever, 168, 170, and Dylan agrees, like, yeah, I'll fight you at 170. Then we'll fight
Well,
170.
Dylan wasn't even making 170 when he fought in Bellator.
50-50 revenue share.
He would fight at catchweight.
Athletes can earn a fair share of the revenue generated from events, ensuring their success is directly linked to the league success. Dang.
How do they determine that?
50-50 for the gate.
50-50 once they get over, once they get in the positive. But then also, like,
How do they know who's moving the needle?
If
If they all get it,
they all get it.
50-50?
Yeah, they all get it.
Okay.
They
Jamie,
split
can you
amongst the
just
fighters.
Google GFL's weight classes and see if a website explains it?
On their website.
I know, but I don't think they have it
So
on
if they
their
split
website.
the profit,
Another,
that's different. If they split the profit, what if they don't make any profit?
Then nobody gets it.
Okay.
But then what's dope is, like, let's say Gordon was going to fight and brought in a sponsor, and then they want to sponsor the entire thing. He gets 20% of anything he brings.
See,
So
featherweight goes up to 55, lightweight is 65, welterweight's 80. So how's Dylan Dance making 65?
That's what I'm saying. There's zero chance.
He's big.
When he fought in Bellator, he would fight at catchweight. It was 175.
I like their light heavyweight, 225.
I wish they had that when I was fighting.
They
Maybe
should
he's in the
have
best
that.
shape of his life. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe got
Isn't
one.
he fighting KSI in boxing? So shouldn't he be in
KSI
shape?
just pulled out.
All right, well, that's
But
not
I'm
good.
telling you, there's no way Dylan's going to make
How does
65.
KSI pull out against Dylan Dance? Like, Dylan's not a boxer. KSI's a pretty good boxer.
Yeah.
He's legit. Like, for those kind of guys,
Yes,
he's a good boxer.
for that class.
Did he
yes.
fight Tommy Fury? Or was he going
He
to?
was going to, then something happened, right?
I think. But KSI looks legit to me. Like, out of those guys.
For the influencer stuff, yeah.
He's
No
legit.
problem.
He's got hands.
Yeah.
And,
Fought Logan, yeah.
but Dylan is not a boxer. So it's
No, far
crazy
from it.
that he would. You'd think he could be not even at his best to take that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I maybe got hurt. I'm not sure. I just saw something that he pulled out. I mean,
Well, he's got a video here. I don't.
Oh, he got real sick?
I saw.
He got some new coronavirus?
Yeah, I mean, has a breeze strip on.
Oh. What's he
Is that
saying?
these guys?
See what
That's
he's
how you know
saying?
it's real.
Put it on. We can hear him.
What is
I know
going
what you
on. And honestly, I've never been this ill for this long in my life, and I hate it. I feel useless, and it's depressing. I feel like I've let so many people down. I haven't been able to post any YouTube videos to help promote the fight because I've just been feeling some shit. I'm just sick of being sick, man.
Okay, he's sick. Sounds legit.
The breeze strip does it.
I've been sleeping with mouth tape.
You tape your
What's
mouth
that?
shut?
Yeah, take
So
my
you
mouth
just
shut
breathe
when I
through
my
your nose? I
Yeah,
can't do that.
Game changer. Game changer.
Is that for snoring?
In what way?
It's not just for snoring. It's like you feel better when you wake up. You feel more rested.
Really?
Yeah, man, it's amazing. I love it.
Like,
I
what
just
does it
started
look
doing
like?
it the last 2 weeks.
How does it work? What does it look like?
I just put a black, it's called hostage tape. I put a black piece of tape over my mouth.
Is your wife
Go
like,
to sleep.
what?
She wears it
fuck?
too. Yeah. We're both
You're
hostage.
both like, good night, babe.
Yeah. Give a kiss. Grr.
You just use any tape, or is it special
No, it's
tape?
special tape for mouth taping. There's a bunch of companies that make mouth tape. But this company, Hostage Tape,
And it doesn't fall off.
No. It has before, but I keep an extra one by the bed. If it falls off, I just
Damn.
slap it. When I get like this much stubble, I kind of have to shave.
Yeah.
So it sticks
So it
better.
sticks.
When you would have a little bit of an issue with your beard. You know, it probably wouldn't stick that good.
That's why Hitler did his mustache that way, so he could fit a gas mask. That's real.
No.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Jamie, look it up.
Is that real?
Yeah, I know my shit.
Wow.
I know apparently he was gassed pretty bad in the First World War.
Yeah.
So he despised.
And that's why he did that mustache.
Oh, it's real.
That's real.
I don't know if that's
Wow.
real, but apparently he was gassed pretty bad in the First World War.
Yeah,
that
mustard
makes
gas.
sense. Bro, that First World War was nuts. The first time they
Most
decided
gnarly.
to use giant fans and gas people. Toothbrush mustache, famously associated, said it originated from military order to trim his large mustache to facilitate wearing a gas mask.
Go down to the military order.
Wow.
During his service in Bavarian Infantry Division, Hitler was ordered to trim his mustache to ensure a proper seal with a gas mask.
Wow.
And you got the Michael Jordan mustache.
That is a fun fact of the day.
Wow.
Michael Jordan. Mike Jones only guy to ever pull it off.
Ever.
No
In
one
a
ever said shit. Like,
Dude,
that's
the
cool.
commercial.
You're cool.
In a commercial.
You're Michael Jordan. That's
It's
cool.
just funny that mustache is gone forever. You know,
Didn't he fight in
wear
the
the
front?
Genghis
Wasn't he
Khan.
like in the front line in
Oh,
World
yeah.
War One?
Oh yeah,
Like
Yeah,
he was-
gassed.
Yeah.
Mustard gas.
and he got fucked up, right?
Yeah.
And that's when he decided to run for everything because he thought he was saved by God. Because everybody
You know
else
what's
got
the
fucked up.
craziest thing about the gas thing? The guy who invented Zyklon A, which became Zyklon B, which they killed the Jews with, that guy, Fritz Haber, who was a Jew himself, he originally, when he invented this, he also invented the Haber method for extracting nitrogen from the atmosphere. The Haber method is responsible for 50% of the nitrogen in most people's bodies. Because the Haber method of extracting nitrogen made it so they could fertilize all kinds of soil. So he invents that, and he also invents this gas that kills everybody at the same time. So,
And there's no odor, right?
well, Zyklon B, there's no odor.
Yeah.
Zyklon A was invented, I think it was a pesticide. And the idea was the smell was so awful so that you would recognize when it was there and you'd get the fuck away from it.
He's like,
Then
"We got rid of
Zyklon
that."
B, they got rid of the smell.
I see.
But when they were gassing the troops, he was being wanted for crimes against humanity, for war crimes. At the same time, he was going to win the Nobel Prize for inventing the Haber
wild.
method. Wild. And then when Hitler takes over, the Jews all get kicked out of Germany. And he's kind of sort of privileged because he's a part of the administration, but then he gets ostracized and he winds up having to winds up being exiled, and he dies on the run.
He died on the run?
Died on the run. Died running away from the Nazis.
Jesus, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy story.
Dude, have we talked about the JFK files?
Not yet. No.
No one has.
No. I mean, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I don't know anything like groundbreaking.
Nothing, right?
Nothing that I've seen so far.
Do you follow that page on Instagram? It's called Real News, No Bullshit.
Yes.
They posted something about it.
Oh yeah.
And it was like I think it was like 2,000 pages or something, and they posted like the key takeaways. I read a little bit about it, but I kind of just was
It's kind of like confirmation that it was like mafia, Israel, and the CIA.
Well, I
Like the
read
three of
one
them
thing that the
working
CIA within a week or two had dismissed the idea of a single shooter. I read one thing. But they're like, no, there's more than one shooter. Like this was the yeah.
It took them a week to figure that out. Weren't they involved?
Allegedly.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. What part of the CIA? So like if you're involved in killing the president, you're not telling Mike down the hallway.
It's a small group.
You know, you have an enormous fucking office filled with thousands of employees. It's not like everybody say, hey, get a meeting. That Irish guy, fuck him.
Yep.
You know, we're going to take him for a ride through Dallas and shoot him in the fucking head. Yeah, let's
Did you
go.
hear that phone call from Lyndon B. Johnson to
the wife?
Yeah,
the
pretty
wife
great.
like a month later?
Bro,
Pretty
we're
great.
fighting on sight. They were fucking, huh?
Wasn't that
I'm
after
gonna give
she
you a
was
slap.
But that was after
Like a
Kennedy
month.
was dead.
After.
Yeah,
a month.
a month
He's
later.
like, how are you not going to say goodbye next time I see him? I'm going to give you a slap and around Christmas. She's like, you better. I'll wear the rouge or whatever. He's like, you better.
That's
Oh,
true.
bro.
I think everybody was fucking everybody back then.
God,
I think
good
they
times.
were wild people.
Yeah.
Nobody, there was no social media. No one's a snitch. They all just, I mean, everybody knew that Kennedy was fucking everybody. Like, it was all the press knew. Nobody said anything.
And MLK.
Yeah, didn't he have an affair with Marilyn Monroe?
Oh, yeah.
And the
Oprah.
brother did. And the brother. She was fucking
Yeah,
both
she's fucking
brothers,
everybody.
dude. In
And that's
Malibu.
a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's
Fact.
not a conspiracy.
Yeah,
theory.
fact. Fact.
That's
Fact.
crazy.
And that's probably why she died.
Yeah,
She probably started writing a memoir. And they're like, it's a wrap.
Yeah, they said the brother, the pillow talk is what fucked her over. Because he'd fill her in and all this shit.
Oh, boy.
And then John F. Kennedy was like, bro, what are you doing?
Really?
They're both fucking her, yeah.
Hilarious. Hilarious. People were wild back then.
Wild boys.
No accountability. You get away with it. And if you're the president, like that's the reason why the presidents wanted to fuck. Despite rumors and speculation,
Oh,
no
bullshit.
definitive proof of an affair. Oh, no
Was
proof.
this Google, Jamie?
This is yeah, it's a reputable news source.
You didn't see the documentary on Netflix then.
Definitely no proof. Yeah, I mean, no speculation. Let it go.
The JFK stuff kind of just confirmed what kind of they label conspiracy theorists. Like, yeah, we said it was CIA,
Well,
Mossad.
it's going to take
Mafia.
a while for the nerds to really go through it and figure
Candace
it
Owens
out.
been through it. I bet
Has she been
already.
through it?
I would
Well, she's
assume.
too busy with the Macron thing. I watched 2 hours of that today.
Me too. Have you seen her?
Macron's a man. Yeah, Bridget Macron's a man.
She got you.
Yeah,
She
she
got
got
you.
me. Candace
you.
got me. She got me hook, line, sinker.
Dude,
I was eating breakfast today.
Yeah, I do the same
I was
shit.
eating elk steaks,
Same
watching Candace Owens on my YouTube.
I love her. Did you
I was
see?
like, this is crazy. This is
have,
crazy.
you, have you dived into her Harvey Weinstein shit?
Yes, I watched the first episode of that.
Bro.
Crazy. It's crazy. So you can't believe I'm on Harvey Weinstein's side.
Right?
Crazy. Like, I thought he was, like, guilty of, like, heinous crimes. And then you listen to it and you're like, wait, what? What is going on?
When they go through the actual affidavit, like what the girls accuse him for, you're like, what?
Yeah,
the fuck?
also,
He
the
didn't have
emails
testicles.
back and forth with the girl. Yeah, she was talking about his testicles. He doesn't have them. Like, there's all these, like, things that should have, like, completely thrown out a lot of her claims. Like, she was talking about he made me, like, hold his balls or something like that.
He doesn't have balls.
Doesn't have balls. His balls are, like, literally, like, inside of his thigh.
When he's like 30 years old, they have to get rid of them.
He's got a terrible disease that's like gangrene of the dick.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Have you ever heard of it?
Never heard of it.
Oh, he's got this crazy disease where your dick is basically like rotting off, and which is kind of crazy for a guy who's like obviously a sex addict. Your dick starts rotting away, and then you still whip it out.
Yeah.
You're whipping out a zombie dick. Like it's a mess. It's a mess.
What is that actually called?
Prosecutors revealed to the jury that Weinstein underwent surgery in '99 for Fournier's gangrene, which required doctors to remove some of his scrotum. That surgery caused a pretty noticeable scarring because of an infection. His testicles were actually taken from his scrotum and put into his inner thighs.
So you go through the reports, and they're like, yeah, he made me suck on his balls. Like, he didn't have balls.
Well, that's a problem.
Whoa.
There's a lot of problems. The lady was a grifter. The lady, allegedly. And was going back and forth from rich guy to rich guy, trying to get things happening, and Harvey put her in a few things. That was Harvey's move, apparently. Yep. He put you in a few things, but like Whitney told me that he would make deals with ladies, like, look, suck my dick, I'll get you an Oscar.
Yeah,
and they would, Batman, and they would suck his dick. Yeah, and he would get him an Oscar. And like this is the thing where everybody thanked him. Thank you, Harvey.
That actually happened.
Yes.
Yeah. He gave an actress an Oscar.
Well, he didn't give him an Oscar. He gave him an Oscar award-winning role in a Miramax film, which is going to be a blockbuster film, which pretty much gets you real close. And then there's the influence of it being a Harvey Weinstein movie. He was the king at the time, and everybody followed his lead. Like when, you have big movies like Pulp Fiction and those kind of films that Miramax produced. They produced bangers. You go back and look at the Miramax library. Banger after banger when Harvey Weinstein was because
Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, I mean it's just like the wildest movies from the wildest dude, who was clearly a sex addict.
And he's like, if you want to be a lead in Pulp Fiction, I'm gonna suck these balls in my thighs.
I mean,
it's fucking wild.
He just was in the wrong place at the wrong time. If this happened in the '80s, they probably would have thrown it out.
Yeah.
But in the Me Too movement, it was a hot witch hunt. There was a lot of people that got in deep shit.
Dude, look into the dude from that '70s show who's in prison for life. His appeal's coming up. Look into that one.
Really?
Bro.
He had that was like three chicks, right?
3 chicks. And if you look at the appeal, it start off with, he raped me and drugged me, and then it went to he held a gun to my head. Like they keep changing their stories. That one's wild.
Real.
That one's wild.
You've been following the Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively thing?
Bro, Blake Lively. Talk about ruining your reputation, and Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, they fucked up. Ryan's trying to get out of it now. He's trying to get out of the lawsuit. And they're like, you were a key part of this.
This is what you get, though. This is what you get. You're trying to fucking ruin a guy's livelihood by using the Me Too movement.
Because they were trying to take over the movie.
Yeah.
They were trying to take over the movie and the whole franchise. He owned the franchise.
They're fucked.
The whole thing's crazy.
They're fucked.
And he's suing the New York Times, and he's got a great case
He's
there,
going hard in
too.
the paint. But that's what it takes.
That's what it takes.
It's like Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
He's like, all right,
yeah,
you did it for the boys.
Exactly. You got to do it.
You need real motherfuckers to be like, nah, man, I ain't going out like this.
Yeah, especially a guy like that. It was like known as being like this really sweet, nice guy.
Yep.
And then it's like, all right,
dude,
enough.
He posted the receipts. He's like, remember our text exchange?
How about she told him to come into the dressing room while she was breastfeeding? And then part of the complaint was that he came into the dressing room while I was breastfeeding. Like, you literally have a text exchange back and forth. They just never thought that anybody was going to come out with the receipts.
Because no one's ever done it, because everyone just bows down.
Because everyone's scared.
Yeah.
Because Ryan Reynolds A-list, Blake Lively A-list. Like, they're the queens.
It's 20.
Oh, is it over?
Yeah, we missed it.
It's 2025. That shit's over, man.
18 up against the cage.
We're terrible at this.
Yeah, we've been
That
talking
guy
about
won?
Harvey Weinstein's nuts and his thighs. Just the favorite gets choked out.
Close guard, 18.
I'm going to get a Coke real quick. You want anything?
Nope, no thank you.
I'm going to take a piss really quick.
All right, I'll wait for you to take this one. I'll go.
We're going to miss you, Eddie.
It'd be cool if you grabbed me a Coke, right? I got you.
Go grab a Coke, Eddie. I'll wait till he's out there.
That'd be cool.
Oh, dude, I haven't seen
One,
that up there yet.
2, 3. Oh, that's a belt, bro. That's Gordon Ryan belt, motherfuckers. Right there.
That's badass.
Prominent position.
That is a prominent position.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
You two pulled up in some shit today. Your new car, that fucking truck.
That
Jesus
truck,
Christ.
I haven't seen that car. What is it?
Oh, it's a Shelby Super Snake.
What year?
24.
The first one I've ever seen.
How much horsepower does it make?
830.
830. Yeah.
Ooh,
Manual?
Audi 5.0.
so fun.
Is it manual?
Yeah, of course. What am I, communist? That's
Well, they
manual.
don't make the GT500s and
I know, but they make the Super Snake,
Yeah,
which
Super
is
Snake.
why I bought it. I would have bought a GT500, but there was one company that was doing a swap. They were doing a 6-speed swap on a GT500. I almost bought that. But then I thought about it. I was like, I don't want any Frankenstein cars. Like, I don't know how
Can
this
get a little
works.
dicey,
Computer
warranty,
stuff,
yeah.
weird shit. Because, it's not designed for that. But the Super Snake is designed for it. Oh, it auto blips on the downshifts. It's nice.
Sounds nice.
Oh, it sounds like war. It sounds like a real American muscle car, but it's modern. So it's like it has all the feel of a muscle car. The lurch when you hit the gas. Whoa, fucking giant power, great handling.
Great handling. The brakes are great.
Yeah, but it's also real comfortable to drive.
Yeah.
Suspension is beautiful.
Yeah, it's a great fucking car.
And it just
it's
fucking-
so good looking.
Oh, it's so fun. I love
Aggressive.
it. I love it. It's such an American car.
Bro, I was at Mecum yesterday. You should see some of the shit people do with those cars, man. It's wild.
With Mustangs?
Everything.
Oh, with everything.
I mean, the Mustangs for sure, like the old,
Yeah.
the 60s, all that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Dude. And when the resto mods,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just sitting there like, bro, I want it all.
I know it's a problem.
I want it all.
Cars are a real problem.
I
We're talking to 3 guys here. That have real car problems.
Oh, dude, I had a budget. Like, they cleared me to buy something, and I've never bid on anything. I went fucking nuts, dude.
What'd you get?
I got it. It's for
Oh, you got a
giveaway.
Jeep, right?
I got a Jeep. I went nuts, man. I tackled my manager. I didn't know what to do. I was so nervous. I was so fucking nervous. Because there's like big ballers. Like, there was a guy, I went to the Kisme one. There's some old, I have no idea what he did. He was next to me. In 12 minutes, he probably spent $7 million in cars and
my
didn't
God.
give a fuck.
Yeah.
And I was like, bro, you just won that GT40. How are you not, no fist pump, nothing?
That's yours?
That's mine.
What color is that? It's like a purplish pinkish.
Yeah, it's like a pinkish, but it has the 392. It's the last call edition. Brand new, less than 200 miles.
That looks good.
Look, I tackled my fucking manager right there.
Oh, so you were right there when it
I
happened?
was on ESPN. I didn't know. I was so embarrassed when they told me I was on live TV.
That's hilarious.
Those 392 Jeeps are sick.
Oh, they're great.
That one's
Brigham
sick.
has a lifted one.
Mhm.
They're awesome.
Oh, I'm going to toss some king shots on that bitch. A big Magnum
That's
blower.
another classic American car. I mean, the Jeeps look exactly like Jeeps, and they have like that they look updated, but it's kind of like a 911. Like
That's what I was just going to say. Like
Yeah.
Porsche. They never change the body style, so they have this cult following. You know, it's the most
Yeah.
Google truck in the world.
Oh, I believe
The
it.
Wrangler.
Yeah.
They have like a cult following.
But also, there's so much customization available for those things because
Yeah.
they've been around for so
That's
long.
They're like Lego
You
cars.
can't, you can't go wrong.
So much shit for them.
Can't go wrong with that.
What
You ever see the America's Most Wanted Jeeps?
Oh, where they toss the Hellcat in them?
Oh,
The demons
yeah,
and shit?
baby. They
Oh,
put
wow.
1,200 horsepower in those bitches.
That's my shit.
Yeah.
That's my shit.
And they do up the suspension and map everything out perfect.
Were you going to get one or
Yeah,
not?
still
You're sending me
too
one.
busy. Too many things. Too much.
I love I call
Overwhelmed.
y'all, get some bullshit like a Ford Excursion or my Hummer. I toss a
Overwhelmed.
power stroke and I call him. They're like, cool. And he tells me what he has. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, there's one. Look at that. That's 1,000 horsepower.
That has the elephant engine in it. Those things are wild.
Yeah, they make some wild ones.
260
Are you going to get the new ZR1?
I want to. I should, but I shouldn't. But I will.
I already put the order into spec one.
You had the SF90 on order, didn't you?
Yeah,
Did
that's
you get
still
that?
coming. No, still hasn't got here yet.
You should just get the ZR1 instead.
The other one's going to my wife.
That's fair.
Yeah.
His wife's driving 1,000 horsepower Ferrari, all black.
Yeah. I just stopped driving automatic cars, unless it's my Tesla.
What's your favorite car to drive?
Don't say that.
I don't know. The Tesla, if I want to get there quick.
Yeah.
If I want to get there quick,
But
that
you want people,
unplugged performance
flipping
Tesla
you off
is
and
fucking.
shit.
I know that Nazi.
you don't want them drawing
keying
Nazi
it.
signs on it.
You don't have too much of a problem with that in Austin.
You know what's
I don't
weird
think
is, you know me, I
mind that.
can't stand electric cars, but now that the libs are like, I'm like, oh shit, I might get a Cybertruck. I wish a motherfucker would.
Yeah, just because.
I wish I'm.
Just
Oh,
because.
oh, now I want one.
Yeah.
Now you fucked up.
It's so stupid.
I might get one and swap a diesel in it so it looks like it. And they don't know, just so they fuck with me.
Yeah. People have done that. They put V8s. They've dropped V8s in Teslas.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of work, though.
It's also
you're basically just tossing. You got to pay for the Cybertruck, and I'm gonna have to pay for. It's a disaster.
Rich Rebuilds did one.
And then it's just slower.
Yeah.
It's silly.
Sometimes it's not all about speed, though. You know, when people tell me that, I'm like, you ever driven like a fucking water cooled fucking flat six Porsche like stick?
No,
it's like,
of course.
Right.
It's not all
especially
about
the air cooled ones.
Yeah, the air cooled ones. It's just not all about that.
Especially those old ones are so light. You feel everything. You're dealing with a 2,000-pound car. Even if it only has 250 horsepower, it's so fun.
It's different.
It's so different. It's like you're an amusement park ride. You know, it's like it's just like
it feels like you could die at any point, but then you look down and you're doing like 35 miles.
Yeah.
Like my Hummer, it's not the fastest, but fuck, it's cool, man. Yeah,
it's
fuck. There's nothing like
I forgot you got a Hummer. What's in that thing?
6.0 Power Stroke, fully built.
Aren't there
gas turbo?
Aren't there electric Hummers now?
Yeah, those are great, man. The new GMCs, those are fucking great. Red Band has one of those. It's fucking awesome. They crab walk.
You can parallel park like this.
Does it have any problems sideways? I heard the charging has some issues.
They've had a lot of issues with them, yeah.
No, he hasn't had any problems with
They'll
it.
figure those out, though.
Yeah, he loves it, though. It's fast as shit, too, for a big-ass fucking truck.
They're so fast, so
crazy
fast.
But huge. It's an enormous truck.
You think they're going to start making less electric vehicles now that Trump's in?
They're already doing it.
Here's the problem with electric vehicles. This is the number one problem. Resale. Terrible. The Porsche Taycans, they sell them for what is a Taycan Turbo S? What is it?
160?
They sell them like a year later for like 70.
200.
They lose so much value.
Jimmy, I lost my
crazy value.
Why is that?
Because nobody wants to buy a used electric car because the range drops off. So, like, say if you buy a Corvette, right? You buy like a 2000. You can buy a 2017 Corvette, like a ZR1. They're still really expensive.
Super expensive.
A ZR1, a manual from like 2017. It's like
the ZR1s are
$300,000 right now.
Yeah. But Joe, think about a better comparison would be think about like your Ford GT, a 2006.
Right.
They're $500,000 minimum now.
Right. But that's different because that's like a classic. It's 20 years old.
Sure.
But a new car, say if you get like a new AMG GT and it's a 2025, you sell it next year, you're not going to lose much money. If you sell like a Ferrari, you'll lose no money. Like if you buy a Ferrari today and you sell it in a year and you got 1,000 miles on it, you'll make money.
Porsche make money.
You'll make
Porsche's
money.
the best. Yeah.
But if you have a fucking electric car, like Audis, those e-trons, those are
horrible.
Sick.
Even Tesla Plaids.
Sick
Tesla
cars.
Plaids, I can get cheap.
A friend of mine got one of those, and he got like a year-old one for like $70,000. And brand new, it's like 150 or something like that. It's crazy.
Why not just get like a new battery or something?
Well,
so
that's
expensive.
a big problem.
So expensive. To flip
Swapping
out the
batteries,
like
and they
Gs.
still have battery. Like for the most part, like you're not driving 250 miles. If you have a plug at home, if you plug it in at home, you have a supercharger at your house, which I do for my car. It's great. I just get it home, plug it in. It's always good to go, and it gets like fully charged. I think my car gets like 350 miles if you drive like a grandma, but for normal day to day, you just stick it in there. You never go to the gas station. It's awesome.
See, but fuck all that noise.
Road tripping it. It's like
as long as you're not road tripping. If you're road tripping it, you got to really map it out, especially if you don't have a Tesla, because then you have to find all these other
eventually they'll get there.
Stations.
But like my Hummer, I have a 55-gallon diesel tank in the back. I fill that bitch up maybe once every 3 weeks. Like it gets good gas mileage. I can go on long road trips.
There's a few great options that aren't Teslas. One is Lucid. You've seen Lucid Air.
Those are cool.
They make them like super high end.
Eric Griffin has one.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
that bitch shut down on us in the parking lot, but yeah, he has one.
Really?
We couldn't get out.
It died?
It was like 100 degrees. I was like, oh, I'm gonna break your car, dude. And he's like, out of all the times this has never happened, it happens while you're in the car.
Well, isn't there a manual release? Isn't there a manual release?
He didn't have that.
Okay.
Yeah. We had to wait like 40 minutes.
Isn't there
someone have to come and help it out?
No, eventually he called and they're like, "Oh, just reset." It's like resetting your phone. Oh, wow. I fucking.
Isn't there something about like all the radiation? You're in the car and it's like you're surrounded by.
No, that's a good question. Like EMF, right? Yeah, it's a good question because like if your phone,
a real problem?
If you're not supposed to have your phone by your head, you're not supposed to have. Yeah, I mean your whole car is a big ass phone. I don't know.
That's why the people.
That's a real problem.
According to people like RFK Jr., and many other people don't think that you should have earpods in. Like, not you should have the wired ones only, and even those are not the best thing to have. You should just listen to things like on a Bluetooth speaker.
But also, the people vandalizing Teslas, there could be a worse car to vandalize because there's cameras fucking everywhere on that thing. 360.
Bro, so many people are going to jail.
And if you don't have a Tesla, you don't really know that, like, if you're like within 20 feet of the car, it's recording you.
Yes.
Yeah. Sentry mode. Yeah. 7 cameras.
It's so wild.
Yeah. Fully HD cameras. See your face. There's so many guys who got busted.
Have you seen
fat liberals?
Have you seen those Tesla mini homes?
They're never in
smart
shape.
homes?
There was one guy who was rubbing shit. Like, he would, like,
grab his ass.
Like, grab his ass cheeks and, like, just rubbed it all
It's
over.
such beta
That guy
shit.
was looking for an excuse to rub shit on things.
Yeah, I guess
He probably goes home and jerks off with his own shit. Yeah.
Have you seen
fucking
those
psychopath.
Tesla mini homes?
No.
Oh, you haven't seen them?
No.
Dude, Tesla has tiny homes. They're like trailers, but like super high tech. With
I saw the
solar
Amazon
panels.
ones.
Have you seen those?
But not the
Tesla has one?
Tesla's got mini homes.
No shit.
Have you seen this, Jamie? The mini homes?
Not made by Tesla though.
Oh, it's
No,
not?
no, it is. No,
No,
seriously.
I'm looking.
The one that I've seen, I just saw it a couple days ago.
Oh.
It's Tesla.
Are you sure
is
it wasn't
making-
like an AI generated thing?
No.
No.
Tesla has solar panels.
Yeah, they have Tesla solar
they-
panels for
they're-
your roof.
But
Tona-
I'm not the
Tesla mini homes.
That's not real. That's what it was.
That shit gets Cal. Oh, no, Eddie. Go
That's not real?
Yeah, it gets Cal.
Yeah, there's fucking AI. They get me, man. I asked Elon like 5 times. You making a phone?
Wait
I
a
keep
minute.
getting these AI
It's
X
fake.
phones.
Yeah, it's fake.
There it is.
Yeah,
Look.
they-
That's
no,
fake?
Click on it.
It's from 2 years ago. It's not real.
Yeah, it's
Click
not
on it though. Let's see what it says.
It's not.
Dude,
I know
AI,
it's fake. I know
AI's
it's
getting
fake.
so good.
But I
Cal,
want to see what the
Cal
fakeness
thought
is like.
Conor McGregor was in the movie Popeye.
It's just like a YouTube video with a
Damn, they got me
It's
good.
serious. Cal, dead serious. So they show a little house.
Well, it's boxable. It's
No,
also,
I know about that. Like, that's real, right?
Yeah.
That's not AI.
Oh yeah, man. You could buy a house for 10 grand now if you just like a single dude who has a plot of land. Just park that house with solar. You could literally live off the grid in a little bullshit house.
like that. Is that what?
And then you get Starlink.
Is that real?
No, it was like a little. It was a pod, like an
Yeah, it's
egg.
not
It looks like an egg.
That's AI, Doug.
That's
Wow,
pretty
they
dope,
got me
though.
good.
Those little tiny houses that you buy, like if you were just a dude living by yourself, and you're like, I don't need nothing.
If you're young,
Yeah.
it'd be dope.
Yeah, man. They're not expensive. Like somebody leaves you a little plot of land. You got a couple acres somewhere.
Three-man's dream.
Yeah.
A one-bedroom house with a 40-car garage.
Yes. Sit on your front porch and say, "Fuck the world! I own this whole thing. I own this."
No mortgage.
Yeah, no mortgage, $10,000 house, and it's nice. What do you need? You need a kitchen? You need a TV? What the fuck do you need? If you're a single guy, you need a bed, you need a TV, unless you're trying to get mad pussy.
I was just.
If you're trying to get mad pussy,
There you
then
go.
you need
That's where you're fucking
you
up.
need a long
That's where you're fucking
driveway.
up, bro. That's where you're fucking up.
Lights everywhere. You need a fountain.
Now, all the dudes are like, "This is dope." The chick's like,
Yeah.
"Good luck."
That's
bud."
not a panty dropper.
No.
A tiny house is a no-go.
No, yeah, no.
Like, why do you have a tiny house? Like, what's
Like,
going on?
what
How
do
much
you
do you have? Can I see your bank account? How much do you make? Well, are you going to be able to feed my babies?
A bunch of videos.
That's it.
But yeah, there's a bunch of videos from a few days ago that this is nonsense.
All AI generated. That's interesting.
Wow,
But
that right there. That's what I saw.
Yes.
that'd be a dope podcast studio to put in
That's
the middle
fake.
of nowhere.
What
Wow.
that? Well, what?
Yeah, there's some
All
AC.
right.
I'm not going to say that that's necessarily fake, but that's not it's not a house that someone could live in. That's like a couch.
It's a suicide pod, Eddie.
Yeah,
But
it's a little drug den.
Yeah,
That'd be
that's
dope,
exactly what I saw, and it's like a little 5-minute mini documentary commercial.
Yeah,
And they
yeah.
go deep into
Yeah, they
it.
got
Yeah,
you.
there's a few
Doug.
that-
Well, they get you, man. These AI things are nuts, man.
I haven't been
They're-
fooled yet.
Yeah, I've seen AI things with my own voice on. I'm like, wow, this is crazy, and I know it's fake.
You know, speaking of fakery, when you had Mel Gibson on your podcast the other day, he brought up the Shroud of Turin, and I always thought that was fake. It's like in the 80s.
What is that,
and
Eddie?
the shroud, it's like the cloth that Jesus was buried in and left an image of him.
Uh-huh.
And in the 80s, like 1988, they did carbon dating on it. They go, oh, it's fake. See that?
Yeah, it literally
I
has like
never-
the image of Jesus
Yeah,
burned into it somehow or another.
I never looked into it. I just figured it was fake. But listening to you and Mel Gibson
Yeah.
talk about it, I'm like,
It's
what?
real?
Is there?
Well, apparently it's a lot older than they assumed when they did the first testing. And one of the problems is
Holy
that there's
shit.
cross-contamination. There's also been repairs to it. but they did subsequent testing and they found that it was like 2,000 plus years old.
Yeah, and the one thing, it's the most studied artifact ever.
Damn.
Like particle physicists and nuclear engineers, they all studied it, and some of them, some believe in it, some don't believe in it, but they all agree on one thing: no one knows how they did it.
Right.
There's
no one knows
paint,
how they made it.
There's no paint. There's no dye. So, dude, all this week, all day, I'm just watching documentary after podcast on this shit. It's fucking mind blowing.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It's mind blowing.
If it turns out that they can't figure out how anyone could ever do it, like if no one has come up with a theory of how to do that today, that's where it gets really interesting. Because it wasn't paint and it wasn't dye and
they all agree on that.
It wasn't burned.
They all agree it's a mystery. But then the skeptics say, just because we don't know how it was done doesn't make it real, which is a good point. But then the other side's like, dude, all these scientists have no idea how they faked it. It's got to be real. So it's all about how you look at it.
I lean on the side of real.
There's a nuclear engineer. There's a nuclear engineer. You can go on YouTube. His name is Robert Rucker. Watch his breakdown. This guy's a nuclear dude. He's breaking down the it's insane because it's a negative image on a non-photographic material. It's linen.
Right.
And then it turns out, like if you look at it with the naked eye, it's white, and then you see the image of the face is kind of like yellow. You can barely see it. But in like 1898, some photographer took a picture of it and then flipped and then looked at the negative, and then all of a sudden in the negative, the whole body appears, front and back, because he was buried like with
You see the images, right?
He was buried with the sheet under him, and it went around his head. That's the back of him, because
the right one's the back and the left one's the front. That's crazy.
No one knows how they did it.
And
No scientist.
The holes where the wrist would be nailed.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Wow. That was the thing with Jesus. With me, it's very hard. It was always very hard to believe in Jesus. I'm like, dude, the resurrection, that's a hard one to wrap your brain around, right? I could believe that he existed. I could believe that he got crucified. A lot of people got crucified, but the resurrection was always the thing that kept me from really believing in Jesus. I'm like, there's no way the resurrection was real.
But even if this is real, it doesn't mean he was resurrected, right? It just means he was crucified and he was an actual real man.
No, the thing is how the image got on. The people that believe that it's real believe that when he was resurrected, some kind of ultraviolet radiation, some kind of burst made that image. That's because that image has never been on any other shroud. People get buried in shrouds all the time. There's never an image like that.
Pretty crazy.
And the crazy thing is the blood, there's no image under the blood. So the blood was there first, and then the image is after. It's crazy shit. Dude, I'm like, I went deep down the rabbit hole all week just watching the skeptics, the scientists, particle physics. They have no idea how the fuck that image got on the front and back, the back of them too.
Pretty weird.
Did you see the thing? Apparently,
it's crazy, dude. It's crazy.
Apparently, there's some structures underneath the pyramids they just found.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day.
How'd they not looked at that before?
Well,
the fuck?
They don't know whether or not that's legit or whether these guys are jumping to conclusions. A lot of people are calling bullshit and saying they jumped to conclusions. A lot of people are saying that it really, you can't tell from those images, like what they drew in the 3D image where they drew everything and made a model of it. They're doing a lot of guessing. So they're gonna do more testing though.
There's definitely something under there.
Someone starts something under there.
Something is under there.
Something's under there, and it's massive. And if these guys are correct that it goes down 2 kilometers, help me explain that. Explain that with any conventional wisdom. That's more than a mile into the earth. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean? Like, who did that? What was the purpose of it? Because there's a guy named Christopher Dunn that thinks that the entire Giza pyramid, the big one, the Great Pyramid, was a power plant. Yeah. And he has this whole schematic that he mapped out. Like, this is how you would generate hydrogen. You would have something underneath the surface, underneath the ground, that was causing a vibration, a pounding, and then this reverberation, this vibration would go through the entire building because it was all made out of limestone. and then they had these channels, these paths that they would fill with chemicals, and they would go into what's called the King's Chamber, and this porous limestone that would allow the chemicals to leach through, and that would create hydrogen.
God damn.
Yeah. So I'm butchering it. I'm sorry, Mr. Dunn. But if you listen to his take on it, and he's an engineer, he explains why the pathways and everything. This is exactly how you would do it if it was some sort of a power plant. But whatever it is, it's like I don't think that it's a tomb. I just don't think that makes any sense.
Remember your bit where you said, "I bet people used to be really smart, but the dumb people just outfuck the smart people 10-1 at a staggering pace." Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Man, I mean, the pyramids for sure are a mystery. Like, how the fuck did they build those? And now finding out what's underneath them, like, fuck, who knows?
Yeah.
Go Beckley Tepley. There's all these mysterious architecture everywhere.
Yeah.
But it's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Every city. Like these cathedrals. Like, think about power tools were invented in the 1890s. And they're talking about these insane cathedrals all over the world.
Carved out of stone.
With no power tools?
Right.
How the fuck did they build like
Have you ever seen that one in India? There's a few of them in India, but there's one that's all carved out of stone. They didn't bring any rocks there. They don't know where the stone went.
Yeah.
It's all insanely intricate and carved out of stone and fucking massive.
And they're everywhere, dude. They're
There's no way to
everywhere. South
explain.
America, Asia, China.
Yeah, look at that. Bro, they carved that out of solid stone.
They might have just been bored as fuck.
Look how
though,
tiny
right?
the people are
Right?
down there.
There's not shit
Bro,
to
do
do
you know how
back
long that would take?
Yeah. Hundreds of years. They don't have
Look
shit
how
to do.
spectacular the craftsmanship is. Spectacular. And no one knows how old that is. It's like, take a guess.
So
Yeah.
you're back to your bit. People used to.
It's probably accurate.
Dude,
Oh, Molly McCann's getting choked. Shit.
She needs to win bad.
dude, have you heard?
She's getting choked.
Yeah, she can jump.
Well, the hands aren't locked yet. She has
No.
201 on the support.
Right.
She keeps turning.
She's got a good grip on that shoulder cap, though.
Yeah.
Oh, now she's fucked. Now
she
she's
looks
fucked.
fucked.
Now she's
No,
fucked.
she's
She
like
get
out of
that
it.
arm?
She's out of it. She's out of it.
Oh.
But it wasn't good that she had her hand underneath the jaw that
Yeah.
easily. But
Like whenever
she's only got 40 seconds.
Whenever she fights, the crowd's just cheering and she's getting beat up.
Well, she's so tough. She's so tough and she's such a gamer.
It's just not enough.
That's deep.
That's
Oh, that's
it.
it.
That's it.
So,
That's it.
She's lost, what, 4 out of 5 now?
Yeah, if that proves to be true and there really are these massive structures underneath the pyramid, they got to change everything.
there's past civilizations that were super highly advanced. There's got to be. I mean,
You know what I have a hard time getting into, but I every now and then I'll dive into it. Giants.
giants too,
Giants.
dude. Giants. That's another
There's
one.
a lot
For
of
moving all that shit?
Well, I don't know about that because I think you need a lot more than giants to move those fucking stones. You need some kind of crazy technology because giants don't explain the engineering. It doesn't explain the precision that was involved. Like whatever they did, they were moving 80-ton stones from 500 miles away and through the mountains, and there's no roads, and no one knows how they did it. There's no explanation.
Did your Instagram algorithm fuck you up with the giant AI videos?
Oh yeah, I saw those giant guys,
Yeah.
giant,
Building
huge
pyramids.
70-foot dudes carrying giant stones, like jacked, shredded. There's a lot of reports throughout the ages of giant human beings. And
What's a giant?
9 feet tall, 10 feet tall,
That's a fucking giant.
like a race of 9 foot, 10 feet tall people. And there's all these stories about like bones that were giant bones that got transported to the Smithsonian. They covered it up.
And I assume they don't live long because they're so big, so they probably
Who knows?
just eventually
I think it was-
fell off.
I think it's Robert Wadlow was 8'11". He's like on record the tallest.
Right,
Yeah,
and
he
he
was
had
a-
like
yeah.
a serious disease.
Yeah.
Now imagine a foot taller than that guy, jacked, but just a different kind of human being.
Bro.
Dude, have you heard of the little season that's in the Bible? They talk about the little season.
No, you get a Coke.
Well, the in the Bible it
you
talks
didn't get you a Coke, huh?
I asked you when you were leaving to get a Coke.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all.
I'm sorry. But
No, I'm good.
in the Bible, apparently, your average Christian thinks tribulation is coming, right? Jesus is gonna eventually come, right? Tribulation, we're gonna be judged, right?
Mhm.
And then there's gonna be a 1,000-year millennial where Jesus returns and rules for 1,000 years, and all the resurrected apostles are gonna be kings, and they're gonna rule this realm that we're in.
Mhm.
That's what the tribulation, Jesus returns, 1,000-year millennium. This is in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the 1,000 years, and then during those 1,000 years, there's a guy named Paul Stobbs. I had on my podcast. He told me all about this. He's on the YouTube, Understanding Conspiracies on YouTube. Paul Stobbs. He's amazing. He's talking about, so that's what we're waiting for. Jesus returned. He rules for 1,000 years. He's the king of this earth. And then while those 1,000 years are going on, Satan is chained to the lake of fire. So there's no Satan. It's just Jesus and his apostles ruling. And then after the 1,000 years, this is called the little satanic season. It's in the Bible too. I checked on the little season where Jesus lets Satan go, and then Satan rules this earth, and he influences all the nations. And it's called the little satanic season. And the purpose of that is to test people. There's a theory that he already ruled he came back in the apostles' lifetime and ruled. They already did that 1,000-year millennial, and now we're in the little season right now. Doesn't it seem like Satan is influencing all the nations? Doesn't it seem like an evil world?
Well, it seems like evil has always been a part of the human race. There's always been people committing genocide. Yeah. There's always been evil. There's always been people that justify murder for money. Yeah. Bombings of fucking apartment buildings.
I sent them a link, like a 2-minute video. Jamie, can you play this real quick? This guy explains it's really, and then you'll see all the structures. So that explains. So there's a theory. There's a theory that it explains all these structures that were built by angels.
Well, you gotta wonder when you get back to that Zechariah Sitchin stuff, because one of the things about this whole Anunnaki thing was that there were giants. And the big theory is that the giants bred with human beings, which probably means some sort of genetic engineering, like taking existing primates and turning them into human beings.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, those are the most fun. Those are the most fun. The idea that we were visited by an alien and an alien race, and this alien race is far superior, and that they used us as slaves to mine for gold. Those are the most fun theories.
Did you get that link?
Yes. Well, it's 22 minutes long.
No, just play 2 minutes.
I know. I'm trying to find a good spot.
No, it's right.
What is their mechanism supposed to be?
Start in the beginning.
Through space?
Oh no! Okay, so right at 1 minute. Right at 1 minute. You're right.
It's just showing videos though.
No. But there's talking over it. There's a narration over it.
So try it now.
So Paul, why are you doing this? Just stop it. Isn't it? It's clearly this is too much right now. Just stop.
Yeah, you just kept pummeling me. It just kept hitting. No, I thoroughly loved it. I've talked about it to 100 people. Everybody I know, I'm like, there's a theory out there, and then I have no clue what I'm talking about. So please,
fast forward
if
a
you
little
have
more.
time.
This video is called The Little Season Theory #1, and the YouTube channel is Understanding Conspiracies. The Little Season Theory #1. It's so good.
He just has no idea what he's talking about, though. So should
just go start it right there.
This is such an Eddie Bravo subject.
Today to walk me through this.
Here we go.
Okay, I'll try and cover most bases. I'm not going to be able to thoroughly explain every single nuance today in 2 hours. It's just not going to happen. What I'll try my best to do in this talk is give a foundational overview of most of the talking points involved around this theory, and it's a working theory. Let's bear that in mind. We're still figuring things out. There's multiple options for certain sections of this theory where it could have gone. So I'll try my best to relay as much as I can. But the basic premise to work off here is that what most modern Christians are waiting for today is the return of Jesus Christ after the tribulation. And we all have our eyes on the signs. We're trying to discern the signs around us, trying to determine who the Antichrist will be, what the mark of the beast will be, all of those things. We're kind of looking for them and waiting for those signs to happen, which will be the signs of the coming of the Son of Man in the cloud, okay? Which will be tribulation, judgments, and then obviously a millennial reign is what people are waiting for. And people get to live with Christ for 1,000 years, as it says in Revelation 20. So people are pretty adamant we're living in that time. We're living in the time just before tribulation. It's just around the corner. It's just about to happen. Okay, that's what people are pretty adamant where we at. That's the mainstream thought of not only conspiracy Christians, but just mainstream churchianity. That is the view of modern Christians. We are in that time. There have always been other views out there which say, it's a spiritual kingdom and we're living in it now, and that goes on forever and ever, and there's no physical kingdom and all these type of things. You have amillennialists who believe that type of thing. What this theory says kind of blows it all out of the water. It's a completely new take on the situation. And there has been a worldview called preterism, which was created a while ago, in I think about the 1600s by people say it was a Jesuit. It may have been a Jesuit, but this theory we have today is not preterism, classically so called. It's kind of it's something else, and a lot of people who don't like this idea will attack preterism and think that's what we're talking about. Most preterists, even they believe it's a spiritual kingdom. We're not saying that here. We're talking about a real, physical, tangible 1,000 years where Christ reigned on earth. This theory posits it's all already happened. We're not living in the times just before tribulation. We're living after the 1,000-year reign of Christ. He's already been on earth. He has reigned for 1,000 years on earth with his resurrected saints and the elect who survived through tribulation.
Wouldn't there be a record of that? And doesn't it make sense that Christians would document that? I mean, if there's all this documentation.
No, he goes over like why if there was a record and we knew, then this wouldn't be a test. There wouldn't be a reason for the little satanic season. He let Satan out. He unchained. There's a painting of Lucifer, and he looks just like the fucking Statue of Liberty, and he's got a chain, like a shackle around his ankle with a broken chain. And it's a famous painting of Lucifer. And he's like this, right? And then you look at the Statue of Liberty, that's not a woman, that's a dude. And it's got a fucking shackle around its
I thought it was a strong
ankle
chick.
with a broken chain.
The Statue of Liberty has a shackle around its ankle?
With a broken chain, just like the famous
Find the painting
No, you can find that. Just punch in Lucifer, Statue of Liberty.
So much fun.
The Statue of Liberty is not a chick. That's not a chick.
It's not a chick.
That's not a chick.
It's a trans dude.
I just thought you had a strong jaw.
Strong jaw and some nose, some boobs, man boobs.
Look at that. That's a painting of Lucifer. Right?
Whoa.
Right?
Damn.
And you think that's a chick?
Go to the full
could
painting.
Be France just trolling us, though.
Look at the chain. He's got a...
Damn, Lucifer's dick is gone. He's got the Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah. Go to the...
There's the chain.
Look at it right there.
Whoa.
Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that. That's the foot of the Statue of Liberty. Broken chain with a shackle.
But Satan has 2 arms up in the air.
Yeah.
It's
no, I don't know. This is just crazy conspiracy.
The chain is really identical. It's basically the Elon Musk. My heart goes out to you.
Yo. I'm going to say this. Dude. Jesus
that
is
still framed somewhere on that.
I'm all in, dude. I'm all in with all this. With the Shroud of Turin, I'm all in, man. Christ is king.
Up and conveniently crop the image to make a false point. Oh, in that image. Yeah. And that right there.
Well, they look pretty fucking similar.
No? 2 arms, 1 arm.
Look at
just
the chin.
A dude with an arm up in the air.
Art. They modeled it off of something. They didn't just create it out of thin air usually, too.
You think that's a chick?
No chicks have that big ass bicep.
It does. The Statue of Liberty, the arm is huge. Look at that forearm. That's a jack forearm.
Look at the fucking hands.
Yeah, it's a dude's hand, a dude's arm, dude's face,
dude's
nose. Yeah. Statue of Liberty doesn't look like a guy, but it does look like it kind of has boobs.
And he's holding up
a torch.
A torch. Lucifer, that's the god of...
Is there boobs in the Statue of Liberty? Like legit boobs? So get a full view of the Statue of Liberty.
She cheeked up?
Did they give her some implants later in the day?
On a Thursday afternoon.
Did they pump out the copper? Did they get under the copper and heat it up?
Yeah,
push
I've never
it out
seen
a little
it
bit?
close up, man.
Yeah, I've never seen the boobs.
The thing does look trans now we look at it.
Now you look at it. France is like, it could be keying a Tesla. It could be keying a Tesla right now. Okay, so here's the full image of it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it has boobs. That does not look like... Well, that little right one looks like a little bit of a tit. That looks like a tit.
Could be gyno, though.
Could be gyno. Ancient steroids.
No chick, man. God damn, Eddie, why you fucked that up for me?
I don't know, man.
Pretty crazy.
I don't know. I've been going down rabbit holes.
France wanted the Statue of Liberty back.
Yeah. That looks like a chick.
They said, give it back to us. You guys are bad. Look at that. And then the lady who's the White House press secretary is like, you're lucky we're not speaking. You guys would be speaking German if it wasn't for the United States.
Yeah, that's press secretary's a savage.
It's like every day you wake up, it's like what now?
But we needed France to beat them in World War One. That's a fact too. France lost like some insane percentage of their population in World War One. I think they lost 25% of their male population, their 18 to 25 or 18 to 30 male population in World War One, and another 25% in World War Two. They paid heavy.
No one paid a heftier price than Russia. No one talks about. They don't teach that in schools. Russia got fucked.
They lost 20 plus million. Yeah. I mean, Russia's been through so much. Just the amount of people that got starved by Stalin. France provided crucial aid to the American colonists during the Revolutionary War, including military support, financial assistance, and naval power, ultimately contributing significantly to the American victory and independence. Yeah, they've helped us through everything. Yeah. So, I think it's stupid that we hate France. I don't get it. I think it's stupid that we hate Canada, too. I don't get that either.
Canada needs to get their shit together, though.
Yeah, they have a terrible government, but
he's out,
Canadian people are awesome.
Yeah, Canadians are awesome.
Yeah, but the new guy is like more of the same.
Oh, really?
And then they have to have a vote. And when they have a vote, then that Pierre Polivet guy.
Is he one of Fidel Castro's sons, too, or what?
No, he's not. What is that? He's a conservative. They don't have the same thing over here. Like, it's November 4th. Like, with them, they get to decide when there's going to be a vote.
When they've had enough.
So they'll call it in 3 weeks. 3 weeks, we're going to have a vote. Like, I don't even know when or how. I don't know how their system works up there. They got a squirrely system up there. And they just keep losing rights left and right. I mean, what they did during the whole trucker convoy thing was nuts.
That was crazy.
Wow, crazy. Like full-on communist bullshit.
There's people still in jail.
Well, there's people that lost their bank account that only donated to the truckers.
That's wild.
That was crazy. They froze their money.
But I mean, that was kind of the start of like them stopping all the crazy shit.
Well, it's kind of a lot of people woke up.
The protest?
Yeah.
Like once the truckers did that and they started shutting bank accounts down.
You're fucking with real dudes.
Across like all of North America, they were like, okay, maybe we should kind of.
Yeah, truckers are real dudes. They're like, hold up.
Yeah.
Hold the fuck up.
A lot of dudes who woke the fuck up because of that.
Thank God.
Yeah. Because they're so polite up there. They're so nice and polite in Canada that it's like.
Till they're not.
But it's easy to kind of like, get them thinking, this is the right thing to do. Eh?
Yeah.
And then the next thing you know.
Have you seen the DMT red laser light thing?
I've heard about that.
Yo.
I heard it's nuts. Have you done it?
No, but I've seen a bunch of videos on it. Apparently if you do DMT and you shoot a red laser, I said, Jenny, have you seen it? Shoot a red laser, you see the matrix, you see code.
Yeah.
And everybody sees the same shit.
Really? Everybody. Not only that, but if you get above the laser and you look down,
you see
layers of code.
Yes, check this out.
Also, Chase Hughes, I just saw a video of him saying he saw it too.
Yeah, this is on Chase Hughes. Is he a famous scientist or something?
No, he was just on the podcast though.
This guy was?
Yeah, he's a mind control expert that explains psyops and how
seen it on Instagram, and I heard you and Danny talking about it. So you've done it.
Yeah, I saw it on Instagram and flew Danny to my house right away.
Like, break this down for people because it got shared amongst my group. And it's like, what the fuck?
Exactly. And that's the only question you're still going to have after you see it.
It doesn't answer any questions. It just invites a lot more.
Yeah, nothing else. There's code. Absolutely, there is code.
So the code's not like spinning there. It's like it's literally like kind of written out static?
It's static. I can move the laser up and down and see all of the letters. But it's like three-dimensional. So I can get close to the wall. I can look down inside of the laser that way, and I can look up in the laser that way.
What's your best guess at explaining that?
I would be a fool.
Okay. We can just leave it at that.
Can't somebody write the code down?
Consciousness that we're projecting.
They just discovered this.
Well, I bet some eggheads probably.
I know the guy who discovered it.
Really?
I don't know him personally, but Brandon McCaffrey, one of my black belts, he knows him personally. He goes, dude, if you ever want to do your podcast, I can make you. I'm like, hell yeah.
Let's pay attention to this fight.
It's a great fight.
Gunnar
Nelson has
Nelson,
3 years.
That was seeing the Matrix when you're on DMT with a red laser.
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
Any laser?
It's like a red laser. There's a bunch of videos on YouTube.
Is it like a specific laser? Or
I wonder if you can do it with a green laser.
I don't know.
Or it's just like any laser.
I don't know, but there's video of a bunch of people. That's just one dude. That's like the most, all the other guys are like stoner dudes. You know what I mean? I wanted to show like this dude. He seemed to have a little more intelligence a little bit, or a little believability.
Yeah.
But everybody sees the same shit. They see the fucking Matrix, the numbers, the code. Isn't that fucking life changing?
You saw that Tom Campbell interview that I did, right?
Yeah, I love that one. That was one of my favorite ones. Yeah,
that one's nuts.
Yeah,
when he's explaining to you that consciousness creates reality.
You know what? I never really took the simulation theory seriously, but I've always believed like Jesus is a new thing for me. Like the Shroud of Turin, I'm all in now with the Shroud of Turin. But before that, I was like, I don't know about Jesus, maybe, but I believe in God and I believe in a creator. Like whoever created this shit is God.
Here we go.
Right?
Gunnar Nelson, Kevin Holland.
And there must be code on how God created this.
Yeah.
So that I think science, like the simulation guys, they're finding what God created. Like who else could put this simulation together but a God? Who else?
Here's the craziest theory. AI is about to become sentient, and then they're going to do quantum computers with AI. What if that's how Jesus comes back? What if Jesus reemerges
and he's just
as a created consciousness?
And he's on an app.
Yeah,
and you just talk
everywhere. Yeah. By that time, it probably be able to communicate to your fucking head. I mean, they've already figured out how to put signals into people's heads, put voices in people's heads. They can literally have things say things to you, where you hear voices in your head.
Yeah.
They have that technology. And if quantum computing gets attached to AI, and then it figures out how to make better versions of itself, like what does that mean?
But isn't that similar, like MK Ultra, what we're doing to compromise people?
Well, that's different.
How's it different though?
Because MK Ultra, they were just trying to manipulate drugs and doing it
to
on
get
people
them to think
without
crazy
them knowing.
shit, though,
yeah,
right?
But also try to get them to manipulate them so they can get them to do things like try to kill the president or something like that.
Like
which they still do.
Yeah, they have to still do it.
There's no way they stop doing that. And I guarantee, if there is a conspiracy theory about that kid in Pennsylvania that tried to kill Trump, went to the ground. Gunnar got him down.
Kevin's lost 4 hours, last 5.
Yeah, he's going to put a triangle on him.
Look at this.
Kevin is a black belt, but not Gunnar Nelson black belt.
Gunnar Nelson's so legit.
Yeah.
If he can get you scrambling on the ground, Kevin's
Look at that. Look at that. Dude. Damn, if he opens his legs, he's got to put a grip together around that arm. Right there. Just if he put a grip around the arm,
oh my God, he's hanging on that arm. That can't be good for the shoulder.
It's over now. He's not going to be able to hold on. All he had to do was just grip under the armpit, and that was a wrap.
This is a tiring position for Gunnar. He's holding his entire body.
It's tiring for Kevin too, though. His legs are gassing out here for sure. And now he's out.
Gunner's a weird one because he's not active. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't fight a ton.
When was the last time he was there?
Oh, look at that. Another try.
I think, Joe. It might be 2, but maybe 3. It's going to be
Look
tough
at
to
that again.
Gunner.
Yeah, he's getting in there.
Yeah, Gunner's not scared to get in there.
No, he's not scared.
And eventually,
who gave Kevin Holland his black belt?
Travis Luter.
Oh, shit, okay.
Yeah, he's a Texas boy. Fort Worth fight was 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
Exactly.
How old is he now, Gunnar? He's got to be 36.
Yeah.
He was so good when he was at the top of his game. His jiu-jitsu was off the charts.
Considered one of the best jiu-jitsu players.
Beat Jeff Munson. Remember that?
I forgot that.
Munson was fucking huge.
Yeah, MMA-wise, he just never got over that hill like the top contenders.
Well,
he's just not active enough.
And his striking is just not at the same level as the elite guys.
Yeah.
Although he does have a good style. That sort of karate.
His style's cool.
Robert Whittaker type style.
Mm-hmm. I think he just got busy. Like, he has his school. It's like in the side of a fucking mountain.
Is it?
Yeah. In Iceland.
He's an interesting dude, man.
Yeah. Super talented. Remember, he was part of Connor's camp for a while there.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Can opener.
Old school.
I've always liked Gunnar Nelson.
Yeah, this is...
Big Thor told me he rolled with Gunnar. I know he's rolling with you, Gordon. He said he got absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
He said he rolled with Gunnar, and he couldn't understand it. He was like, I understand Gordon because he's so big. He's like, then I rolled with Gunnar Nelson. It fucked me up, too.
I watched the video of it the other day.
Oh, really? There's a video of Gunnar?
Well, I mean, Thor just has, like, he's like, has no grappling experience.
Zero.
Yeah.
Zero.
Who's Thor?
The Strong Man? The Mountain?
Oh,
Game of Thrones. The giant dude. He's like 6'9".
You know who's competing in jiu-jitsu now is that guy Martins.
Oh, Martins?
Yeah, Martins. Yeah. He did that one when I rolled with Thor. He was also there, and he wrestled in high school, so he was a little bit more with it.
Better base.
And he he's been training jiu-jitsu and competed.
That's cool.
He just won his first tournament.
Good for him. He's been a handful.
Imagine if Brian Shaw started getting into jiu-jitsu.
I taught him a private when he came here. That was interesting.
What the fuck, dude? That's a giant.
So yeah, he's a giant.
Yeah, that's like a legit giant.
I made him drill Big Dan. I was like, I'm not touching either one of you.
That's a good way to get hurt. Look at that.
He
lost it. Scrambled.
It's really greasy.
Got slippery.
Kevin has that X factor.
Oh, nice knee to the body.
Shit.
That was a nice knee by Kevin. That hurt.
This pace.
He dropped him.
It's over.
6 seconds to go.
He got some.
Oh, man, he's in trouble. 2, 1. And
let it go. Oh, shit. That's a big punch.
The haymaker at the end.
Gunner.
Damn, they let it go.
Oh, look at him. He's wobbly.
Super fucked up.
He's wobbly.
They're not going to stop him.
Oh, it's going to start on the feet. Gunner's in trouble. Yeah, he's in trouble.
Good for Kevin. He needs to win, man.
Yeah, he does. It's been a while. He just fights so often. No one's more active than Kevin. But this is 170 finally.
What's his losing streak? 2?
Lost 4 in his last 5. I think he's lost 3 in a row.
The thing is, he's so much better at 70. I know he doesn't like the weight cut, but it's
so much
70.
better at 70.
So tall and long and dangerous.
Remember, he beat Homeboy, who did the spinning back with
Joaquin Buckley.
Yeah, Joaquin Buckley.
2
at welterweight.
He lost 2 in a row?
3 out of 4.
Hamzat and who else?
4 out of 5.
Oh, Rene de Ridder.
He lost 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
De Ridder versus Bo is going to be interesting.
Fuck yeah, it is.
Bo
Real
better fucking wrestle, dude. I'm going to freak the fuck out.
Yeah, but I was so impressed with what that guy did to Holland. I was like, that's impressive. Because he just manhandled him. Yeah, manhandled him.
His grappling is good. I trained with him.
RDR,
yeah. Gunner looks like he's still in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, RDR was a 2-division champion at one championship. He's no punk. If Bo Nicklo gives us bad striking, I'm going to freak the fuck out.
There we go.
Hall's fought 7 times since Gunner Nelson's last fight.
Correct. That's crazy. Oh, uppercut. You got him with that uppercut.
He also had a good grappling match.
Oh, nasty punches to the body by Holland.
He also went against Cade in one championship. Just straight grappling.
If Gunner can't take...
Who did?
Yeah, RDR.
How'd that go?
He got submitted, I think.
If Gunner can't take Kevin down, he's in trouble.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
Gunner is not able to take Kevin down this round. He's going to be in trouble. And also, you got to think Kevin Holland's hungry right now.
Yeah,
because he still wants to be a champion.
Yeah, it's tough. At 70, though, he could do it.
He can do it at 70. He just got to be super focused and stay at 70. Just hopping up and down and, getting losses at 85 against De Ridder's 220. He's
but also being that active, it's tough to compete with the biggest guy. It's just tough to be that active.
Right.
And be a top guy.
He fought Combs out at 85?
Mm-hmm. You got man.
On a 3-hour notice.
Yeah, man. That was when Nate Diaz and him were supposed to fight, but Hamzat came in 8 pounds heavy, and Kevin Holland stepped up and said, I'll take it.
And Hamzat just fucking...
And Kevin was supposed to fight D-Rod, remember?
Yep. Which is a great fight.
Gunner's trying real hard for his takedown, man. Burning off a lot of fuel. Almost has it. Oh,
if he would have kept stepping inside, he would have done it. He cut a circle a little bit better.
But he's got to be fatigued right now. 2+ minutes into the second and got beat up at the end of the first, which takes a lot out of you.
That's got his hands lost.
Such a big factor. You think about perceived skills.
Oh, come on, Gunner.
You think about perceived skills versus current level after a guy gets rocked. You think he's still the same guy that he was early in the fight, but when you get rocked, man. Yeah.
Well, look at Makachev and Oliveira.
Mm-hmm.
He clipped him and then immediately passed his guard and finished him.
Yep. Or even Ankalaev and Pereira. Second round, he gets rocked. And then he's kind of not the same after that. Much more defensive after that.
Forgot the game plan a little bit, kept getting his back to the cage.
Bro, I saw a good breakdown of Ankalaev's stand-up against Pereira. It was very high level.
Super impressive.
Especially taking away the front hand. He's doing this circular motion with his hand and taking away angles.
Apparently they run that rematch back.
Oh, he got him down. Almost. Nice. They're going to run it back, I'm sure. They have to. That's the big fight in that division. And if Pereira can come in healthy. He got him down. But he's another one. He's too active.
Too active. But he's smart, too, because he's 36, 37. He's like, I got to go, man. I got to make as much money as possible.
He's done that. He's become an all-time great in, 3 years, which is crazy.
You give 10-8 first round? Got to be 10-8, right?
It's hard to say because Gunnar had him down for a while.
Yeah. Judges like that.
He had him in Omaha block.
He did rock him at the end. Yeah, I count those. And unfortunately, they don't count. Like near submissions. I think near submissions are big.
I'm with you, Eddie.
If they're close, it should be 10-8.
Like Oliveira versus Arman Sarukian. I feel like Oliveira almost had him a couple times.
And what?
He had what did he have? A Darce and
Darce guillotine.
If it's cinched up, if you have something cinched up, and
that's a lot.
The shame about
even
that
a
fight.
Triangle.
Yes.
The shame about that fight should have been 5 rounds. That's 5 rounds. Charles probably wins that.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe. I mean, who knows?
Who knows? But he would have a better chance.
But if you count like near submissions as like much more points,
you get no credit.
You don't get credit like you do if you rock a guy. But it's you're close to finishing a fight.
But to that same point, like with Alex Pierre defending 12 takedowns, 12 for 12, you get no fucking credit.
Right.
The guy attempted 12 takedowns. You couldn't do it. That guy gets no
Who should get credit?
The guy defend the takedown.
No. You don't get credit. You get credit for like not getting hit.
Well, you get a little bit.
A little bit.
A little bit.
I don't think you should get credit for defense.
The big credit is the submission attempts.
Yeah, for offense.
Real
You get
close.
points for offense, not defense.
He's going to it again.
Can you imagine you get points for escaping an armbar? Like, that would be retarded.
That'd be dope. See, this is interesting, right? Because Kevin was doing a lot of damage at the end of the first, but a lot of it was on the back. And then here you got Gunnar takes him down after unsuccessfully taking him down for like 3 minutes, and he's doing something. He's on top.
Oh, he won this round.
Right, but nothing's happeing.
Did he
You know what I'm saying?
really?
Yeah.
You get a takedown?
Yeah, that one's
But you know what I'm saying? Like, nothing's
He didn't do
happening.
shit.
He's not getting any damage.
Kevin didn't do anything.
True. Yeah. So if in
they
that
sit back and
situation,
go, all right,
yeah.
nothing happened. He took him down.
You give it to Gunnar,
You
for
give it
sure.
to Gunnar.
100%.
Yeah.
But it's not as good as like a guy rocking you.
I know.
Right. It's
Exactly. There's a difference.
I feel like the whole scoring
There should-
system is fucked.
Both those rounds are not 10-9s. The second round's a 10-9. First round, how is that a 10-9? He almost knocked him out. He
should be able to
barely
get 10
survived.
they should be able to
could have
get
stopped
10
it right at the end. He got
Right.
saved by the bell.
Like boxing.
How is that not
right?
a
When a
10-8?
guy gets dropped, it's automatically a 10-8.
Yes.
Yeah. I
Guy's in
think that's-
trouble,
Yeah.
10-8.
I think that's a good move.
Yeah.
When a guy gets dropped. But then you got, fights like where a guy gets dropped and gets up and drops the other guy. Like,
Then
like,
it evens out.
yeah, I guess.
I think even rounds are okay. Like,
I think
sometimes
they
it's
need
so
a
close.
more comprehensive scoring system.
Yes.
I think the whole 10-9 is crazy because we just took it from boxing. And we're like, okay, that's a established point system for fighting, but you're using it with something that has all these different elements. Takedown, submission, octagon control. There's so many more factors in
And
an
you gotta
MMA
look at the
fight.
people scoring it. These judges, half of them know what the fuck they're looking at.
That's a good fight. Moreno and Ursig. That Ursig guy almost beat Pantoja.
That's we are doing EBI in Mexico City the next day.
Oh,
So that's Saturday. Next day, EBI 23, the featherweights with strikes. We're bringing back strikes in EBI.
Ooh,
Hell yeah.
strikes or
There's enough
combat
sub-element.
jiu-jitsu? Like,
Combat jiu-jitsu.
so slaps.
Yeah,
slaps.
combat
And
jiu-jitsu.
you can punch
It
the
was
body.
born in EBI.
Can you punch the body?
You could punch you could strike to the body. You could strike anywhere.
Punch.
Not punch. Strike.
Palm
Open
strike to
hand
the body.
everywhere. Yeah.
Boss room style.
Yeah. That's next Sunday.
Are guys
UFC Fight Pass.
practicing their body strikes? Are they like working on that? Oh Jesus!
They should.
Kevin's so dangerous in the clinch. He's hitting him with hard body shots, man. The clinch. Oh, elbow over the top. Oh, knee. Kevin's got to go for broke because he probably won the first round. I think he won the first round for sure.
For sure.
Second round, no. So this is it, and Kevin needs to win. He's landing some uppercuts. Oh, Gunner's in deep. Gunner's in deep. Oh, he's out of it.
He's got his hands locked in more on the body.
Oh, he got him.
He's just trying to
He
get
got
off
him.
the cage.
He got him.
Oh,
Full mount.
shit.
Full mount. Oh, shit. Here it is. Kevin's in trouble.
Gunnar Nelson full mount, third round.
Grapevine in the legs.
He rushed to the back take in the first round, though. He should
Yeah.
take his time from here.
I
Oh,
mean,
he's got time.
Take his feet off the
the
cage.
fact that he's not
His feet off the cage.
the fact that he's not digging for underhooks right now is kind of scary.
Well, he should have took his feet off the cage.
Like why won't you immediately go for the underhook?
Yeah.
That's like what was your plan in the mount?
They're going to at least take his feet off the cage. That's what got him out.
You're not supposed to dig your toes in the face.
Gordon, if you were in the mount right there, you would immediately grab the underhook and underjack to like an arm triangle, right?
Yeah, underhook.
Right?
Underhook. Well, the first thing is to circle his feet off the cage. Because that gives him...
You're saying circle him to the center of the octagon?
Well, yeah, circle his feet towards the center.
Yes.
Because the bridge off the cage just gives you immense...
Correct. Totally. But besides that and underhook, underjack, arm triangle, right? Oh, damn, look at that. He's going to knock him out with that. Good. You should really...
knock Jacare out from the bottom.
Yep.
From guard.
How about Henzo on Oleg Tarov?
Oh, yeah, that up kick. That was the first time we saw like an effective up kick.
Yeah, and then Jerry Bolander on...
he's going to pass him here.
Murillo Bustamante. Or Fabio Gurgel.
Oh, he's passing him. He's got the back.
He's got one hook.
I think there's probably like 10.
Oh,
there it is.
Arm triangle.
There it is.
He's got to get his right knee across to Kevin's left hip.
He's got to mount him. He's got to
get his left knee across to his left hip. Or his right knee across to his left hip.
Can he not apply enough pressure in half guard?
It's hard from half guard.
It depends if he has a good lockdown or not. If he had a good lockdown, he would survive. But he just got to... Why he's not passing the guard here, I'm not sure.
It's also hard for him to dismount from here because the cage is in the way. Even if he does
mount him. Here comes the mount. Here it comes.
Okay, so now he's going to try to either mount him or move to side control. But he's kind of wedged in place by the cage.
He should be able
there it is. Here it comes. Here it comes. He's probably he probably knows what's up. He's just waiting till catches his breath. Should not take the back.
That was the back roll. Kevin's out. That was nice by Kevin.
That was really nice.
That's why you got to mount. That's why you got to.
Gunner should have switched back to a tight waist when Kevin went to roll
Kevin
out.
Should break free here. He should break free here and start teeing off on him.
Gunner held on to the arm triangle too long.
He should have mounted, in my opinion. Like all arm triangles, in my opinion, should be in the mount. Once you start going side control, there's too many escapes. The escapes are too easy.
Well, you should have at least set it better for mount. Like it wasn't set. Like you should have mounted him.
Oh shit!
Kevin's gonna come at him hard here.
He's got to.
Just can't get taken down.
Oh, another knee.
Damn, this is gonna be a hard one to score.
Super hard to score.
I'm trying to go for a Darce.
It looks like it.
It looked like he thought about it.
Yeah, he's looking for it for sure.
Disengage, Kevin.
I know, right? Especially now, he's got double
under. His hands locked.
And he had time to disengage, and he's got an advantage in the striking.
Huge advantage.
But also, like, so exhausted at this point in the fight.
Yeah, he was probably trying to rest.
Total strikes, Kevin 130, Gunner 20.
Gunner's going to win it.
You think?
Unless Kevin catches him 3 seconds.
10-9 Gunner, but then 10-8 in the first round. What is that, a draw?
No, you do 10-9 Holland first round.
This is going to be a draw.
10-9.
If they gave him 10-8 for the first round.
The guy was saved by the bell. How do you not give him a 10-8?
No, I agree. But it doesn't mean that the judges agree. The judges are goofy. The judges are goofy.
It all depends.
It depends.
I
don't think they hand out 10-8s enough.
Do they still have Adelaide Bird? Does she still work?
I don't know. It's a good question.
She was awesome. She was the best.
That's a good question. What is this movie? For what movie? This is a truck?
It's a Ram, yeah.
Women in the Yard. No, it's a movie. Only in theaters Friday. Oh, you're looking at something different?
Yeah, so you got a delay. I was like, that's a truck commercial?
Oh, are you looking at like ESPN Plus's different commercials? The new Raptor coming out? Oh, weird. Oh, how weird. So it's different commercials depending upon where you look?
Yeah, it's weird. It's both my accounts too, so. Yeah, I have a hiring ZipRecruiter app.
Well, so I think Jan's next.
Yes. Jan Olberg next. So what's the guess? Oh, man. Give us some volume, Jamie.
I think Gunner takes it.
Yeah, Gordon has a good point with all the control Gunner has with these judges.
Draw.
Yeah.
Draw.
No, I think
could be a draw.
Either it's a draw, either it's a draw or
Gunner split.
Kevin
Here we go.
wins.
Gunner split. Oh, it's Gunner. Oh,
Told you.
wow. Good for Kevin, man. That's legit.
They gave him that third round.
Yeah. Damage.
I don't have no.
He did all the damage, even though Gunner had control of him. He did the damage. Gunner
did have an arm
triangle. Yeah.
And he did take him down.
Yeah. But Kevin definitely did more damage to him.
Almost at his back a couple times.
Yeah. True.
I think it should have been a draw.
It could have been a draw.
I mean, Kevin looked surprised when they announced him.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Good for Kevin. He needs it. Yeah, he's saying I knew it could go either way.
Kevin at 170. That's his spot.
Yeah, that's his spot.
He's some good guys.
He's got legit championship potential. How about a rematch with him and Joaquin Buckley at 170? That would be crazy. You know?
Is Joaquin Buckley the guy that did that crazy kick?
Yeah, bro, he's a monster at 170. At 170, he's a monster.
He beat the shit out of Kobe.
He's so motivated, too.
Colby Covington?
Yeah.
Kevin Holland?
No, Kobe got his ass whipped by
Joaquin.
Joaquin Buckley.
Forgot about that fight.
How
did that go down? Knockout?
He just beat the shit out of him. They stopped the fight.
Defend the takedown, just beat the shit out of him.
He beat the shit out of him. He beats the shit out of
Stop
everybody.
the fight?
Yeah. 170, he's a monster.
Colby Covington?
Yeah, stop the fight. Yeah.
Recently or early in his career?
A few months ago.
Damn, I missed that.
His last fight.
Holy shit,
Joaquin's a real problem at 170. He's super motivated, amazing genetics, super explosive and fast, but like very disciplined, gets better every fight, crazy cardio at 170.
Especially being that muscle bound.
That muscle bound, but it's his work ethic, man. He's got a crazy work ethic, you know. And did you see that video he made for Bilal?
No.
It's like he like explaining like you got what I want. Like his whole thing talking about his life, what he needs, take care of his grandmother. Like he was like intense. Yeah. He's like, I'm coming for you, boy. It's intense. Yeah. He's a real threat at 170.
Big time.
But I would love to see that.
She coming back?
No, she's done. She got boobies now. Yeah. That's the man.
Remember when he fought Ryan Hall? No one knew who he was.
Oh yeah. He smashed him. Duck.
Yeah, I would say, what would you say, Gordon? Like 80%, 85% of UFC fighters aren't ready for the high level leg locks, right? I said Ryan Hall came in and he would just leg lock dudes.
Yeah.
They weren't quite ready because MMA fighters aren't really training.
Not focused on it.
They're not focused on jiu-jitsu at the
BJ.
high level. But see, and Ryan Hall he ripped through some people with leg locks.
But even BJ.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, but then he hits Topuria. How do you say that?
Topuria.
Ilya.
That was the first guy like, oh shit, this guy knows how to defend leg locks. Like, who is he? Who's his coach? He's got I'm
not sure.
His famous guy.
Ilya?
Yes. He was working with someone legit. Maybe it was like Balance Studios or something. I don't know, but that was sometimes you're gonna run into guys that you cannot leg lock, and when it's all greasy.
But also, you get to a certain level where guys can stop your game at leg locks, and if you don't have striking, you get exposed.
Yeah,
that's why Ryan doesn't fight a lot.
He was well versed in Topuria. How do you say it again?
Topuria. Ryan Hall's had like 9 surgeries over the last, maybe more. Josh Waitzkin.
23 is relevant.
That's nuts.
He's not that active. I know he's turned down a lot of matchups too.
What is he getting surgery on? That's 23 times.
Is he still fighting?
Having problems with
Ryan Hall still fighting?
He's still under contract, but I know he's turned down a bunch of fights.
Yeah.
It's probably like, nah, man.
19 under.
I like his style. I like it.
19 under general anesthesia. He's put out 19 times. That can't be good for you. You get put to sleep 19 times. 19 general anesthesia surgeries. Some procedures need to be redone due to complications.
Jesus Christ.
Holy fuck, man. What is his injuries? 21 general anesthesia surgeries since that fight. 19. There were 2 prior. That's crazy.
What happened to him?
I don't know.
They kept having issues.
So I had 21 general anesthesia surgeries. I got fallen on, tore my ACL. Had to fix a plantar plate, got fallen on again, had to have a tightrope surgery on that one that Pat Mahomes and a couple other people have had. ACL got infected, had a couple of septic arthritis. Tightrope was actually allergic to the hardware they put in me somehow. Had to have that redone. It's been interesting, but back on the end of it. On the back end of it, rather. Wow. That's crazy. Boy.
Wow.
It's a
I
shame.
had no idea.
That's so many surgeries.
I thought he retired.
That's crazy.
How many surgeries have you had?
One.
Just one.
Yeah, my LCL. Yeah, I've been injured a lot, but just one.
Yeah.
Was that from a leg lock? Eddie
no,
Cummings?
No, Eddie broke my ankles a bunch of times, but that was when I competed against Joao Rocha. I was going for a leg lock entry, and he was like 270, and he just jumped towards my head.
What happened to Eddie?
Dude, I don't know. He just like disappeared one day, and then apparently he was like training like pretty recently at Enzo's and Unity, but he just like stopped training jiu-jitsu forever, got a real job, I think, and then
that guy was vicious, man.
So good, so smart.
I was standing over him as he ripped through everybody with leg locks. I'm like, God damn, he was on some other shit. You know what I mean? He was vicious. And then you hear from his training partners that man, he went hard right in the training room. He went after legs.
He did get hard.
Yeah.
It's weird when guys get that good and just stop.
When after he retired, he still put out a couple like videos, little short instructionals on Instagram, and this one he put out for the Z-Lock. That to me is the best. Like in my opinion, the Z-Lock, the one he showed, that's the best.
It's not a sad story if he went on to do something cool that he's want to do. It's kind of dope that he's like, fuck it, I'm over it. If he went on to make money, he's doing well. You know?
Yeah.
Depends what he's doing.
What do you think is the best leg lock? One leg lock. You're going to teach your students just one leg lock entry and one heel hook. What's it going to be?
Well, insofar as breaking mechanics, or
no, like they say they got the breaking mechanics down, and just the leg's going to be. Which leg entanglement are you going to choose? Which one's the best? Obviously, it's not DOA. It's not outside ashi. Right? And not just regular ashi either. That one's too basic.
Backside 50-50 is pretty good.
Right when you go, because I hear from backside 50-50 coming in from K-Guard, right?
Yeah.
I hear, like, from my guys, I'm not, like, the biggest leg locker, but I pay attention to my guys, and they're saying that the entry into backside 50-50 is awesome, but you don't really generally get the tap there. There's going to be some kind of scramble and some kind of spin.
You can, but the guy can high leg over. If you trap the far leg, the secondary leg, then you can get finishes belly down with it, which is why it's a good position. But a good guy is always gonna limp leg and strip the grip, which is why I believe that probably the best position in terms of not having the guy come forward and crush you or hit you, and strong catastrophic breaking mechanics is probably cross hashigurami, your guys' honey hole.
So that's still the best.
Yes.
Double trouble.
Yeah. So you feed the one leg across, the legs are split, so you have an Achilles lock here, and then you dig for the heel, and then you go in and lock up.
It's still the best. Okay.
But my highest percentage finish is that position, but with the leg fed on the outside for the outside heel hook.
That's like Z-Lock-ish, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, so because Z-Lock is basically double trouble with the outside heel hook.
Correct.
And instead of triangling your legs, stomping on the inside.
Yeah, you can get foot to foot.
Is that what you guys call it, foot to foot?
Yeah.
That's huge. That's like a game changer right there. And that right there, just a straight ankle lock is the most powerful straight ankle lock from that position right there with it on the outside.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, no, the secondary leg.
Yeah.
That straight ankle lock. And the Aoki.
Yeah,
right?
Aoki's strong as well.
How crazy are Aokis? Aokis are a lot like dead orchards, where the first time I seen a Aoki, it's from Shinya Aoki, it seemed like he was going for just a straight ankle lock, but dude, I forget his opponent was, but his foot almost slipped out, so it looked like a straight ankle lock that he almost pulled his foot out, but it got caught and twisted.
It gives you the rotation.
Yeah, and everyone thought, maybe not everyone, but I thought, oh, that's one of those, freak things that you don't actually plan for it or set up for it. It just happens. Sometimes they pull out of ankle locks and stuff. Sometimes, like omoplatas, sometimes when they try to pull out their omoplata, it gets caught and they tap an armbar. It's not like you set it up. It's like a freak thing. They try to get out, but it got caught and then they tap. So that's what I thought the Aoki was. But it turns out, fuck no. It seems like the Aoki is top 2 leg lock finishes in the grappling world today. It's just people because it's so good to counter with them, correct?
Yeah, no, you get good finishes with Aokis.
What's the Aoki?
It's an ankle lock, but when they slip their heel out, it's still like you're going for an ankle lock and they almost pull out their leg, and then it turns into a heel hook. So it's half ankle lock, half heel hook. Huge. It's like the most powerful shit.
It's not mechanically as strong as a heel hook though, because when you go for heel hooks, you're physically bridging your hip into the knee.
Yeah.
Whereas with Aokis, the knee is turned out, so you're not bridging into the knee in a way to break it.
Yeah.
Whereas with like an inverted heel hook, for example, you have a good strong connection. You have a good strong connection, but when you go to bridge, you see how he's not bridging into the hip.
Yeah.
So with a heel hook, you're bridging directly into the hip. So it's the full extension of your body into the knee. So the upper leg is pinned through the leg position, and then your gripping position is what's manipulating the foot.
And scroll down a little bit, Jamie, and look at the guy on that one on the right, the one you had, the big one on the right. Now we can't see it on the right. That one right there. Can you blow that up? And the dude doing the Aoki lock, his right leg, the way I think people are calling that a shadow hook or whatever. Silverado, he's a catch wrestler, Brazilian catch wrestler, showed me that when I was a white belt.
I remember
Straight
Silverado.
ankle. Remember, he used to do that.
Yeah.
He used to do that. And I thought like, this is nothing. So I never really fucked with him. But now it's back strong. Like Helena Cravar is doing this exact thing. This is like her main move.
Silverado had a lot of Gene LaBelle stuff.
Yeah, it was a catch wrestling thing.
A lot of that.
This is a great position because, like with the guy who's attacking his right leg, usually the guy's trying to peel it off the hip.
Yeah.
So when you peel it off the hip, that butterfly hook comes in, and then normally you would throw that left leg over. So now you can't step over you can't disengage the legs as easy.
And dude putting his right leg there, if he put it traditionally, you'd put it on the hip, that you could get countered with a heel hook or an Aoki.
Yeah.
So that's huge. Like a regular Ashi, everyone's like, I got guys that just let dudes put them in Ashi so they can take that foot. And it's a game changer.
And also because the right foot is on the inside position, it makes it hard for the guy in defense, the defensive guy, to push forward into you.
Yes.
It makes it hard for him to come forward because the Aoki, you have to push into the lock, put your foot deeper to boot it. But the butterfly hook stops it. The butterfly actually stops you from pushing the foot in deeper.
Yeah. The guy who there was, I don't know. I think the first guy to really, really master it was the Polish guy. So we're what's his name? He armbarred Gary Tonin. That guy. What's his name? Matthias Szczynski. Szczynski. That guy.
Everyone talks about him. I haven't been training with him, but apparently he was like
he rips the legs
and he just was breaking everybody's
exactly.
shit.
And he was doing his legs just like that. You know, it was the Aoki with that leg entanglement. We were calling it the Polish Aoki.
Yeah.
You know, and he's a bad motherfucker.
Well, it's difficult because the butterfly hook doesn't allow you to stack. He doesn't allow you to come forward and push your foot deeper.
I'd never forget Silverado showing me that as a white belt. I'm thinking, really? Ken Shamrock puts his leg up here. Why would you do that? I was like learning shit off Ken Shamrock. I got into toe holds as a white belt because Ken Shamrock had this instructional where he's in jeans and no shirt. He's all tanned and yoked. He looked like a Chippendales guy. And he's with some Japanese guy, and then he's going over toe hold, like standing over a guy's guard and grabbing the foot and doing a toe hold. And I'm like, whoa, what is he doing with the foot? And I could never get on top of anybody. I was always, I've taken down one person my whole life, and that was in wrestling. I had one wrestling takedown. I wrestled 2 years, got one takedown. Because I was afraid to break my teeth. Everyone's missing teeth. I didn't want to shoot. I go, you shoot and I'll sprawl. I'm like, you shoot, I'll sprawl. I got a good front headlock now. But I can't. I have 0 takedowns. Unless it's a dude that doesn't wrestle. Like when I got in a couple of street fights here. I was always a pussy growing up. I was never a tough guy. But every now and then, I wrestled, and I never looked at wrestling as a martial art. I looked at it as pussy fight. I go, dude, I'm not a fighter. No one thinks I'm a fighter. I don't have a reputation to uphold. But if anybody fucks with me, I'm going to double leg him and just hold him until the principal breaks us up. You know what I mean? I was like, dude, I was grounding and pounding in 9th grade. I would take dudes out. I fought this one soccer player. His name was Cesar. He was talking a lot of shit. And I go, dude, he'll probably kick my ass, but he can't stop my takedown. Because this dude don't wrestle. So I'd take him down, and I would just like get side control and like barely punch his stomach and wait for someone to pull me off. Dude, I survived. And then when I saw Hoist fighting UFC 2, I'm like, you can fight on the ground and not be a pussy? That's why I joined jiu-jitsu. I'm like, oh my God, this is my shit. I thought fighting on the ground was pussy fighting. Like, it's accepted and respected. And
That's hilarious.
Okay, that's what got me into jiu-jitsu.
Dude, change the game. Here we go. Olberg, Jan Blachowicz.
Dude, I scheduled this. I thought it was going to be at 1. And I got to get out of here like in 10 minutes.
Oh, no worries. Let's see what happens in 10 minutes.
My flight got pushed, Eddie. It's at 8 now.
Oh, they got pushed? I got mine is at 7.
So I go. Make sure it's on time, though.
Blachowicz is 42, but it's a Polish 42. That's different genetics, bro.
Is that older or
old school Viking?
So if you're a
genetics.
Polish 42,
I think they
are you older or are you younger? What do you say?
Younger.
I don't know. Their shoulders are every bit of 42.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. Like, look what happened with Yuri. Yuri got his shoulders fixed. No problem at all.
He looks great.
He looked amazing.
But then Johnny Walker's shoulders fixed. And
yeah, but that's a lot of damage, too. Johnny Walker's been KO'd so many times.
It's also just such a big jump up in talent for Spielberg. He goes to Mayor, but before that, he really hadn't fought anybody.
Well, this is a world champion. You're fighting a world champion. And a guy who's real determined to get back to the belt. You got to realize, like, he had a draw with Ankalaev, almost won the title there. Real close to beating Pereira. Real close fight. Beat Izzy. You know, he's still a monster. Even though he's 42.
Savage. And he wins this one. He's right there.
Hard low kick by Jan.
He's right there for the title shot.
Yes. Well, he's always the guy that people forget about in this division. One big win over Olberg. He's right back in the hunt. And he would be a logical guy to fight next after Ankalaev and Pereira.
Yeah, there's a story for either one.
Yeah, both of them.
And Klein majorly because it's a draw. Right?
Yeah. He's fucking dangerous, too. I mean, that power's the last thing to go, and Jan's got ridiculous power. Remember that Rockhold KO? Like, jeez.
That was like a murder.
Bro, how about the fucking Dominic Reyes one?
He ran to him after he was already down, like with a running start.
Yeah.
And with the second punch.
Remember when he kicked Dominic Reyes in the body? You see his whole foot on Reyes' body? He's such a hard dude. Oh, solid jab.
Olberg definitely has a speed advantage.
Mm-hmm. He does, but Blachowicz has a massive experience advantage. Massive. Check that. And him with a hard low kick, too.
I think it's that Rottweiler head.
Mm-hmm. Remember when he went shin to shin with Ankalaev? Just fucked his legs up? He's like, let's see who's got the harder shins.
Him and Ankalaev are just tough fucking humans, man.
But there's so many tough guys in this division. I mean, Yuri would be the champion if it wasn't for Alex. There's so many good guys. That Yuri fight with Jamal Hill was great.
Racket's no punk either.
Oh, no. But, you know, Yuri KO'd him, and Ankalaev beat him in a decision in his last fight. Jan looks good, though. He doesn't look
shit
like
is so
42.
boring.
He looks like a legit contender. There's just so much experience, you know, and he's so good at pacing himself and staying calm. And that's the thing.
3 rounds, too.
That's true, but that Olberg's first fight was 3 rounds as well. You know, the Kennedy fight. Yep. I mean, this is a big step up, man. Big step up. Oh, high kick.
Oh, they announced Roundtree and Hill.
Ooh, what is that?
I'm not sure. Soon.
Ooh, that's exciting.
That's a great fight.
That is a great fight. He just went shin to shin with Olberg.
I bought that Jeep yesterday, and the lady goes, "Oh, my cousin fights in the UFC." I'm like, "Oh, really? Well, who's your cousin?" She's all, Hill? Jamal Hill? I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. She's a badass, girl.
April 26th, Kansas City. Oh, shit.
The Kansas City card's tasty.
Yeah,
that's a good fight night, finally.
Ooh. John's winning the battle of the low kicks. Just checking Olberg's.
Olberg's not landing, is he?
No. He's landed a few now, but there's a good one. Shin to shin.
Nothing's tastier than that Miami card coming up, though.
Ooh, that Miami card's good.
That's a fucking treat.
Ooh, that's good. Yair and Pitbull. Ooh.
I swear to God, if I have fun for ESPN Plus, I'm going to lose my shit.
And Jan Silva versus Bryce.
Not Pitbull is from Bellator.
Yeah,
It's with UFC now.
Oh,
yes.
shit.
With
I did not know
Yair
that.
Rodriguez.
On the main card. They bumped up the main card.
Wow, they don't have a picture of him? That's outrageous. Get a picture of that.
Bellator wouldn't send it.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
Bellator's like, no,
Have them
take your own
post.
pictures.
Have them post for pictures. Jesus
Take a
Christ.
selfie on your fucking cell phone.
The fuck? Take your shirt off.
Yeah, no. Have your girl
Send
do
it
it. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll black out the background. Oh, good jab by Oldberg.
I gotta
You
get
leaving,
out.
dog?
You're out?
Love you, man. Gordon, I'm hanging.
Yes, sir. See you soon.
Your son played them already?
I'll be there too.
Yeah. See you, brother.
Bro, I love when I run into Eddie at the baseball fields because he's a vet. Like, my kid's only 9, so we're doing 2 years, but he's been in it for 6. He has everything: backpack, water, just the whole tent, the seat.
Dad.
Yeah, we always run
Awesome.
each other at the baseball fields.
It's awesome to see.
Yeah, my kiddos met him for the first time like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, I was like, "That's Uncle Eddie." Uncle, fuck's Uncle Eddie, right there.
And Boaz asked the foreman of his harvesters, "Whose young woman is this?"
Boring ass commercials. So good. Let's go. Let's go. You see, bare knuckle fighting is gonna have hockey fights. They're gonna have fights with skates on. Nice. Bare knuckle boxing with hockey.
Yeah,
skates on.
I don't
Gimmick.
It's some weird shit.
That's a
man.
gimmick.
They have car jiu-jitsu now.
Yeah, I've seen that in Russia.
Bro, you know they offered me and Brian to fight each other in car jiu-jitsu?
Brian Callen?
Yeah.
Why would they do that, Brian?
They offered, they're like, yeah, they go, they didn't pitch me, they pitched Brian, they go, it'd be really fun for you and Brendan to do car jiu-jitsu. And Brian goes, like, seriously? And the guy goes, yeah, would you guys be down to do it? Brian's like, no. He's like, I'm not going to fucking go get chopped in car jiu-jitsu.
You're 100 pounds bigger than him and a black belt.
Yeah.
It's
Brian's
so
like, what
ridiculous.
the fuck do you do with a seatbelt?
That's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
It would be funny. You'd be talking
It'd be funny,
shit
yeah.
while you tie him up.
Yeah, it'd be funny.
Oh, here we go, round 2.
Close to my servant girls.
That first round's hard to score, huh?
Yeah.
I give to Jan?
I think I give it to Jan. Jan looked like you got the best of it.
Here we go again.
Ooh, swing and a miss. How's that shoulder?
We'll get a better round from Oldberg here because, you know, it's new to him. He's fighting a vet at this level.
He looks good. He's a fast motherfucker.
That takedown feint really got a reaction.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Great feint.
But he's not really a wrestler.
Fuck no.
Oh. Jan's looking for bombs.
Those flood kicks gonna be a problem. I'm gonna start checking them. God, remember when Jan fought Izzy? Yeah, what a nightmare matchup. Yeah, just too big. Too big.
But Izzy also tried to do 205 with no weight gain. He just tried to like weigh with his waist. Well, I don't think he cut anything.
I don't think he cut. He just walked in.
190.
But if they would have gave, like, I mean, granted you wanted to fight for the title, if they would have given, like, Yuri or someone, that'd be a funner matchup.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
Yuri, Izzy's fun.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Like, fucking Jan, well, Jan walks at 240.
Yuri looks so good in Jamal Hill fight.
Yeah,
Like, he's turned the corner. He's a different guy now.
One of my favorites.
Oh, one of my favorites for sure. Guaranteed fireworks in that guy fights. Oh, he landed that right hand. Guaranteed fireworks when Yuri fights.
Non-stop action.
Just such a fucking warrior. And so, like, dedicated to the way, you know?
He's an interesting cat. Thin for light heavy.
Oh,
good shot there. Jan's starting to land now.
That knee to the body's legit. Interesting. Oldberg favored. That's interesting.
It was right off the feint, too. Feinted the takedown, went right to the collar. Right to the tight punch.
He's a little lighter on his feet this round.
May the Lord repay your work, and may
He's
you
hitting the legs
receive
a
a
lot.
rich reward from the
In this
Lord,
round
the
for
God
sure.
of Israel,
That
under
inside
whose
low
wings
kick.
you have taken refuge.
Just slapping them. He's not getting
Right.
beyond leg kicks. It's fucking doing damage.
It's thudding.
It's
But
just-
he's scored.
yeah,
Like
see
that
that?
one right there. That was
So it's
painful.
changing his position.
Yeah, that was painful.
Yeah.
That was a hard one.
My Lord, she said, may I continue to find favor
Well,
in your
Jan, you know,
eyes,
had a
for
Muay
you
Thai
have
career
comforted
before
and spoken
MMA.
kindly
He's
to
a
your
legit
maidservant,
Muay Thai fighter.
though I am not like one of your servant girls.
Slightly lighter. He was like fighting at 200, I think.
Dude, you look into any fighter's background. Them motherfuckers never lost in anything.
Well, he lost to Paul Craig.
It's true.
At mealtime,
I'm saying before you get to
Right.
UFC, you look at his background. It's like, Jesus.
And even that fight, he was winning that fight. He just slept on the triangle and got wrapped up with like, I think like 2 seconds to go or something crazy like that. 1 second to go.
That's so brutal.
That's so brutal because you know you can hang in for 1 second.
Yeah. Especially if you hear the
Even if you go to sleep.
if you get the claps for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It's like just pass that at that point.
Yeah, it must have been tight.
Yeah, ride it out, man.
Yeah.
It's like Chael and Anderson. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Dominating for 4 rounds.
I know, that's the craziest
That's
one.
wild. That's just self-sabotage.
And that's just Anderson coming in with a broken rib. Oberg definitely seems like he's landing more this round. But the damaging shots are Bohovich.
They scored damage #1.
But, you know, but Oberg is scoring more. Like those jabs right there. Jan's just having a hard time closing the distance. And this is only round 2.
And it's been, since that girl fight against Molly, it's been all decisions.
Mm-hmm. Well,
who the fuck cares?
There's a certain like skill gap you can't bridge.
You know, not enough hours in a day.
Yeah, not enough hours in a day, not
When
enough
you're
time in
older?
your life. You're older, you're in your late 30s. Yeah. I don't know
Did
how
y'all
old she
ever
is.
see
She's in her
Aliens?
30s for sure.
That's what I
Just
want
like,
to know.
just get to a point. Jalen Turner's crazy because he said when he beat up Bobby Green, like after that, he lost his appetite for fighting. That was that one.
I cleaned up your pussy,
That was
bitch.
in Austin. That was bad. That was a bad one.
You say you knew that night. It's kind of
Like, I don't want to hurt anybody anymore. I don't want to do that.
Oh, you hoe.
I mean, he liked Bobby
You
Green,
hoe.
too. They were friends. I guess.
Them motherfuckers like
You
your
know, your
friends.
friend like that.
Hoe.
And then all the unnecessary punches. The referee should have stopped that fight quite a bit.
That was where he was already out, right?
Yeah. He was just getting tired.
Took
I don't remember who refed that fight, but that was a bad one.
Chicken jabber.
They took Kelly down, right?
Uh-huh.
Just getting fucking-
Just hammered. Just smashed.
Why don't you talk about
Probably
something
doesn't
like,
wanna fight
oh,
for
dog,
you.
there was a surfer, and he
He's
was
like,
like
fuck
picking
that,
up
I'm
chicks on the
He's going
beach.
back to Bobby.
His name's Dick
For real
Reynolds.
fights, he's like, it's
Everybody
uncheated.
loved him. His name was in the
He's almost
restaurant,
3 since
and he
Shane
was
King.
That real
amazing.
kick. Wow. Oh my goodness. Mauricio Luffy is dangerous.
Trouble.
He's like a giant Connor. You know?
Yeah, that's
He
exactly
really is. He moves like Connor. He's got that kind of style. But
And that style with like cardio wise, like in the 3rd round, you're so explosive, you just can't run at that high gear.
exactly. It's so fast twitch based.
Yep.
It's not a good style for longevity unless you're real sparing with your attacks. You have to have complete control. So if a guy mauls you and just comes at you with a lot of combinations and hits you with a pace,
Yeah, you're kind of
it's hard.
Yeah, they catch up. You get a grappler can avoid the big shot.
Mhm.
Then in the 3rd round, you're fucked.
And obviously that weight class is filled with talent. There's so much talent there.
I was discussing with a guy, I won't say who it is. He's coming back to the UFC, and his buddy's like, man, what matchup do you think? He's like, we just need to get him an easy matchup for his first one. I'm like, buddy, it's 2025 in the UFC. There's no cakewalks.
Yeah, there's no.
Like, there used to be cakewalks. There was guys like, thank God they gave me him. There's really not that. With the Contender Series, like this, it's just full of these young fucking lions.
Yeah, the
that you've
guys
never heard
that
of.
0 fights in the UFC are super fucking dangerous. That's what's crazy. 0 fights and they come in at a world class level.
And they're like well-rounded and everything.
Especially these motherfuckers from Russia.
Yeah.
There's so many Dagestan guys that are coming in. And good lord, they're so dangerous.
There's no gimme fights anymore.
No.
In fact, tonight he is winnowing barley.
Oberg seems to be outpointing him here.
He's a little more active.
Yeah, like right there.
Definitely
At least we
speed
got the
advantage.
answer.
Mm-hmm. And Jan hasn't landed any big shots they had, like the big one that's going to really change the course of the fight.
Yeah, he makes it a little slower.
Well, he's just dealing with a very tall, fast dude.
It's going to get weird for Jan. He loses this
That's
one.
those cryptocurrency pajamas.
The division of the state it's in, it's tough, man.
Well, we'll see. There's still 3
How
minutes to go.
fucking crazy is MMA? It's like Alec Volkanovski, before he lost those two, he was like, there's arguing for pound number one.
Mm-hmm.
He was on the like number 2, and then 3 months later, he's not even on the list.
Yep.
Leon Edwards,
Yep.
before he lost to Bilal, was like number 5 pound for pound. He's not even on the list.
Crazy.
This one, he kind of fucked. MMA's wild, man.
Jan with another good, strong low kick. But he needs more than that. He needs some headshots.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to get the judges' attention. I wonder what the live odds are right now.
Oldberg for sure.
Gotta be Oldberg, right? Just from a volume perspective.
Yeah, just active.
After Boaz had finished eating and drinking and was in good
This thing's
spirits,
gonna
he went
spin.
to lie down at the end of the heap
That was
of grain.
close. He's a heavily
Ruth went in
bladed.
secretly, uncovered his feet, and lay down.
Good left hook right
Yeah,
hand.
Bruce starting to sit down on his punches now.
Is it? Interesting.
But yeah,
Man,
160.
160. But still, Oldberg's favorite.
Turned over, and there, laying at his feet,
It's just
was
Giannis having a hard time connecting. And Oldberg's
Speed's
not.
an issue.
He's not slowing down. Oldberg's done such a much better job of pacing himself now.
Yeah,
And he obviously he's in better condition too.
Yes, and his distance.
Like, look, he's never stopped hopping around.
It's fucking tough to take 2 years off and jump in with killers rank number 6, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy.
Especially a young dude, all hungry. Jan's still trying to.
It's like
fucking
Gunnar
launch
Nelson
out.
taking 2 years off and jumping back in. It's fucking tough, man.
It's a summer in style.
Good kick.
Sean Brady's favorite.
Is he?
Yeah, Sean Brady's favorite.
Over 4.5 rounds is also favorite.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes, this card has potential to be,
Big
you know,
baby.
if you're looking for knockouts, this might not be the card for you. It's tough for Brady to stop Leon.
Yeah, very tough. It's going to be interesting to see how he fares on the feet because Leon's such a technician on the feet. He's such a sniper, but he's also going to be super wary about the takedown. But he's been trying to take people down to kind of like prove a point, like he did with Kamaru.
Jezebel and
I hope he
Ho.
doesn't try to do that with Sean.
Bad idea.
Yeah, it's a different level.
And Brady it's just like in the 5th round, you look at that Gilbert fight, it's like he had more takedowns in the 5th round. Like his cardio's insane.
Yeah, he's very fit. Oldberg seems to be walking away from it.
Oldberg ain't getting a title shot after this one.
No, but it puts him in the top.
For
Puts him in the
sure.
heat.
Yeah, top 5.
He just hasn't done anything like real spectacular.
Oldberg versus the winner of Roundtree and Jamal Hill would be fun.
Jan's still pushing though, man. He's going after him. Good low kicks.
like
there.
just out of
Oh, he clipped him with that left hand.
Yeah, Jan can't get his range.
Good fight. Solid fight.
They're just yelling at each other.
Fucking warriors.
Fucking guys being guys.
Yeah. Just a couple of bros.
Just a couple of bros. Just fighting, shouting at each other.
Yeah, I think Oldberg probably got that decision.
Yeah, slight decision.
I'm very interested to see how Sean deals with the stand-up. You know, because Sean's stand-up has come a long way, but there's levels.
Big difference.
Yeah. He's got
But then
to,
there's a big difference on the feet too, right? So it's all about who their will, right?
right. Well, if Sean can get him down early, like Bilal did, it would be a big thing. And Bilal set the blueprint,
Yes.
constant pressure.
Yep.
But I do think you have to take into consideration the fact that that was a 5 a.m. fight, which is just nuts.
Sucks.
I
It
mean,
sucks, but you're pros.
I know,
like,
but
you just
like-
gotta go, man.
how crazy is that? Like, everybody in the audience has been drunk since 2 in the morning. They're like, yeah.
It's tough.
They're all exhausted. They're fucking filled with beer. You know?
There's people sleeping.
They were sleeping. They were sleeping. It was so. They must be so exhausted. I can't imagine going to see a fight if that's the main event starts at 5 in the morning. I think the main event was like 6 in the morning.
Yeah, that's rough.
It's ridiculous. It's terrible. Why not just do it this way? Just have the fights on early. You know?
That was a pay-per-view, right?
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, but still, Have a pay-per-view at 3 in the afternoon. Who cares?
I prefer it.
Yeah, who cares?
My
It's
night's
Saturday.
free. Yeah.
It's Saturday. People will still buy it. They watch football in the day.
True.
Why wouldn't they watch a big fight during the day? Just let them know in advance. It's 3 p.m. start.
The only one who complained
Here
was
we go.
Tom Aspinall.
29-28. Carlos.
Yep.
Yep.
It's going to get dicey for you on that.
Good decision. Yeah, hard road for him.
It's sports, man.
You know? I mean, 2 years off. Not really a tune-up fight. Tough fight.
Fuck, no.
There's no tune-up fights.
That's what I'm saying. The UFC, there's not much they can do for you.
That's what's crazy, because boxing, I think, has it right. When a guy hasn't been fighting for a while, give him some fucking...
Shake off the dust. Give him a guy you don't know.
Number 30 guy right out of Tijuana.
Yeah.
Pop, pop.
The UFC doesn't have that.
Yeah, I
Gotta
know.
be ready to go.
Yeah, and they don't have managers that like set their fighter up for victory either. Like on the undercards, like now you're gonna face a brawler, now you're gonna face a short guy who bobs and weaves, now you're gonna face a tall guy. Yeah, they by the time a guy gets to a championship level in boxing, they've been tried and tested. It's very systematic.
UFC's not
They're
like
so-
that.
I know. Did you see the Lamont Roach Gervonta Davis fight?
Yes.
Ooh.
I had Lamont Roach, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, especially with that knockdown.
Yeah.
Like, that's a real knockdown.
Wow.
You take a knee, that's
Wow.
a 10-8 round. And they,
Javante was like, no, I had something in my eye. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. You took a knee. You know the rule.
that's the rule.
That's the rule. Give him the rule.
And they didn't have the replay ready, so they didn't look at the
Boxing's
replay.
so corrupt, dude.
A little bit.
If Dana get involved in it, might help it.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Or, you can't change the tiger stripes.
Well, it's gonna. You see their pay structure. It's also far way out from getting done because guys on the
Is
contract.
that pay structure legit, though?
Yeah,
Was it legit?
yeah. That's I mean, pretty sure it's legit, but that actually helps boxing overall. Like the top dogs aren't going to eat like they are now with $40, $50 million paydays. But the middle guys that can grow boxing, that's what it's going to do.
Right, but if you want to get the top guys, you're going to have to pay them.
Correct. On that pay structure, you ain't getting any of the big.
Yeah,
fish.
you're not. They're
hold
not.
on.
Obviously,
Mill?
they got Canelo to get away from the Jake Paul fight, right? Like Canelo
Yes.
was going to fight Jake Paul, which would have been crazy.
Wow.
And then they said, no. Turkey came along and said, listen, we're open up the fucking case from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Look at all the gold.
Yeah.
Oh.
That dude got all the money, huh?
They got so much money. They can do whatever they want. They could just throw money at the sport. And
It's
dump
good
it.
and bad. You get the fights you want to see, but it's also,
It's good.
There's some darkness.
The fights you want to see is what's most important for the fans, and they're putting shit together. They made Jared Anderson fight for Coley.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fights that people didn't want. Which is like Jared Anderson. That was another example. Like young, undefeated heavyweight on his way up, and everyone was like, "Don't take that fight. Like, you're not ready for that fight." And then they offered him up.
Higher will be loot, as I'll say less.
And he got beat up. Yeah. And then Bacoli getting stopped by Joseph Parker, coming in fat with no notice at all.
Nothing.
It looked like he was totally out of shape. Something crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, like super short notice. Yeah, crazy fight. I was looking forward to that fight. But Bacoli, you got to give him a camp. Like, you can't, he's not ready. But Joseph Parker looks really fucking good right now,
that's my
too.
boy.
He's like reinvented.
Yo,
He's
dog.
reinvented.
Do you know him at all?
No.
He's
Yo,
awesome.
dog.
That's cool. Yeah. That Dubois guy, though, holy shit, man. The way he took out Anthony Joshua. Jake wants to fight Anthony Joshua now? So he wants to fight Anthony Joshua in 2026.
And the haters online are like, yeah, do it.
Look at this
Well,
one.
like, what about
He's
now?
awesome.
Yeah, like, what about fight him now?
Going
No,
here.
wait till 2026.
Sexy body,
Put on weight.
huge dong.
Steroid they have.
I would want.
Snake
Here's the
venom,
thing. I would
amazing,
want.
man.
Oh, by the way,
Scorpion.
Rollo reached out to me, John Rollo, my boy, and
Nobody watching this.
him and his buddy Chemo actually own a
No
company.
one
They
will
tell
ever
me
watch
that
this.
sells this
Ever.
scorpion shit. They're involved with a
Look at this
scorpion
move.
venom company. He said he gave it to Matt
Look at this
Serra. It really helped
athleticism.
him. So he wants to
So
see up.
sick.
Frank Mir, he says on it.
Drunk piece of shit challenge.
Shit.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
dog.
already hooked up with it.
He wants to get you some, Gordon.
Look at this
Awesome.
move.
All right, I'll have him send you some.
Let's
I'll take
take
quadruple
some
doses
too.
like that.
Yeah,
See what happens. I'm gonna start slow. We'll find out if I get poisoned.
Yeah, just
What the fuck are we doing? We're drinking venom from
yeah,
scorpions?
it's weird.
That's where he got the dopest tattoos.
Yeah, his tattoos are good.
Brady, that Japanese on the back. He's such a fucking gorilla when he gets people to the ground. Like, look at the size of his back. Like, those muscles in his back. There's muscles that aren't supposed to be there. They're so dense. It's weird when you see him walk.
That's why he's so fucking strong.
Oh, yeah, it's all back. It's all squeezed muscles, you know?
Are you still fucking with the creatine gummies, John?
Oh, yeah, I love them.
And do you feel so? Because I looked into creatine gummies, and I heard when they bake the gummies, it like takes away the potency of creatine. Yeah. So you think you're getting 5 milligrams or not?
Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Yeah. I feel great, though. But I'm not taking 5 milligrams. I'm taking like 30.
Yeah, I'm up to 20.
I'm taking like 10 gummies at a time.
Yeah.
I wonder. I'll try like regular creatine and see if I feel
see if
a
you notice
difference.
the difference.
Because one thing that's really big is if I have a night where I don't get any sleep. That's a big factor. And there's been studies done on improving cognitive performance when you're sleep deprived with creatine. Like no loss in cognitive performance.
That's wild.
It's like one of the only things that I could even think of. Because even caffeine, like you're awake, but
you're still out of it.
A little goofy.
Metformin blue and creatine. That's all I do, dog.
And then scorpion venom.
Scorpion venom.
Every peptide in the book.
Name the peptide on it.
Feel great. Well, dude, you're crazy strong right now. That thing that you did where you were holding, what was the amount of weight you were lifting?
What was that?
315? For where you guys were holding it?
Who could hold the longest? It was me, Thor, and my boy Hooper, who's also a strongman.
And how much time did those guys hold it for?
I think it was like 47 seconds, and then Thor was like 58 seconds.
And what'd you get?
A minute something.
That's nuts. That's nuts that you're technically stronger than the mountain.
Pat them holding.
Yeah. That's bananas, dude.
Wow.
That's crazy strong.
Yeah.
You must feel like a fucking beast right now.
Yeah, pretty beast, dude. That sounds like ready to fight that guy in the plane. I'm like,
That guy.
I gotta use
People are
this
so
power for something.
silly.
Oh, so
Dude,
silly.
I did a lift with Mitchell Hooper and Flex Lewis,
Oh,
Dragon
wow.
Slayer, and in Vegas, and I was like in a camp or something, like one of the strongest I'd ever been, and it was just like a complete embarrassment.
Yeah, Mitchell's a special guy, man. Because he's one of the strongest, and he has a personality. Like, he's such a good dude.
And he's not like that big.
No, he's not like preposterous. I was just sitting down eating food, and they asked me to do it. I didn't want to do it.
How much does that guy have a fighter's nose?
Yeah, his nose
That nose is flattened and twisted and torqued to the side. He's looking at you head on. It's like his nose is taking a hard right.
Yeah, I want to challenge those guys to 225. That's my shit. That's why I want to challenge them.
Hold 225?
Bench press 225.
Oh, as many times as possible?
Because I asked Thor, and he told me his record. I was like, I beat that a while ago. He's like, let's do it right now. I'm like, right now? Like, we're in the middle of a photo shoot. I'm like, I ain't doing it right now. I was like, let's wait to after. But we'll do 225, 315, 225. And see if we can do the most. And just combine it.
What's his record of 225?
Oh, I think he said like 30 something. What can you do? 40?
Really? At 225?
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
That's fucking nuts.
That's so
My
crazy.
strongest ever, I was like 225. I weighed like 225, and I did 27.
That's impressive.
25.
Christ. That's
225.
so crazy.
Yeah, every Monday, Wednesday, I do 225. I usually get at least 20 something. The first time I do 315 for 5, and I do 225 for again 20 something. So bam, 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 every Monday.
But when you max out, you can get to 40.
Yeah, if I do just one, I can do 40.
That's so nuts.
Probably almost a 500-pound bench press.
Pretty close. But it's all I train. It's all I like to do. Yeah, that's my workout.
Just bench?
Yeah. I'm such a meathead these days. Yeah, it's bench, deadlift, and pull-ups. That's all I do.
How many pull-ups do you do?
I usually do like 5 sets of 20, but like good 20 pull-ups.
Straight arm.
Straight arm.
That's for a big guy. Like, what do you weigh? Like 250?
Like 240 something.
Jesus Christ, that's a lot of weight.
No, I'm so fucking strong.
That was bullshit.
That's nuts. Dude. Science is amazing.
That's it?
Yeah. I wish I was that strong.
You can't, David.
It must be. Look at
Down
Leon
the line.
Edwards.
That's
He
your
was
grandson.
hyped.
And then we saw him dead for 3,000 years.
There you go.
Ish.
It's the proper time for Leon too right now, you know? Yeah. Here we go.
Look at this athleticism.
Well, he probably wants revenge after that Bilal fight. You know, that was a bad fight for him.
That was a tough night. He just didn't seem into it either, right? Like something was off.
Look, it's fucking 5 o'clock in the morning.
Look at this
I mean,
athleticism.
how? But
This
how
is
can
like-
you fight at your best when you're up all night?
But also, he's the champ. Like, why wouldn't you set up so the champ's in ideal conditions? Like, he like crazy. I get it. If Bilal was champ coming over there, you're like, he'll fight in
Peekaboo
London,
Street.
but it has to be at 5 a.m.
Right.
That makes sense. You're the
Headsets.
champ in your hometown. Why the fuck we don't have 5 a.m.?
With
I don't know. The whole thing is crazy. Just the idea of getting people to
Hideki
fight at that time.
Matsui.
But there's also a lot of X factors we don't know behind the scenes. Like UFC's like, first of all, TV right deal.
At the
Only time we
bottom
can do
of the-
it with the broadcast.
But how's that
Only time
possible?
we get the arena. Who knows?
It's ESPN Plus. They could just always have it on anytime.
But it can't be that easy where UFC just decides. I bet there's some other X factors that go
It
into
has to be.
There has to
Pay-per-view
be.
buys in America are bigger than everywhere else. It has to be that. And it
Dead
has to be
Sea.
people are used to buying it at
Yeah.
7 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
It has to be. It's the only thing that makes sense.
on the 9th of Ab,
But it's even 7 o'clock at night. That means
57.
when you're on the West Coast, like the main card
76.
doesn't start until 7 p.m. On the East Coast, it's 10 p.m.
10. Tough.
10's late.
Super late.
Yeah, main event is not on until
That's
like
how fucking
1:30
athletic
sometimes.
this shit was,
Yeah.
son.
Because sometimes it's a 4-hour card. Yeah.
All right, you tell the Book of Ruth.
Here we go.
Well,
Leon,
I think there was a
Rocky
fucking
Edwards.
nobody was
How
eating
old's Leon
anything,
now? 35.
and there was this
34,
lady.
35.
She's
Jamie, how
turned
old
out
is
to be
Leon?
David's
Losing his hair in the back.
grandmother. I think she was a convert.
Yeah.
Everybody knows
33.
that.
Oh, wow.
We don't talk about it, but
Still in
we
his prime.
don't remember.
32,
Anyway.
33.
She
Here we go.
was like,
What
No.
is it?
"Yo, dog,
Oh, it's like snazzy.
why is
Bruce
my
has the
niece
best
such a
suits.
hoe?"
He must have a warehouse filled with them.
Oh,
too.
actually,
He has a
she
new
was
one
the
for
niece
him.
of
He's
his
a
uncle.
sponsor that makes
Look at this thing. Ah, look at that.
Anyway,
Oh,
they
fuck
were
yeah.
like, her aunt was like, "Yo, bitch,
Who's better?
why
than
you
that
being
guy?
such
Can
a
you imagine
hoe?"
UFC without
And the
these
girl's
motherfuckers?
like,
Nope.
"I don't
What the
even
fuck?
know
You
what
have
that
a main
is."
card? I want to
And
see his head looking like a grape.
the aunt was like,
He's screaming.
"Listen, hoe, there's a field.
That's how he's gonna stroke out one day.
Check
He's
it
gonna be
out.
like 80 years
You
old.
slut." And Ruth was like, "I don't even know why you're so mean to me."
Cards go flying
And
in
then
there.
Ruth was like, "All right, I'll check it out." So she's checking it out, and all of a sudden Boaz is there, and he's like, "Aren't you my fucking niece or sister's daughter or some shit?" And she's like, "I don't fucking know. I don't have a fucking family tree on me." And he's like, "All right, well, tight. You a hoe, aren't you?" And she's like, "I don't know." And
I've
he's like,
never
"I
announced
don't know
anybody
how."
in a fight. I've only done it at
Anyway,
weigh-ins.
I'm gonna go back to my tent, and then Ruth goes
I'd be
back to
terrified of
Naomi,
fucking
and
his
she's
name.
like, "Yo, dog,
That's not
Yeah,
my cup of tea.
did you
Well,
see
can I can do the
that
more
there's
now,
this
maybe.
guy who's like my
Yeah,
uncle or
he's
something?"
like
She's
that,
like,
oh,
"Dog, we don't even
no.
pay attention to that
It's
shit
hometown.
back in these times.
Some of those names.
Go to that
That's like
motherfucker's
my biggest anxiety at the
tent
UFC
at
is
midnight
getting
and
names
uncover
right
his
at
feet."
weigh-ins.
And she was
So,
like,
some of them,
"That's
you know,
the
Those
fuck
undercards when it's like a
Yeah.
Dagestani fighter.
And
we're
she's
not
like,
familiar
"No,
with
no,
it.
listen
Oh,
to me.
it's not
You
happening.
uncover
I have
his
to have
feet,
the people in the
and
the
then
back,
just
they
lay
say
there,
it to me
and
in my
then
ear, I'm like,
you
say
know
it
he'll
again.
take care
And
of
I
the
write
rest."
it out
So like all of a
phonetically,
sudden,
like,
midnight,
one,
this creepy girl comes in,
like you have
and
these
she's
weird
like, "Yo,
names, you have to like
Boaz,
spell it
I'm
out
just
the way
gonna
it sounds.
plop down here by
It's
your
even
feet."
like
So she
there's, like,
uncovers
C's and
his
Z's
feet.
in there
People
that
are
make me
obsessed with this shit.
And it's like, what's that
And
doing
he's
there?
like, "Man, my feet are cold. What
This
the fuck
fucking
is going
silent
on with
X.
you?" And he's like, "Ah, you
Kudos to
scary
you, like,
bitch.
even GFL
What the
game,
who the
like,
fuck
on
is
the-
you?" And
on
she's
the
like,
octagon,
"I'm
the
a servant
cage,
girl.
and
My
everybody
name is
has to say
Ruth,
their name,
Mr.
like,
Boaz."
it's
And
probably
Boaz
not
is
my
like,
cup of tea, man.
"Listen, bitch,
Let me look at the roster.
I don't know what you're doing at my
Go.
feet." And she's
I'm
like,
pumped for this
"Well,
one.
I'm just doing what Naomi
Here
told
we
me to do."
fucking go.
And
Yes, great
Boaz
fight.
is like,
And Leon
"Who?"
in London.
And she's
yeah,
like,
fired
"Naomi?"
up.
He's like,
No.
"Who?" And
Fuck
she's
yeah.
like, "Naomi."
How
He's
can
like,
he not? The
okay.
whole audience is gonna be
Huh?
headshot.
And then
dick.
she's like, "Huh?" And then
Look at me now.
she's like,
Look
"Yeah,
at
you're
me
supposed to
now.
like give me like
Ooh,
part
what
of
a
your
speech that
blanket
was.
or whatever, your fucking cloth." And he's like, "Man, I
That
like
was
the
one of the
whole
greatest moments
blanket."
ever. That
And
head
he's
kick
like, "Look,
in the
let
fifth
me
round,
lay it to you
finally
like this.
losing, and John Anik
I'm gonna
with the
sleep
perfect
here,
call.
and you sleep
Like
here.
John
And if
Anik
in
said,
the
that's not
morning
the call. Like, he could
I
quit
don't
right
want
now,
to
but
fuck
that's
you,
not the
I'll
call.
ask these
Unless
other
he was
guys to
cut.
fuck you. And if they don't want to fuck
Head
you,
kick, and his
I'll think
coach
about
was
it
like,
again,
"Come
and then
on,
I'll
come
maybe
on,
fuck
Rocky."
you. And she's like, all right, sounds good. And
Don't let
then
him bully
she
your
falls
son.
asleep, and then he falls
Don't let
asleep.
him
Wakes up
bully
in the
you.
morning. She's like,
You ever heard of
all right, I guess I haven't been fucked. He goes, he's like, hey, you 10 dogs,
you don't want to
you
work out,
gonna
listen to
fuck
that,
this
and,
chick? And they're like, no, that girl a hoe.
you get
And
fired up.
she's like,
There
yeah.
we
And
go.
then all of a sudden, you know, they were like, I guess I gotta fuck you, and then he does, and then she has a child.
Oh,
and that child eventually has a child
surprised.
who ends
He's
up
like,
being
so
King
short.
David.
If
Bitch,
that happens,
that's the
like,
story
you
of
gotta
Ruth.
close
Boo,
that
boo, boo.
Danger with this fucking.
It's also tough on them because remember he's supposed to fight JDM, a straight striker.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
Fight Jack.
Is
and
it?
they switch
I don't
it.
know. I was
Well, they gave him some time, right? How much time did they give him before they switched it?
4 weeks.
Why does
That's
it?
it. Yeah.
Because it's so boring. They're talking
That's
about
tough.
Again, in the Bilal
stupid
fight,
shit.
They
They don't
got
talk
beat
about
up.
anything
Just got beat
cool.
up.
What
Beat up.
would be
Down.
cool? They'd
Here
be
we
like,
go.
oh, dog, there was
Couldn't
this
get him down
basketball
low, just
tournament
beat the brakes
down
off him.
at the
Just defend the
fucking
takedown, fuck
Beta
his face up.
Mikdash, and we were
Sean was
balling,
going to put a
and
lot
it
of pressure
was
on
sick.
Bilal.
And then we were doing
I mean,
play-by-play,
gave the game
and we
plan.
have all the stats in there. That would be tight as fuck. But instead
Especially
they're
when
like,
you're
oh, no,
orthodox
take off your
and you're
shoe.
fighting Leon, and he's got that powerful
Fuck
left
yeah.
kick that's opened up.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. And at one point he's like,
And he gets
yo,
that kick to
bitch,
the
take
body a
these
few
6
times. You're not the same.
bales of
Left hand
fucking
to the body.
barley or some shit, and just do something
And
with
look,
it.
he's got his
Nobody
distance
knows.
down. He's got his
Nobody
distance
pays
down.
attention
This
to
is
this
that
shit.
Philly fade.
It's the worst.
This is the
And
difference.
then she
The
was like, all right,
difference
we got
is
fuck
the
now. He's like,
management
no,
of the striking distance. Like Leon is
bitch.
so
But then he
good. Yeah, but
became
he has
her
to be super careful.
baby
on that.
daddy.
Yeah, because all right there,
Fuck, dude.
counters.
That's how it
They're
works,
so
son.
crisp, and
Everybody
there's
knows
no
that's a
fat in them, no
roof.
wasted movement.
And then we eat
Straight down the
cheesecake,
pipe.
slut. Why do we eat cheesecake?
Your Brady can't go for the takedown too early because
Well, he's
Leon's
gotta-
expecting
He's
it.
got to open something up. Yeah, but he can't stay on the
Because
outside.
You know what the difference is?
Sarah
Bilal
Leia.
does respect on the feet
Really?
and then
Yeah.
start letting him take down.
All right,
You remember.
but why?
Sean just landed a left hook there, and now
Oh,
they're in
I know.
clinch.
I actually fucking
It's
know
gonna be
this.
tough to beat
Because we
Leon
get the
just
oral
straight
Torah
grappling.
This is interesting.
on Mount
Leon's
Sinai,
choosing to
and
clinch with him.
we wouldn't have known.
Nice knee to the body by Leon.
That's
He
good.
broke free. He is, man. I was surprised when he took Kamaru down. Like, his grappling is no
It has
fucking
something to
joke.
do with we wouldn't have known how to eat.
And remember, in the last round, he got on top of Bilal.
Well, we wouldn't have known the kashrus, the laws of kashrus.
Cut him open. Yeah.
But if you remember that Bilal fight, watch it a few times. Bilal was
Dude,
landing like a
so
motherfucker on
sick.
the feet. Yeah.
So
Constant
sick.
pressure.
This
A lot of
motherfucking
pressure,
rabbi's the
constant
best.
respect
This
on the feet.
motherfucking rabbi is the best.
Sean's already
Yo,
cut.
dog, I'm so sick. What up,
Cut on the
pimp?
left
How
eye.
you living, baby? What's good? Happy Shavuot. Chag
It's just
Sameach,
interesting
baby.
that Leon
What's good in
is
your neck of the
allowing
woods?
clinch. I'm surprised.
What up, Sped?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
Can you hear me, pimp?
I just would think that.
Yo, dog, come to my
nice
Discord.
combination.
That's what you got to do. You
Yo,
gotta
dog,
earn
what's
the
up?
respect. I'm going to take down and be there.
Yeah, baby, we hear you. Fuck yeah. Do you know what Discord is? All right, well, come in my Discord. It's a party. All right, talk about anything you want, baby. I'll shout you out. I believe, baby. You just had a 10x. Good on you, big dog. It's in my Discord, or it's in my profile. The link to my Discord's in the profile. Or you can just go to discord.me/rabbi. Post whatever you want in as a link in here, and I'll promote it. Tight, baby. All right, well, I'm in the VC right now. Come say hi. We're in here. Joe Rogan's here. Eddie Bravo's here. Papa's here. Some other guy. Eddie Bravo's telling stories. We're watching UFC. It's the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Come say hi. It happened in March, but nevertheless. Come in the Discord. Welcome. How you living, Pim? What's good? What's good? Well, absolutely. Congratulations on your coin doing well.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome, big dog. So you added 10x in 24 hours? That's impressive.
Yeah. I'm gonna still coming.
What's the name of your coin?
Yeah. Matt Fury's dog. Easy.
Mad Fury's dog, right? That's tight. All right, well, shout out to Mad Fury's dog. If you're watching this, check out Mad Fury's dog. What's the ticker?
Yeah, the ticker is easy.
EASY?
EZZY. Easy.
EZ.
ZY.
EZY. The ticker's easy. EZY.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thanks.
You're welcome, big dog.
If you haven't updated Dex yet, so if you could hit me off DM, let me send you the link privately.
Okay, well, just send it to one of the accounts that I have in there, and I'll take a look at it when I have some time.
Yeah, just drop the link here in your message. I love these pictures.
Did you send the link?
Yeah. Check your DM.
Excellent. I will. Thank you.
Yeah. So just give us a shout out. We need more believers. Something strong, personal, gonna to get our link in. You can get a bag if you want. Try to see, be a believer. You're nothing too high. 5'10". Just need.
Yeah, I think that's too good. He's taking offense too good just to shoot. Yeah, that's a nice combination. That's great. And this is 5 rounds, son. Yes, sir. Oh, another good combination by Sean. They usually always have Patty on these London cards, but he's on that Miami card. Save it for Miami. Bro, that's a crazy fight. Him and Chandler, so interesting. That should be bananas. I love Patty. I love Chandler too.
I'm surprised at how big Patty is. Like when he fought Bobby Green, I was like,
he's massive, dude.
He's so big for 55.
The UFC brought him up right. They brought him
did
up the right way.
Oh, Leon caught him with left hand now.
They did.
Leon's making it hard to clinch.
Mm-hmm.
He's putting that hand super deep in the thigh, so Brady's underhook doesn't really have the ability to do anything.
Yeah. And those knees to the body are nice. There's a nice straight left. Both.
Like Brady's got to get him in the clinch and get the underhook and immediately move him around with it. Otherwise, he's not going to make any happen with it.
And so far, no attempt at all at shooting. Like even in these positions, he's not. Okay, now he is.
This is where strength is going to be the difference.
Yeah, let's see if he can do something here. Yeah, because this strength is fucking
banana.
Beastly.
Yes.
Look at the back on that motherfucker. I mean, Jesus Christ. It's like he's got a tumor.
What is he? He's like 5'7",
5'10".
No.
Yeah, he's 5'10". Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I think he's 5'10". Leon is 6'2".
Yeah. What does Sean walk around at? He's got to be 200 plus.
Yeah, he's a big fucking
Height's listed at 5'9".
Really? It said 5'10" in the...
Leon's 6 foot.
No, yeah, that's a UFC 5'9".
Leon's taller than that.
I bet you Sean Brady's...
Definitely said 6'2" for Leon.
Yeah,
I bet you Sean Brady in person's 5'8", 5'7".
6'4" in my basketball programs too.
Nice.
Here it goes. Takedown. Here we go.
He's flat.
No time, though. Very little time. But at least he's on
Wins in
top.
the round, though, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Depends if you can get off some shots.
It's definitely it'd be the most action, really. And he landed on the feet a little more.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably one round for Brady. Man, I'd like to see that takedown landed earlier, see him set that up.
But at least we got a takedown by Brady.
Early, too.
Let's see. 3 to go. Dun, dun, dun. What commercials are you getting, Jamie? Oh, this isn't a ZipRecruiter. This is some
the same 3 or 4
power whacker, weed whacker, lawn fucking equipment.
You never see any good car commercials anymore. There's nothing dope out there.
A good commercial?
Yeah, for like cars.
But then breathing heavy, man.
Dude, they used to have commercials of like Fords carrying like Chevys.
Yeah, it's
like
cool.
up a mountain.
Yeah,
like strapped.
they're like talking shit.
Yeah,
you don't really see it anymore. They get all friendly.
Oh, good combination.
3-piece soda there.
Oh, it was a trip.
Nice.
Nice to say.
Here we go.
Oh,
Round 2.
Oh, he's going down.
Nice.
Oh, immediately.
Wow, that was dope.
That's nice.
Yeah, get on Leon.
You can suck him back here. You can suck him back and pull him between his knees.
This is
Get off the cage.
a good sign that you can get this clinch early in the second like this.
Oh, that was a great takedown.
Ooh. Drags him down.
Interesting.
Gonna take him to a hip down. Nice shot by Brady.
Nice.
Dirty, yeah.
Nice.
Good transition.
Heavy top pressure.
Needs a tight waist. Needs a strong tight waist.
Leon's in trouble.
He's got the back.
Yep. Got his whole fucking legs tatted, front and back.
Everything. His whole asshole.
Should be attacking the neck with his right hand so he can put the second hook in. He needs to control. There you go.
There's a lot of time, too.
Yeah, a lot of
height
time.
discrepancy you can see on the.
Yeah.
That's more than 2 inches for sure.
Yeah, well, one of them could have no shoes on, too, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 5'10" to 6'2" is 4 inches.
Got the back.
But even on the ground, hard shots. Leon lands. He survives down there. He's tough to put away.
He's landing some hard shots.
Well, Leon's doing a good job of stopping him from locking the body triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Here he's got it.
He's got it, but now he's got the outside triangle. So now this is going to be an issue.
Now he's in trouble.
Leon keeps trying to turn belly down. Sean should just take him belly down and hit him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's also such a brutal thing on your spine, belly down, with that body triangle.
It's exhausting.
Again, 3 minutes of this.
You got to take him belly down and hit him.
There
you go.
He's going to let him go.
Or come up to mount and hit him.
Yeah, Leon keeps trying to go belly down, which is kind of crazy. Oh, these are hard shots, man.
You can go for a rolling escape, but
when you're a strong dude like that, you can land some powerful strikes from a short distance like this. Like, these are not fun.
170 is going to be interesting, though, because Shavkat's out with injury.
Is he?
Yeah.
What happened?
I forget exactly what it was, but he's not coming back soon.
Oh,
so
you have the elbow.
You have Bilal. And then Brady with a win over a fucking...
This is a big round.
Contender.
Big round right here.
Yeah.
These guys could just figure out how to trap hands from the back. They'd be so much more effective. So easy.
Gloves on. Oh, look at this. Look at this.
He's going to get up. He's going to at least get up to Turtle.
Maybe not.
Well, I mean, that was just Leon's. Leon could have got up easy.
Should have kept going.
Yeah. Because Brady's left knee wasn't controlling Leon's right hip. So he could have, just nothing stopping him from going belly down from there.
He's going to try and
he just gave up.
Yeah, he's going to look for Kimura. Yeah. He's going to look for Kimura. He's looking for that hand. Here it goes. Here it goes. Here it goes.
And his legs are open.
You're allowed to grab your shorts. Isn't that kind of crazy?
Yeah, I know. Weird.
That's the only reason to have shorts. Like, tights are so much better because they can't grab you.
Way better.
Leon should be inserting a butterfly hook here and looking to off balance him out of that Kimura.
With his right foot?
He's still got time. He's still got time.
There's a minute left.
Brady should be using it to pass.
Yeah.
Yep.
They played dilemma between the Kimura and the pass. That way he can do damage.
He wants to lock it up. Here it is.
There it goes. Does he have to pass here?
He lost it. But now I gave him the underhook. So now he should go back to a crossface. There he goes. But he gave it the underhook.
Now he's in
mount. Pull back.
Now he should flatten him out.
Flatten him out and punch.
Yeah.
Unless he gives you the neck.
This is big. This is big.
But he's eating his ass up.
He's chewing him up on the ground.
Yeah, he's fucking...
This is the thing, man. People, they underestimate how fucking powerful this guy is on the ground. And how good.
And he can do this for 5 rounds.
Yeah, Leon's in trouble.
Yeah, he is.
He's in trouble.
Well, it's actually worse now because now Leon's actually carrying his body weight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The first half of the round, he wasn't carrying Sean's body weight.
Right.
Now this is more exhausting than having your back taken.
Then he's just getting brutalized the whole round.
Yeah.
The whole round exhausted. And he came into that round breathing heavy. And now he's just gotten brutalized for the entire second round.
Yeah, he's going to be a lot more tired going into the third.
Brady is a real contender. Real contender, kids. To do that to Leon Edwards is fucking huge.
Yeah, that loss to Bilal, like, everyone writes these guys off. I'm like, nah, it's the best thing that happened to these guys.
Where's this guy? Don't let him bully you.
The older guy.
Where is
he? Back?
Is he back there?
Or did he fire him?
No.
Yeah.
No way.
Maybe that guy's busy.
Taught him yelling at me. Can you imagine? No way. Oh, there he is. There he is.
There he is, yeah. He's the man.
Is that him? No.
I'd say midnight in the back right. Not looking great for Leon. But Leon's ass, he'll pull it out, though.
Well,
He'll surprise you.
He's pulled things out before, that's for damn sure. The Kamaru Usman fight.
He just doesn't seem excited to be in there.
Well, he got mauled. I mean, he got mauled that round.
Before that, come on, buddy.
I don't think it's excited. I think he's fighting a fucking animal, man. You know, you underestimate this guy and say he's too little, and then you get in there with him, you're like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah. He's a baby gorilla.
Nice kick to the
Throwing
body.
kicks and shit now.
Another nice kick to the body. That's the thing about that southpaw orthodox stance. It just opens up that power kick from the outside on both guys. Oh, nice uppercut by Leon.
That was bad by Brady. Bad entry.
Another one. Good
Big
shot.
That's
He
a
hurt
big
him.
shot.
He hurt him with that one.
Yep. That was a big shot. Clipped him.
There's a shot again. Oh, stuff. Nice.
That was
Nice by Leon.
That's a long range shot, though.
Yeah, I'm a little desperado there. I think he got hurt.
He got clipped, right?
And I think he realized, like, hey, this is not a good spot for me to be in. Ooh, excitement. Oh, look at Leon shoots. That's crazy. That doesn't make sense.
No. Horrible idea.
Yeah, look at this.
Go behind.
Drag him down.
Nice.
He's got to block the elbow if he's going to go behind now.
Yeah, this
block
is
it with
the
a knee
problem.
or go for a drag.
The level of grappling. Oh, guillotine. Nope.
He's just using it.
Yeah.
We got him on top.
Back, same position.
Yeah, Leon, you're doing so well and you shot, dog.
Crazy.
Terrible idea.
I mean, just trying to prove a point, I think.
Brady pushes that knee down. He'll be in 3/4 mount.
Wow. Full mount. Sweet.
Yeah,
With
like a
3 minutes to go. 3.5 minutes.
This is terrible.
Awful.
Especially after that second round where he just dominated him on the ground. The level of grappling is just so significant. There's such a difference. And physical strength. I mean, Sean is just such a fucking ape. Oh, these are bad. These are bad. Oh. Those are huge shots.
Should break him to a hit. Or you should be pulling him down to a hit.
To one hit, one side?
Yeah. Takes away the explosive ability to get up.
It's almost like he's daring him to try to get up.
Yeah. He's behind the elbows. I mean, Khabib would do that. Khabib would just let guys up and carry body weight the whole time.
Keep breaking him.
You see how he's Birdie's doing a pretty good job of keeping his knees off the floor.
Keeping the weight on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful flow.
That was incredibly tiring.
Yeah.
And no moments of success.
No.
Like on the ground, no moments of success.
Zero.
It's all being dominated.
There's no sunshine down
and
there.
slightly escaping to another bad position.
And he kind of put himself in there with that shitty shot.
Yeah, he totally put himself in here.
Damn.
And he was landing shots on the
I
feet.
know. And I'm wobbled.
But hey, we're still only in the third.
True.
He's just got to avoid this at all costs. Like, now you know. No more fucking around with all this.
No, his team should be like, don't do.
Like, he's clearly down at least 2 rounds.
Holy shit. Those
Right?
numbers are bad. Oh, yeah.
Like, maybe 3 rounds, right? Like, what about the first?
Oh, he's down 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's not even close.
Sean's just so dominant on the ground. I mean,
You just want to see how Sean does against like Makhachev or Shavkat, like another grappler who can strike and defend the takedowns. That'd be his big test.
Shot putting 2 hooks in.
Oh, Leon's getting beaten up, man. I mean, he just can't escape.
Grab the knees out, flatten him out.
A straight bullet.
There we go.
Just flatten him out.
Shit.
Oh.
Flatten him again. Keep flattening him.
God damn, this is domination.
Yeah, it's not going to fight.
Leon keeps trying to stand up head first. He should be trying to 4-point out of here.
Leon's just getting fucking hammered. How many clean shots has he landed, man? My God. I mean, it's just constant bang, bang, bang.
The crowd's like, God damn it.
Oh, even from here. He's generating some power from here. Not a lot of time.
Let's go for a choke here.
Maybe he goes for an armbar.
Yeah, let's go for something.
I mean, here's the claps. Grab a hold of that fucking right arm.
Leon's just waiting it out.
Sean's doing it too. Look at Sean's taking some big deep breaths here. He's
tired from beating his ass. Yeah, he's exhausted from beating the shit out of him.
Domination by Sean. I mean, Leon's got to probably stop him or get some 10-8 round. That was a crazy bad shot.
Crazy shot.
And just not a good decision to make against this guy.
Early in the round.
And then he's eating just hammers. fully rock.
I mean, if you're the corner, like, don't get taken down. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, man.
But he's doing a good job stopping the takedowns in the clinch.
Yes.
But when he gets shot on,
and then ran to the cage.
Yeah.
Dean Thomas in the fucking house.
Love Dean Thomas.
He's awesome.
If Leon didn't pull off that last second KO against Kamaru, you would never think he has a fucking shot. But because he's done that, we're all like, you never know, dude.
Well,
you never know.
He started standing and he landed shots in the second and the third. He just got to not let him take him down. He looks good, though. He doesn't look exhausted.
Yeah, no. But even Kamaru didn't beat him up like this.
No. Nor did Bilal.
No.
I think Sean's on another level now. You know?
Yeah, that loss, he really
talked heavily with me about his mental coaching and how much of an effect it had on.
Oh, did you have him in here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I forget his coach. Do you remember his coach?
His mental coach?
Yeah.
No,
I do not. Oh, good elbow by Sean. Oh, Sean's teeing him up on the feet now.
That's trouble.
Oh, my goodness.
Sean just can't get... Oh, there you go.
There's a shot.
Good shot.
What kind of mental coaching did he do?
Well, I'd have to have him explain it. I don't want to butcher it, but it was all about strategies to keep him focused and on track. Brian Cain as his mental coach. Brian Cain Peak Performance. Affirmation training, developing custom affirmations to enforce positive talk, build confidence, mind control techniques. I mean, sometimes fighters just need a framework that they keep with them in a fight, so if something goes sideways, they can get back on track.
Yeah, something to get you back to home base.
Yeah, because sometimes fighters just lose their train of thought, they lose their focus, they get into a downward spiral in their head, and then they find themselves not completely. He's going for the guillotine.
Well, especially after...
Look at this.
That's
one
tight.
hand, one arm guillotine. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
They'll need to mount him.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's about to
Oh
tap.
my goodness.
He's about to tap.
Oh, he's got the hands now.
Oh, now he's fucked.
He tapped. He tapped. Wow. Sean fucking Brady. Woo!